is termed heads of estimates and reflect the government's development policies and priorities. The budget is prepared under the direction of the Financial Secretary. And that's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. Now over to the proceedings.
Begin the business of the day. I apologize for late start and take the opportunity to welcome a number of visitors that we have with us today. We have a number of students. I'm seeing here 60, but I don't think I have 60 students there from Brownstown Community College. Are you here? No, they are not here as yet. But we have 13 students and 3 teachers from Walker's Wood Academy. That's you guys there, right? Okay. Could I ask the students just to stand? Very nice uniform. Well turned out. Thank you very much for coming. And your teachers, thank you. Can say teachers, will you stand for me, please? Thank you very much for bringing the kids down. And just to remind you that it's your Senate, it's your Parliament, and you're always welcome to join us at any meeting whatsoever that you wish to come. It's your Parliament, as I said, and the clerk and her office is here at all times to facilitate you. I hope that you have an interesting visit, and if it is that you leave before I get a chance to talk to you again, teachers, I really beseech you to ask the persons responsible for the transportation to take it easy on the roads and have a safe journey over. So thanks again for coming, and we look forward to seeing you again anytime at all that you are you wish to come and spend some time with us. There are some other guests here. You're from St. Anne as well? You're with the group? Okay. Senator Hill, I'm going to recognize you in a seat other than your own. I think we have an excuse from the leader of government business. Senator Matthew Samuda, we know that you have just joined us from a successful presentation at the United Nations, so we're happy to have you with us this morning. I don't think any of us missed the video clip that's being circulated. And it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, really, to address the United Nations on behalf of the country. So, Senator Hill is pointing out that it's not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when you are so young. So no doubt the opportunity may present itself again. Statements by ministers.
Mr. President, with your kind permission, I just wish to pardon me? No, it's not. I am asking his kind permission to allow me, as the Deputy President, and you know a deputy is always essential, right? But, Mr. President, 3 members of this noble chamber were appointed to the Constitutional Reform Committee. The three being yourself, Mr. President, Senator Ransford Braham, and Senator Donna Scott Motley. And I wish to just stand to express on behalf of all the members, at least on this side, and I'm certain I will be allowed to speak for the others and across the aisle. Our commendations and congratulations on your appointment. Mr. President, for yourself, I mean, it must be significant having regard to the fact that in 1962, not him, but one who is near and dear and close to you, Mr. President, was also a member of the committee that led us through that process in 1962. And we are now at this critical juncture where there has been, over many, many years, the discussion in relation to the reform of our Constitution. And you are now sitting on a committee which is going to assist in the guidance of that process. Mr. President, the Constitution is a critical and important document to the government and the governance of this country. One could describe it as the foundation of everything that we do. And in looking at what has been said in relation to the committee by the minister who will be chairing the committee, Minister Marlene Malahoo Ford, she said that the committee is established to assist the process of reform, provide advice and oversight as the administration undertakes the most comprehensive and impactful constitutional reform work to be undertaken in the life of independent Jamaica. Well, I don't believe that it was the only reform, because there was the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, which was inputted into our Constitution in 2011. So there has been significant change in that regard. But in this particular dispensation, and many persons have been asking for the amendments so that the Constitution can be more relevant to today's Jamaica, I believe it is of critical moment. Mr. President, it has been expressed that the first goal of the reform is to ensure that Jamaica attains Republican status. And that is something that I don't believe there is any contention across the aisle. Jamaicans on a whole, I believe the majority of Jamaicans believe that Jamaica should move in that direction and attain Republican status. What I find a little troubling, however, the committee was just named. And the first comment, you have some persons who come out to criticize, and the committee has not even started to work. They have not given it an opportunity to work. And I believe that persons, you have a wide cross-section of persons from various backgrounds who are appointed to the committee. Yes, many of them are attorneys, but they're looking at a document which is complex. As I was saying to Senator Scott Motley this morning, the Constitution is not the easiest thing to read. And so one would expect that there are persons that will be there in guiding this process who would probably need a legal background, yes, but there are other persons from civil society, from youth organizations that are on the committee, representatives of youth, they are on the committee. And I'm certain that in the dispensation and what will take place in this whole reform process, that the country on a whole is going to be engaged. Have to be engaged, because there are some amendments in particular that in relation to moving to the status of being a republic that will require a vote. And so there will have to be engagement of persons from across society. Mr. President, the senators that have been appointed to the committee have been known to me for many years. Some I would have engaged with on a more regular basis than others, but we would have had engagement, and I believe that they are worthy of the appointment. The 3 senators that have been appointed to that committee, in my humble opinion, are worthy of the appointment. And I'm certain, when we look across the contribution that have been made by senators in this chamber at this time, in respect to the Joint Select Committees, valuable contributions. And I believe that this will carry on in this particular committee. Mr. President, your competence goes without saying, and I just wish for them every success in carrying through this important work. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to congratulate the senators who have been appointed. And as someone who, in my first term in Parliament in 1993, was a member of the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional Reform at that time, I have to say that, you know, this round has reminded me of how slowly things have moved. Notwithstanding the Charter of Rights, which has been so important, but outside of the Charter of Rights, if you look at all the years since independence, that is perhaps the only entrenched fundamental change that has been made in the Constitution. A lot of great work was done in the 90s, you know, from Sir Philip Sherlock, and in the 70s before that, but certainly I can speak to my time. And many technical submissions were made, great submissions, and there were persons in civil society who took it on as a sort of public duty. I remember Beth Orb in particular took on a simplification. I think she published a sort of layman's version of the Constitution at the time, just to help in the public education, and she took that on her own. And so even as I congratulate the senators who are appointed, I have to encourage them to move the process along, and I share with them a comment that Sir Philip Sherlock made to a subset of us who were on the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional Reform in the 90s, and which I heard then as an indictment of all of us who have been involved in politics and public service since independence. He said that after independence, we substituted many of the white faces, or we replaced many of the white faces in the colonial administration with black or brown faces. But his concern was that the attitude of the state to the governed had not changed fundamentally, and that in some cases it was even less compassionate. And I remember being crushed as a young politician at hearing that from someone who I literally revered as such a wise person, and somebody who had, you know, given so much in his career to uplift black Jamaicans. And I really hope that we can move forward in a spirit of unity to ensure that these changes that are now being contemplated, and maybe even new ones that have not previously been contemplated will be such that it will fundamentally change the relationship between the state and the citizens for the better. Thank you, Mr.
Well, thank you for the very kind words which have been expressed and the confidence stated in. Thank you very much for the very kind words that have been stated and the confidence reposed in Senator Brum, Scott Motley, and myself. And I would ask Senator Scott Motley to just respond on our behalf.
For recognizing the significance of this appointment. I can assure the public that we do not take it lightly, that we have noticed what has gone before, and that we are committed to ensuring that we take this process as far as possible. What was our passion about this process on which we have embarked? I know that there have been detractors. There have been a lot of negative views about the Commission. This does not disturb me. The best way to deal with those concerns is to deliver and to show that we are capable and we are committed. And Mr. President, I see that there are some young people here today who have understood the significance of the Senate and therefore the Parliament, which governs everything that we do here in Jamaica. And I want to urge them, I want to urge their teachers that one of the things that they can do to support this act of coming to the Senate today is to form a little committee amongst your students. Start looking at the Constitution. Let them look at what they would like to see enshrined in a new document. Let them comment on the language, the need for simplicity, the need for them to understand what is in a document that protects their rights and defines who they are as a Jamaican and how we function as a country. Mr. President, you bring to this committee your experience as a member of the Electoral Commission. That is going to be an important experience that we all look forward to sharing in. Dr. David Henry, who although is an attorney, is a well-respected pastor at the Swallowfield Church, and he will bring to bear the views of those to whom he provides comfort and restoration. Lolita Davis-Mattis is a chair of the Reparatory Commission. And there are opinions that before we go to become a republic, we should close that circle of reparation. We have very many distinguished persons on that committee, and I am both honored and humbled to be a part of this history-making commission. So I thank you, and I thank Senator Bunting, if it pleases you.
Thank you very much, members. Announcements?
Laid on the table of the Senate today are the following. Ministry Paper number 34 of 2023 entitled Instruments Adopted by the International Labour Organization 2022 and Annual Report of the Jamaica Tourist Board for the financial year 2019-2020.
Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives to the Honourable Senate. I have the honour to advise the Honourable Senate that on the 21st day of March 2023, a bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament was passed in the House of Representatives. Signed, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, CD, MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of this bill.
A bill shortly entitled the Appropriation Act 2023, read a first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Thank you very much, Minister Hill. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Consumer Protection, Validation and Indemnity of Tribunal Act 2023.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained.
Mr. President.
Public business.
No. Presentation.
I'm sorry. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained.
And Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Consumer Protection, Validation and Indemnity of Tribunal Act 2023.
President, just a clarification, President. Is this bill originating here? Because under bills from the Honourable House of Rep, I got the impression that this came to us. But I just want to be clear. Is this a bill originating here in the Senate? It's under your thing? It's all been this bill, I understand. So that's why I'm asking, because I got the impression that bills from the House that it was...
Apparently it's originating here.
It's not from the House.
So it ought not to have been mentioned under bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives. And I thought we did. I just want to be clear on that.
And you're accurate on that.
Thank you very much.
It originates here.
Thank you very much. See, that's why I love to read the Constitution.
Thank you very much. Okay. Public business. Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the Minister to take the first reading of the bill. That is to say, the Consumer Protection, Validation and Indemnity of Tribunal Act 2020-23. Those in favor? Against?
A bill shortly entitled the Consumer Protection, Validation and Indemnity of Tribunal Act 2023, read a first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Public business. Minister, there's a number of issues for you to deal with. How do you intend to proceed?
I intend, Mr. President, to finish the Trademarks Act that I started last week, and we'll pick up at item number 9. And if I could then do that now. And then we'll take the Appropriations Act.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. President, when we left last week because of that particularly unplanned item to honor Senator Delano Franklin, we left at clause number 8. So I'm going to pick up at clause number 9 today, the amendment to Rule 12 of the Principal Rules. Rule 12 is being amended to correct grammatical errors. Further, subparagraph 6 is being deleted and replaced with a new subparagraph 6, which provides that where a person fails to file a counter-statement where there is an opposition to the registration of the trademark within the period allowed by these rules, the application for registration of the trademark will be deemed abandoned. There are also new subparagraphs 6A and 6B, which provide for the period within which the holder of an international registration may file counter-statements, and where the international registration fails to file a counterclaim within the prescribed time, the designation of Jamaica will be deemed abandoned. Additionally, new subparagraphs 7A, 7B, and 7C have been inserted. Paragraph 7A provides that the opponent and applicant are to file with the registrar evidence of proof of service on the other party where applicable. Paragraph 7B provides for the information that is to be included in the notification, and if the procedure specified in subparagraphs 7A and 7B are not followed, paragraph 7C provides that the applicant or opponent may be treated as not desiring to be heard by the registrar. Subparagraph 9, Mr. President, is also being amended to insert after the words within 2 months of the words date of to provide a specified time for calculation. Subparagraph 12, Mr. President, is also being amended to delete the word arguments and replace, therefore, the word submissions, as this word is more appropriately used. Mr. President, we move to the insertion of a new Rule 12A. A new Rule 12A is being inserted to grant the registrar power to conduct hearings and make a determination after giving the parties an opportunity to make written submissions on the matter being adjudicated. The new rule provides that the registrar may conduct the hearing by submissions made in writing or orally if the registrar so requires, or where there is a dispute between two parties and a party requests to be heard orally and the registrar determines that an oral hearing would be in the interest of justice. Clause 11, Mr. President, is about the amendment of Rule 15 of the Principal Rules. It states this rule provides for the division of an application for the registration of trademarks into 2 or more separate applicants. The rule is being amended to insert new subparagraphs 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Subparagraphs 6 provides that a request for a division of an international registration designating Jamaica must be presented in the prescribed form, and its subparagraph 7 further details what the request must entail and also refers the prescribed fee payable. Further subparagraphs 8 and 9, Mr. President, provide that where the request does not meet the requirements, the registrar shall give the holder of the international registration an opportunity to make the request compliant within a specified period. And so, Mr. President, subparagraph 10 provides that if the request is compliant, the registrar shall submit the request to the International Bureau. Further, Mr. President, subparagraph 11 requires the registrar to respond to any irregularities notified by the International Bureau concerning a request for the division of an application for the registration of trademarks within the stipulated period. Subparagraph 12, Mr. President, further provides for the duty of the registrar to 1. Update the register of trademarks with the new international registration number for the divisional international registration. 2. Process the international registration and the divisional international registration. And 3. Notify the International Bureau of relevant decisions concerning the scope of protection for the international registration and of the divisional international registration. Mr. President, Clause 12, amendment to the Rule 16 of the Principal Rules, and this rule provides for the merger of separate applications for registration. It places a limit on the time within which a person may request the merger of separate applications. Further, Mr. President, the rule is amended by inserting after subparagraph 6 new subparagraphs 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. These amendments provide that a request for merger of international registrations resulting from the recording of a divisional international registration with the international registration from which the international registration was divided may be made in the prescribed form, provided that the same person is the holder in both international registration, along with further details in relation to what the request must entail, and refers the prescribed fee payable. 1, Mr. President, where the request does not meet the requirements, the registrar shall give the holder of the international registration an opportunity to make the request compliant within a specified period. Should the holder of the international registration fail to do so, the request for merger will be deemed abandoned. Number 2, Mr. President, if the request is compliant with subparagraph 8, the registrar shall submit the request to the International Bureau. 3, Mr. President, the registrar has a duty to respond to any irregularities notified by the International Bureau concerning a request for merger within a specified period, and further provides that the registrar must update the register of trademarks with the new international registration number resulting from the merger. Clause 13, Mr. President, is about the amendment of Rule 7 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the registration of a series of trademarks. The rule is amended by inserting new subparagraphs 5 and 6. Subparagraph 5 provides that where the registrar deletes a trademark from the application for registration, the application in relation to the deleted trademark will be treated as withdrawn. Further, Mr. President, subparagraph 6 provides that the division of an application into one or more applications in respect of one or more trademarks in a series shall be subject to the payment of a divisional fee, application fee and class fee as applicable. Clause 14, Mr. President, deals with the amendment in Rule 19 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the amendment of the regulations governing the use of registered collective or certification mark. Subparagraph 3 of the rule is amended by deleting the words "the registrar" and substituting, therefore, the words "that person." This corrects an error, as the registrar was incorrectly referenced. Further, Mr. President, subparagraph 5 is being amended by deleting the words "the registrar" and replacing, therefore, the words "the person who files a notice and statement of grounds of opposition" under paragraph 4. This also corrects an error, as the registrar was incorrectly referenced. Mr. President, the rule is further amended by inserting after subparagraph 5 a new subparagraph 6, that any person who is required to send a copy of a document to another person shall file with the registrar evidence that they have complied with the requirements. And Clause 15, Mr. President, amendment of Rule 21 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the alteration of registered marks. Mr. President, the rule is being amended by deleting subparagraph 5 and inserting a new subparagraph 5 and 6. The new subparagraph 5 provides that where a person files a notice and on grounds of opposition, a copy of each must be sent to the proprietors. The part further provides the procedure to apply to the proceeding, therefore. Further, subparagraph 6, Mr. President, that any person who is required to send a copy of a document to another person shall file with the registrar evidence that they have complied with the requirement. Clause 16, Mr. President, deals with the amendment to Rule 23(2) of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the renewal of registration. The rule is amended by deleting the words "renewal of registration" and substituting, therefore, the words "notwithstanding any failure of the registrar to notice the proprietor in accordance with paragraph 1, renewal of registration." Mr. President, we come to Clause 17, and the amendment to Rule 24 of the Principal Rules is what that clause is about. The rule provides for the deleted renewal and removal of registration. Subparagraph 2 is being amended by inserting after the words "expiration of the last registration" the words "or from the date the registrar's notice to the proprietor under Rule 25(1). This gives a person more time to request a renewal registration. Further, subparagraph 3 is being amended by deleting the word "where" at the beginning of the paragraph and replacing, therefore, the words "notwithstanding any failure of the registrar to notify the proprietor in accordance with Rule 23(1), where, and this amendment empowers the registrar to remove a mark from the register where the application was made for the renewal of registration, irrespective of whether the registrar published the expiration of the mark in accordance with Rule 23(1). Additionally, Mr. President, subparagraph 4 is being amended by deleting the word "additional" and substituting, therefore, the word "late," and by deleting the words "actual registration" and substituting, therefore, the words "expiration of the last registration" to provide clarity and correct an error. Mr. President, Clause 18 is about the amendment to Rule 25 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the restoration of registration. This rule, therefore, Mr. President, is being amended by inserting a new subparagraph 3 to provide that where a mark has been restored, no proceedings can be brought against a person who used a sign which is identical with or similar to the mark between the period of expiration and restoration of the mark. Clause 19, Mr. President, is about the amendment to Rule 26 of the Principal Rules. The rule provides an application for revocation, declaration of inability, and correction of the register. The rule is being, Mr. President, amended by deleting subparagraph 2 and 3, renumbering paragraph 4 to 8 as paragraphs 5 to 9, and inserting new subparagraphs 2, 3, and 4. This new subparagraph 2, Mr. President, provides that where an application is made for the revocation of the registration of a mark or for the declaration of invalidity of the registration of a trademark, the applicant must serve a copy of the application and statement on the registered proprietor. The applicant must therefore file with the registrar a notification evidencing proof of service. Subparagraph 3 provides, Mr. President, for the procedure to be followed by the registered proprietor upon the receipt of a copy of the application and statement. Further, the new subparagraph 4 details the information that should be in the notification referred to above. Additionally, Mr. President, the renumbered subparagraph 5 is amended by correcting the references to the subparagraphs in light of the renumbering of the same. Clause 20 addresses the amendment to Rule 28 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the concepts of the register. That should be contents of the register. Subparagraph A is amended to now require the register to include the date of the international registration in the international register. Insertion of Rule 28A of the Principal Rules, and Mr. President, thus a new rule provides for the form and the fee to be paid for a request to the registrar to take note of an international registration in the register. Clause 22, Mr. President, is about the amendment to Rule 29 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the entry in the register of particulars of registrable transactions. The rule is amended, Mr. President, by inserting a reference to Section 61A of the Act, which provides for recordings in the international register shall have the same effect as if it was registered in the Register of Trademarks. Clause 23 is about the amendment to Rule 30 of the Principal Rules. And this, Mr. President, this rule provides for the applicant to register particulars of a transaction or give notice of a transaction. Subparagraph 1, Mr. President, of the rule is being amended by inserting a new subparagraph F to provide that such an application of notice shall be made on the form prescribed by the International Bureau where it relates to an international registration. Further, Mr. President, subparagraph 2 is deleted and replaced with a new subparagraph 2 which provides who is to sign the application to register particulars of a transaction. Clause 24 is about the amendment of Rule 31 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the public inspection of the register, and this rule, Mr. President, is being amended by inserting a new subparagraph 4 to provide that a person, upon payment of the relevant fee, may request the office to conduct a search of the register and provide the results of that search. Clause 25, Mr. President, is about the amendment of Rule 35(1) of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the changer of classification of a trademark. Subparagraph 1 of the rule is being amended in subparagraph A by deleting the reference to the 4th schedule and replacing same with the words NIS classification of goods and services in force at the time of the conversion. Additionally, Mr. President, the word international is being removed and replaced with NIS to make reference to the NIS classification of goods and services. Clause 26, Mr. President, is about the insertion of new Rule 37A. A new Rule 37A is being inserted, Mr. President, to provide that a person may request a preliminary search and advice on the registrability of a trademark on the form prescribed and upon the payment of the prescribed fee. Mr. President, Clause 27 is about the amendment of Rule 41 of the Principal Rules. The rule provides for trademark agents. That, Mr. President, the rule is being amended by renumbering the current subparagraph 4 as subparagraph 6 and inserting new subparagraph 4 and 5, and then, Mr. President, subparagraph 5 provides that a newly appointed agent or an agent in substitution for another must file the relevant form and pay the fee that is relevant for that filing. Subparagraph 6, Mr. President, provides that no procedure relating to a trademark can be done by a newly appointed agent unless the relevant form has been filed. Clause 28, Mr. President, is about the amendment of Rule 42 of the Principal Rules. This rule, Mr. President, provides for the decisions of the registrar to be taken after a hearing. The rule is being amended by inserting a new subparagraph 1A to provide that a hearing may be done in writing or orally. Clause 29, Mr. President, is about the amendment of Rule 45 of the Principal Rules. The rule is being amended by deleting Rule 45 and substituting, therefore, a new Rule 45 that provides for the management of any proceedings by the registrar. The rule provides for 1, Mr. President, the powers the registrar may exercise in the management of the proceedings. 2, the directions the registrar may give in relation to the treatment of evidence. 3, Mr. President, the power of the registrar to make directions subject to conditions. 4, the duty of the registrar to specify the consequences for non-compliance with directions. And 5, Mr. President, the power of the registrar to, at any stage, direct the parties to the proceedings to attend a case management conference or pre-hearing review. Clause 30, Mr. President, is about the insertion of the new rules 50A, 50B, and 50C. These new rules concern international applications in respect of which Jamaica is a country of origin. Rule 50A provides, Mr. President, for an application for international registration of a mark. The rule details the procedure for making such an application and the payment of the relevant fees. The rule further provides that where the application does not comply with the prescribed requirements, the registrar must give the applicant the opportunity to submit any requested information or submit an amended application within a specified period. Where the applicant, Mr. President, does not submit the above within the specified time, the application will be considered abandoned. Rule 50B provides for the registrar's duty to respond to the International Bureau in relation to notifications of irregularities. The rule provides the time frame within which the registrar must respond to the International Bureau and provides that the registrar may consult with the applicant as it relates to the irregularities. Where the irregularity is remedied by the office, Mr. President, the registrar must allow the applicant no more than 1 month to provide the requested information which, upon receipt, will be forwarded to the International Bureau. Rule 50C, Mr. President, provides for the registrar's duty to notify the International Bureau where the basic application or registration has been withdrawn, lapsed, renounced, rejected, revoked, invalidated, or otherwise cancelled. Clause 31, Mr. President, is about the amendment to Rule 52 of the Principal Rules. This provides for the correction of irregularities in procedure. The rule is being amended, Mr. President, by renumbering the rule as subparagraph 1 and inserting a new subparagraph 2 to provide that the registrar may direct that the time or period in question be altered in such a manner as the registrar may specify where 1, it appears that an irregularity has occurred or is likely to occur within a direction, or 2, the irregularity, Mr. President, is wholly or in part attributable to the error, default, or omission of the office of the registrar. Clause 32 is an amendment to Rule 53 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for excluded days in the calculation of time for filing or doing anything under the rules. This rule is being amended by deleting subparagraph 1 and replacing it with a new subparagraph for greater clarity. Further, Mr. President, in subparagraph 2, the words postal services are deleted and replaced with the words any communication. This amendment broadens the scope of the application of the provision. Clause 33, Mr. President, is about the amendment to Rule 54 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the alteration of the time limits or periods upon the request and payment of the relevant fee. Further, subparagraph 2b is being amended to require that the persons receiving a copy of the request for an extension must now file any objection to the request within the stipulated time. Additionally, the current subparagraph 4 is deleted and a new subparagraph 4 is being inserted to provide the circumstances within which the registrar may grant the extension when the request is made after the expiration of the time period in question. Subparagraph 6, Mr. President, is also being amended by deleting the current subparagraph 6 and replacing, therefore, a new subparagraph 6 which provides for the times of or periods exempted from subparagraph 1 of this rule. Clause 34, Mr. President, deals with amendment to Rule 55 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the filing of documents by electronic means. The rule is being amended by inserting a new subparagraph 2 to provide that any electronic communication to a person by the registrar shall be deemed as effected upon transmission of the information or document to an address provided to the registrar by that person. Mr. President, Clause 35 is an amendment to Rule 58 of the Principal Rules. This rule provides for the translation of documents in a language other than English. The rule is being amended, Mr. President, by deleting the current Rule 58 and inserting a new rule which provides that where a document is sent to the registrar in another language other than English, an English translation of the document prepared by a trained foreign language translator must be sent to the registrar. Where the registrar refuses to accept the translated document, the registrar may require an English translation prepared by another trained foreign translator to be sent to the registrar. Clause 36, this amendment is of the first schedule, Mr. President. The revised first schedule provides for the relevant fees under the rules. And finally, Mr. President, Clause 37 is the amendment of the second schedule. The revised second schedule provides for the relevant prescribed forms referred to in the rules. The review of the rules will facilitate the implementation of the Trademarks Amendment Act 2022, which was introduced to provide provisions in conformity with the Madrid Protocol, which allows for a centralized filing procedure for the international registration of trademarks. This system of international registration of trademarks has the primary objectives of facilitating, Mr. President, international protection of trademarks and easier subsequent management of trademarks by the owners of the marks or their agents, if it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Mr. President.
Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President, I have to first thank Senator Aubin Hill for his graciousness last week, Friday. He literally abandoned his presentation halfway in order to facilitate the attendance of this side, the attendance of this side at the funeral of our esteemed colleague, late Senator Delano Franklin. Mr. President, I am very glad that he did not take your timeline into account, because you had thought it would have been prudent and timely to have adjourned the sitting at 1:30. And I think it's because of your own peculiar experiences with how you travel under those circumstances. Because in spite of the early adjournment, we made it to the funeral about 1:45, just in time really, to be seated and await the commencement. But I do recall that I once attended a funeral with you when former Chief Justice Zaka, when we were celebrating his life, and I think it only took us 15 minutes to arrive from the Senate to halfway tree. I thanked you on that occasion. I was very grateful for the lift. Mr. President, I have but a few words to say on this occasion. It was in June 2021 that we debated the amendment to the trademark here in the Senate, and that bill was passed with no amendment. I think on both sides we understood the significance of it, and that it would only contribute to the strengthening of Jamaica's intellectual property rights and put Jamaica in a good stead internationally. Part of what motivated us was our deep desire and need to assent to the Madrid Protocol. And the Madrid Protocol was officially entered into on the 27th of March, 2022. It is almost an irony that exactly 1 year later, we are here looking at these rules. There are some aspects of that ascension which we have to acknowledge, because it has created an international registration process by which we can actually file the applications, and in respect of those countries which are member states, we have a more seamless process to move to actual registration in the territories. At this point in time, there are about 110 countries who have signed on to the protocol, and regrettably in the Caribbean, as far as I'm aware, it's only Antigua and Barbuda and Trinidad and Tobago. So there are still concerns about us, the CARICOM aspect of it, the regional aspect of this new development, being a member of this Madrid Protocol. Mr. President, through you to the Minister, I particularly like the fact that now you can pay for expedited processing. The fees which give some practitioners some concern in relation to that, I think are reasonable, because if you want to jump the line, as it were, it has to come with a price. And the fact that this facility exists, I think, is really very important. And it should be utilized. For the protection which it affords to us, it really is very significant. The other aspect of it which I would highlight is the amendment to Rule 25, where it says that where the mark is restored to the register, no proceedings for infringement shall lie against a third party who in good faith put goods in the market or supplied services under a sign which is identical or similar to one other mark, because it accepts that it can happen in good faith, because you would have checked and there would have been no such mark registered. And it's subsequent to that that it would have been restored to the register. So there are some really excellent provisions which have been made in these new rules. And I thank you for the thoroughness with which you have explained them to those of us who might not be too familiar with the requirements. I thank the technical staff. I know that a lot of work went into it, and my only regret is that it took a long time, because under the Madrid Protocol, I think you have an 18-month window. I gather that a lot of applications have been made, are sitting inside of JIPO, and await these rules to be expedited. I must tell you, though, Minister, that when I asked those practitioners who exclusive practice in this area, they were a little dismayed that they did not have sight of the rules. They told me that they actually had sight of the fees. And I know that where your thinking is, because you of course are concerned with how much we are going to, the entity is going to make from it. No, I mean within the confines of the rules, but they would have liked the opportunity to have looked at these rules diligently and carefully. Because as they put it, this is their Bible, this is their handbook, this is what they have to know in and out. They have to know all the new forms, they have to make adjustment to how they work, and they really would have appreciated having some prior notice. So they've asked me to ask you, and I carry out my duties diligently, as you know, Minister, that you speak to them about the time frame within which these new rules will be implemented. Because the concern is that those practitioners want to uphold the high standards of professionalism for which they are known and for which we celebrate them and acknowledge what they do. But they want to know what time frame will they be given to ensure that they familiarize themselves with the rules, that they discuss it in their groupings, and that they put everything in place to ensure that the practice proceeds smoothly and that Jamaica is recognized that they have high standards in this area, and that their international clients and their local clients will know that they are proficient and professional. So if Mr. Minister, when you are closing, you could signal to that community what your intentions are, it would be appreciated. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me this intervention.
Thank you, Senator Scott Monte. Senator Golden Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too just wanted to rise and to give my support to the amendments that Senator Hill has put before us. As a player, Mr. President, offering legal services in the MSME market in particular, I can tell you that we have experiences sometimes where entities form they establish themselves under a mark, and for one reason or the other, startups don't have the highest success rate. So they may establish, they may do business even for a little while, and then they sort of go into abeyance for a while. Maybe they regroup, maybe they come back again. And so things like the marks, even the registration of the entity itself, don't get renewed during that period. And so when Senator Scott Motley, you raised the restoration clause, Rule 25, where a mark restored, if there's another mark in the market similar during that time, during the period that it was deregistered, for want of a better word, there's no action that lies against that second mark. And I too support that. It makes practical sense. But I would also comment to the minister, and this is really the sole point on which I rise, Mr. President, whether there could be some consideration for, because that the period during which no action lies is from the removal from the register to the date of restoration. And after that, Mark 1 has an action against Mark 2 if that mark continues to be used, if it is so similar in nature, etc. Right, so as of the date of restoration, the action is restored to Mark 1. And so I would just ask if we could perhaps, Senator Hill, maybe not today, but in future, as you look back at this, consider whether or not we would wish to give some extended period or short period for Mark II to reconfigure and to reorganize its business. Because when you have built up an entire marketing campaign and an entire strategy, you have budgeted for this, once to have to move quickly and to pivot and to then lose money and have to expend money for a small company can be devastating. So if we could just consider some time period as of the date of restoration when Mark II would have the ability to take a look at the possibility of infringement that it may be committing and to put its house in order, in other words, without having to suffer so great a loss, given that the infringement really was a good faith act. May it please you, Mr. President. Commend it to you, Senator Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Golden Campbell. Minister?
Mr. President, I certainly appreciate the comments of both my Senate colleagues, Scott Motley and Golden Campbell. But just to make it clear that the Madrid Protocol was passed about a year now, and the act was actually passed in 2021. So stakeholders really have been consulted broadly. It's never ever enough, especially when you're dealing with something as complex and cross-border like this, the Madrid Protocol involved. But I want to say is that these changes, I've heard what you've said about the good faith act of possible infringement, and that should not therefore bring prosecution or opprobrium on a party acting in good faith. My team have heard that, and I'm asked them to look at it. But also I want to make it clear that as we make legislation, no law is perfect for all times, with a very few exceptions. Right? Am I getting that right, Senator Scott Motley? A very few exceptions. Okay? So I am, and the way I have gone about operating in the ministry, I'm available to business and lawyers. Some of the lawyers have called me. Some of them don't like the way the fee is, and that's going to be an issue. People won't agree on everything. But we have to go forward, and certainly as we operate and we put it in practice, sometimes you start off, Senator Scott Motley, you know very well, you start off with something saying, this is not going to work. And by heavens, when you start working it, the difficulties you expected don't arrive, and it works out well, and you adjust and go forward. So that will probably happen here. If that doesn't happen here, I'm available and will make sure that changes are made to make Jamaica benefit as best as we possibly can from the Madrid Protocol. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
So the Minister has concluded the debate and is asking that the motion be approved. Those in favour? Against? Thank you very much, Minister Hill. Next order of business.
Next order of business, Mr. President, is to deal with that very important appropriations bill. Mr. President, fiscal 22-23 has been characterized by strong economic growth as Jamaica continued to visibly recover from the impact of COVID-19, as well as...
Minister, I'm sorry. But just announce the legislation for the record for me, please.
Yes, I will, Mr. President. It is... Let me just go to it. The Appropriations Bill 2023. Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders, which I should have done, to enable me to take second reading of the bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2024, and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament, and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Thank you, Minister. Members would have heard the question. Those in favour? Against? Minister? Thank you.
As I had started to say, Mr. President, the year 2022-2023 has been characterized by strong economic growth in Jamaica, continued to visibly recover from the impact of COVID-19, as well as adapt to the international supply chain issues and associated inflation pressures arising from the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The Jamaican economy grew in real terms by 5.9% during the July-September 22 quarter, and is expected to record growth of 5.1% for the 12 months period of fiscal 2023. And Mr. President, I might add that that 5.1% increase in growth comes on top of an 8.1% growth rate recorded in 2021. Rather, that should be 21-22. It's a V, we got the V curve rather than the J undulating. Went down and came back high. Better than even you could have expected, Senator Bunting, and I know you had high expectations. On the fiscal front, Mr. President, the central government's fiscal and primary balances have recorded better than program performance for the April to December 22 period. Quite amazing. This is due to a higher than anticipated revenue alongside lower than budgeted expenditure. The shortfall in expenditure is expected to be eliminated during the last quarter of the fiscal year, which we're in now and about to end, in line with the revision to the expenditure during the last quarter of expenditure budget through the third supplementary. The fiscal and primary balances for the fiscal year are estimated at 0.3% and 5.8% of GDP, respectively. At end of July 2022, the unemployed labor force stood at 6.6%, 2.3% points below the 8.5% recorded for July 2021. We keep hovering at that historical low level, Mr. President, just around 6 and just above 6%. During fiscal 2023-24, the government will continue to pursue its development initiatives for the public sector, including operationalizing the Fiscal Commission, which Minister Clark has talked about extensively, and that's obtaining approval for the National Natural Disaster Risk Financing Policy, continuing implementation of the public sector compensation restructure, and support the full rollout of the new currency notes of the Bank of Jamaica. We're committed, the Andrew Holness administration is completely committed to fiscal responsibility. No question there. Prudent fiscal management enables a government to be nimble in its response to a shock or crisis. This was demonstrated with the response to COVID-19 and again in the past fiscal year when the government mounted its response to the inflation shock through the provision of assistance to consumers of electricity through the GeoJ Energy Co-Pay program. Transport operators grant food assistance for 75,000 non-path persons and assistance to NIS and other pensioners. This, Mr. President, is a central objective of government, to shield its economically challenged citizens from these shocks and to protect the vulnerable. And in order to do that, you have to have a very good, strong fiscal position. Prudent fiscal management, Mr. President, demands that fiscal targets are met or exceeded each year so that the debt target of 60% of GDP by end fiscal 27-28 is attained. The government is committed to being prudent and fiscally responsible. I remember having to say this many times when those who were on this side then were doing the IMF deal. Every meeting we had to confirm, and I think the history has shown that in these 6 years we have been extremely prudent and committed to that commitment that we gave so many times. The Independent Fiscal Commission is an important addition to the fiscal prudence architecture that the Andrew Holness administration is building. An individual has been selected to serve as Jamaica's first fiscal commissioner. The Independent Fiscal Commission Act requires that the fiscal commissioner be appointed by the Governor General following consultation with the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition. Upon appointment, the fiscal commissioner will commence the process to finalize the structure of the commission, to recruit staff, and to identify accommodation for the commission with a view to commencing operation during fiscal 23-24. The Disaster Risk Financing Policy, the National Natural Disaster Risk Financing Policy, has been approved by Cabinet as a green paper and is expected to be tabled in Parliament in February 2023. IMF PLL RSF program. The government reached a staff-level agreement with the IMF on the request for a precautionary and liquidity line and a resilience and sustainability facility. This has been announced before, but it's good to be reminded that the PLL gives Jamaica potential access to approximately US $963 million in event of balance of payment shocks. Access to the PLL is limited to countries that have sound economic fundamentals. I must repeat that. That facility is not for hardship-hit countries. It's for countries that display and have sound economic fundamentals. They are implementing and have a track record of implementing sound policies and countries that remain committed to maintaining sound policies in the future. And the Andrew Holness administration is committed to that. Successful access to this facility is demonstrative of Jamaica's macroeconomic standing. The RSF provides access to another $763 million and is linked to policy actions designed to improve Jamaica's resilience to climate-related shocks. The RSF offers favorable financing terms and will assist Jamaica in the management of its exposure to external financing risk while improving portfolio costs. In other words, Mr. President and my colleagues, this about 1.5 trillion, 1.5 billion US dollars, sorry, is available because of the good conduct that the government has displayed in handling its fiscal responsibilities. This is not given to basket case countries. This is given to countries that have proven over the long period of time, and this is a good time to say the period extends from the very difficult 2012-2013 program until now. So we have taken the baton, and as my friends love to say, the baton, and carry the baton properly to the point where we can be viewed without asking that this facility really is available to you because you behaved and handled your fiscal affairs so well. How much more you want me to give? Come on, man. I've been very, very, very well commendable. Relax. You must listen, man. As we enter, it's all right. It's all right. I'm speaking with what I know is right. As we enter our third year of economic recovery since the outbreak of COVID-19, Jamaica still faces, 1, the threat of outbreaks from variants of the virus. 2, the potential for further inflationary impulses from the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. And 3, the possibility of further tightening of monetary policy in our source markets for exports and tourism. As we can see, the marketing did, even this past week, the turmoil just in the financial sector. This morning you hear in the news which European bank is under pressure because of things that happen with banks in our biggest market north of us. So the world is still an uncertain place. And so as the local economy continues to be robust, facilitating strong tax revenue performances and higher employment and profitability, the government of Jamaica, the Andrew Holness administration, will remain vigilant, keeping its eyes on the overarching debt target of 60% of GDP or less by fiscal 2027-2028. The government's fiscal policy responses to economic crisis induced by COVID-19 pandemic and the inflation shock caused by the Ukraine-Russian war have garnered international attention and accolades, the way we have behaved. And even some people locally, Mr. President, more than some, have been praiseworthy of the way the government has managed the affairs of the country, not just overseas. People have sent us accolades. Our economy has recovered pre-COVID levels of economic output, and both unemployment and debt are lower than the pre-COVID levels. This triumph of post-COVID macroeconomic achievements is rare, very rare indeed. Look across our region, look across Europe, look across Asia, and you will see that Jamaica stands in a very rare positive position. Our fiscal consolidation efforts continue to be underpinned by a stable and resilient macroeconomic environment. Our external accounts, Mr. President, international reserves remain strong, and inflation is expected to return to levels consistent with the target by the end of 2023. So we look at the central government's budget, Mr. President. The central government budget for fiscal 23-2024 is formulated to ensure achievement of the overarching medium-term debt to GDP target. The fiscal program aims to support the objective of reducing the public debt and debt servicing costs, thereby creating fiscal space to facilitate growth-inducing expenditure. Accordingly, Mr. President, achieving the required fiscal balance and the corresponding primary balance remains a priority, as these are the operational instruments being utilized to attain a public debt of no more than 60% of GDP by the end of March 2028. The fiscal surplus is budgeted at $8.66 billion, or 0.3% of GDP, while a primary surplus of $145.24 billion, equivalent to 5.5% of GDP, is projected for fiscal 23-24. Revenue and grants, Mr. President, and I want to focus on this for a little bit, because we don't talk about this enough. Mr. President, revenue and grants production. We can't use this is, Mr. President, I want to ensure that we understand we're not dealing with a stream of consciousness here. We're dealing with solid figures. Revenue and growth projections for fiscal 23-24 is $896.27 billion, with tax revenue projected to account for 92%. Total revenue and grants. Listen to me. Their point is that the money that the government spends, 92% of it comes from tax revenue. So before I get to the no new other thing, Mr. President, we're going to talk about no new debt. Listen to what I'm telling you. 92% of the government expenditure comes from the economy performing properly. 92%. So when I go out and talk and say, is business pay our salaries? Those who get paid from the government, all of us, comes from, a little bit come from grant. A little bit come from grant and fees. So even, Mr. President, suppose, which is not the case because it's grant, suppose we had borrowed the rest of the money, even that money, even that 8% would be paid by business taxes. So it's business. I'm saying that because I am I'm privileged this morning to be the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, and it's business who provide, business even collect the consumer GCT and pay to the government. So it's business do a whole heap of it. And we don't want to get away from that because you're a businessman, Senator Crawford, and you're out there making money on which you pay taxes. I'm so pleased to hear that you're paying taxes. I am being magnanimous. The central government expenditure budget amounts to $1,020 billion and is comprised of non-debt recurring expenditure of $665, which is why we have to bring down that debt. $665.69 billion Jamaican dollars is spent on our paying for our debt. That is not sustainable, so I have to bring down the debt and pay less for it. Capital expenditure of $75.37 billion. I remember when I was writing in the newspaper in 2013, 2014, 15, we had a 32 or so billion capital budget, and we couldn't spend 20 billion of it. We were underspending. We are now up to 75, and therefore, that's why you see the infrastructure in the country changing as much as it is. Debt servicing, yes, you guys can at the desk, man. It's true enough. So debt servicing is $280.61 billion. I took some time here about the $1 trillion and 20 billion being our budget. And when you look at the amount being spent, and you look at the currency, if you'll allow me, Mr. President, the non-volatility of the currency. You look at the currency past three years, it has ranged between 150, 151 to 155. That's a range that is most amazing, because when the rule was put in to give the Bank of Jamaica independence and give them a clear mandate to focus on inflation, the whole world was going to crash, because we're not going to focus on the foreign exchange rate anymore. Well, we don't have to. The rate has been stable. Senator Bunting, you can't hear a complaint in all the high-level tycoon places that you sit about foreign currency. You know, so you don't hear it anymore. Managed to stability. So Mr. President, the government of Andrew Holness administration has done tremendous work in making sure we collect more taxes, making sure we encourage companies to grow, making sure unemployment is low, and making sure, even in a pandemic and rising inflation, the Jamaican currency has remained stable. Usually in this time, the currency all over the place. Pensions, we're paying pensions of $42 billion. We come to the mothership of good spending and management of the capital budget. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I'm not going to say very much, because I have a very able young Senate colleague who just came back from the United Nations, make a wonderful big speech, and it was well received. And he will tell you, Senator Crawford, as I'm sure you will listen, about how MJEC, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and how much money they spend and how they spend it. Bridge development and construction, $1.36 billion. No, there is no shelling down in New York. That's done in London by people over that side. No, man, the growth in tourism, because Minister Ed Bartlett has been relentless and perennial and peripatetic to get without shelling down. So the Lenkman program, $500 million. I'm not going to even hold you up on that, Mr. President, because I know my colleague is going to deal with that. Minister of Transport, big issue. $7 billion is going in there to help, to do all the helping that we have to do in that vital sector of our economy. I see we had our young friends here earlier. Education. A great deal of money is going to be spent on education. In fact, after the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, which controls the debt, don't really spend on a lot of new projects, some they do, they have the biggest part of the budget to handle that debt, that $600 million I told you earlier we have to pay. In education, education is the next biggest part of the slice of our budget cake. And what are you going to do with it? $380 million is going to go to support PATH beneficiaries. That's a whole heap of money. Subvention to universities. Those who complain that we're cutting and not giving tertiary education, well, $15.25 billion going there. Books on education materials, $2 billion. Teachers' scholarship for mathematics scholarship, clearly STEM directed. Mathematics teachers will get $365.54 million in scholarship to make sure we drive our economy the way we have to go. So we're looking at school furniture. And Senator Scott Motley, I know you would like to hear that. School furniture. We're going to spend $928 million on it. But we're not going to spend the money, sir. when I send the money overseas, we have young people trained at heart and in the school who will be building this furniture. So they gain skills. We get furniture, they get skills, the money percolates in the economy, and we continue to grow, Senator Scott Motley. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely? Wait till you say ganja. Give me a week. Give me about a week. I'm coming. Give me about a week. I'm going to Dumrep and come back. I'm coming back to you. From long time. From long time. You know, the whole program get 570 million. Career Advancement Program, 400 million to train at Hard Trust. And Hard Trust is going to, Prime Minister this morning is launching a big program with Hard Trust and JDF to make sure we get our young people on the corners who are doing things in their hand to come in. But we're not just training them, we're giving them discipline, because you cannot work in a society that we want to grow and get better unless you're disciplined. So it's Hart, JDF, and the money is there, and money coming through education as well. So the way the Minister of Finance and the Andrew Holness administration has apportioned this money, you have to mention, you have to say, really, it's really good. Now, true, Senator Allen? Very true. Minister of Labour and Social Security, they get 8.37 billion to handle path and other issues that will be dealt with. Social Intervention Program, $433.35 million. A lot of money there for persons with disabilities and support services, $286.21 million. Ministry of Tourism, they make whole heap of money. So they get back 3.55 billion. I'm sure Minister Bartlett will say, anyway, we give it to you through TEF. TEF money now goes into the consolidated fund. So he has great fun in saying, I give you much more than that. How come I'm getting only this? But he's getting enough, and tourism is doing very, very well, as we know. Minister of Health and Wellness, a big spender. Has to be a big spender, because the health services, all this training that we're doing, all the PATH program we're doing, if we're not helping people to stay healthy, then we're not going to do well. Minister Tufton is there doing his part, and on these days, on non-communicable diseases, which is a big issue in the country. Ministry of Science and Technology, 2.2 billion there to support the National Broadband Initiative, which has to come on. The Special Economic Zone at Caymanas, the government is going to commit to make sure it de-risks that investment by bringing water, electricity, and broadband to the gate, and building a custom area for the developers of that sector. So the broadband business in the Ministry of Science and Technology is very, very important, and it's getting money to do that. Ministry of Agriculture is getting money. Lots of it for 1.113 billion to bolster food security. Pre-investment planning is 381 million. And of course, maintenance of the National Irrigation Commission infrastructure of 235.19 million is there. The National Irrigation Infrastructure, you probably know by now, they're going to make sure they use the water in the Black River, pumping up by solar to Monroe College, that wonderful city on a hill that is outstandingly shining in terms of morals and high integrity, Senator Brown. So, I know you feel good about it. So it's all right. You can't get the words. I'll just tell you that it's good. So the National Irrigation Commission is going to do that work with tremendous help. When I was at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, I was part responsible for getting the French grant to do that study that is now going to be funded partly by our government, and the French government have agreed also to do that. Was just done recently at Infrastructure Committee. Ministry of National Security group, we know how much money they have gotten. They will get a whole heap of 112.69 billion. Again, we have to spend on national security to make sure we try and use that tool as one of the tools to reduce crime in the country. The judiciary, which I know Senator Scott Motley has a keen interest in, they get 7.95 $7.5 billion. You hear how much them get? I'm waiting for Senator Scott Matter because I want you to know that is almost twice the amount of money tourism the judiciary gets. So it's a big amount of money. We respect judiciary in this country. CapEx, as I said before, is $75.37 billion, and we expect to be able to spend it. The Prime Minister is about implementation. Minister Matthew Samuda will no doubt talk about that. In there is cybersecurity initiatives for $900 million. The purchase of ships for overhaul, $3.16 billion. Education, we mentioned before. Health is doing very well, preventive and care management of non-communicable disease. They get $2.65 billion. You know how hard Minister Tufton has been pushing that. Agriculture, energy efficiency have to be looked at. Energy management and efficiency project, $967.17 billion to procure equipment for maintenance of the urban traffic management system. Infrastructure, $22.13 billion, which Minister Samuda will talk to you about. Environmental resilience and climate change, the Jamaica Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project gets $868.49 million for coastal works in the Notta Bay, works on and around the big pond, Martin Gully. And, you know, we were, long time ago, called the Gully government. We wear that with pride because... Sure, man, that's an unnecessary question. That's an unnecessary question. But Sir Alexander Bustamante got flayed for being the Gully Prime Minister. Well, you know, we're still fixing gullies and make sure the water run. And we have no shame. We want to make sure we fix them and they work well. So the Public Sector Transformation Unit gets $2.52 billion. You know how much work they've done in the salary adjustment. I mean, to take on the entire bureaucracy, the people who work in government, to try and adjust those hundreds of thousands of salaries in one go is not only outstanding, but is an act of bravery by the Andrew Holness administration. Solid waste management, they get $1.85 billion, among other gifts or outlays that they will get. The public debt service already, I told you, is $280 billion, and we're doing well on that. Initiatives advanced by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Public Service. And Mr. Clark mentioned it, the waterfront in downtown Kingston. I've talked to him about it. Talking with UDC, you've been down there. We need, Senator Brown, that place needs to be fixed. It's a wonderful city. We're looking and talking to IFC to work with us and others. And we think in a not too distant future, although it takes a lot of work, you're going to see a whole new Kingston developing, because private sector people are also now looking to invest in downtown Kingston. And that makes sense because it's a wonderful city made on a grid. Water is coming down here. We have to fix the sewage system. That's going to take, I don't know, maybe $700–800 million US. So the city is going to be revived. The tax office upgrade, we have to upgrade our taxes. They've been collecting taxes very well. So they get quite a bit of money to upgrade the Christiana tax office, Montego Bay tax office, Mandeville Revenue Center, Brownstown tax office, and so on. So we want to make sure that our tax people have good places to work in. The film industry, Mr. President, I want to talk to you a little bit about the film industry, because we have had the privilege of getting $1 billion from the Ministry of Finance to make sure we improve our film industry. That has been doing very, very, very well. Let me tell you how well it's been doing. Since 2016, the film industry has demonstrated, and of course, the film industry is in JAMPRO, which is in the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, which you all know is Jamaica's business ministry. So here we go. Since 2016, and that's a very pivotal year. I think they're doing something this evening, I think, not sure. But, you know, since 2016, and you know February 2016 is a pivotal part of that very important year, the film industry has demonstrated significant advance in economic impact. For instance, the contribution from film production expenditure to national GDP increased from under US $5 million to over US $18 million between 2015 and 2019. This I'm getting from the film commissioner, who is at Renee. You know Renee very well. And she's such a star that it's like Madonna, you just need to say Renee. You don't need a second name. Jobs for Jamaican screen professionals increased from 1,000 to 2,800 in the same period. That's a great, and those jobs are good paying jobs. Year to date from January 22 to February 23, Film Commission has reported over $21 million in film production expenditure since the pandemic paused between 2020 and 2022. January last year and February this year. The international productions shot on island peaked at approximately 120 per year. Most people don't know that. Several high-impact productions were filmed, including Idris Elba's directorial debut of Yardi, Storm Salter's Sprinter, Marvel's Luke Cage and Beyoncé's On the Road, the return of the James Bond franchise to Jamaica with the 25th anniversary edition of No Time to Die, the Marlon James HBO series of Get Millie Black, which I was able to go down and see some of that shooting, the Hulu Oprah Winfrey-backed Black Cake, and currently in production, the Paramount Pictures untitled Bob Marley biopic, which Senator Scott Motley just mentioned, among many, many more. So you see, the film industry is doing very well, and that's a service industry. And that's bringing in people who you would not normally, they have skills here, but they have to go overseas to find it. So, in talking with Minister Clark, and I was pushing hard for this Bob Marley, they want all kinds of things. And Minister Clark and I talked, he said, look, no, we're going to do better than that. And we're going to provide a fund. So the fund that has been agreed is $1 billion Jamaican dollars to be given to the fund. This film industry has never seen this in Jamaica. She's not going anywhere. You'll hear new news. You'll hear new news, I think. Shulette is talking with her, okay? So Shulette is the head of JAMPRO. So you see that the government is looking at not just manufacturing, not just infrastructure, but the services business, not just BPO and ITO, but also the film and the creative side. And I'm very pleased that working with Minister Clark, he was able to come up with this $1 billion over a 2-year period. But I can tell you, if our things are going well and we expect them to go well, I have no shame in going back and saying, Minister, I want more money. So we are very pleased that the film business is doing very well and will do so much better. Jamdex is going to do well. I'm working on with some financial, that's 2.5 grand for 60,000 customers, but we're going to do better than that. Won't make an announcement now because I'm working with people. Just Tuesday I'm working with some people before I go to make sure we have a special arrangement that Jamdex and links and all these things will work, because we have to get Jamaicans onto the digital platform. So Yes, and I know you know the history, but you know, we are now employing people in the current industry who are now getting jobs, and we like to talk about that too. So we are doing that. So, Mr. President, the UTEX STEM scholarship to provide to 1,000 students, Jamaicans, from low-income households over the next 5 years at a total of $2.4 billion. Listen to me, man. Senator Brown, you've been talking, so I have to repeat this. We're going to provide $2.4 billion to 1,000 UTEX students from households who need the help. And that's, again, another view of how the Andrew Holness administration helped the ordinary people who often can't help themselves. We're right there with them. So the Fiscal Research Institute, Mr. President, the nonpartisan think tank that will be engaged in research, teaching and training in public finance and policy, analyzing and informing economic and social policy decisions, particularly those involving public expenditure, taxation and fiscal sustainability, helping policymakers and the general public to understand the impact of public choices on individuals, households, and firms, among other things, so that ordinary Jamaicans don't just get the benefit, but they will get the understanding and the education that surrounds the benefit. So, Mr. President, the Constitution of Jamaica's Section 116(1) stipulates that the Minister with responsibility for finance shall, in respect of each financial year, introduce in the House of Representatives an appropriations bill outlining the estimated aggregate sums proposed to be expended during that financial year under appropriate heads of expenditure as follows. Provisions of Appropriations Bill 2023, total provisions gross to be voted recurrent, 671 million 734. Capital budget will be 75.37 billion, and that should have been 671.7 billion, and the total is 747.11 billion. The bill does not include statutory expenditure, example debt, pension payments, salaries for the judiciary, Governor General, etc., amounting to an amount of 310,638.168 million. As the Constitution states that such expenditure shall be paid out of the consolidated fund without the further authority of Parliament. In addition to the amounts which will be paid from the consolidated fund, the bill indicates the amounts which can be spent by ministries, departments, and agencies as appropriations in aid, receipts from sources such as fees, penalties, and proceeds of sale, which would normally have been paid into the consolidated fund, but which the MDAs are allowed to keep to offset their operating expenses. Many of my agencies do have those aid appropriations in aid. Both the sums to be granted to the Parliament and the provision for appropriations in aid are set out in the schedule to the bill. So, Mr. President, if it pleases you, I'm submitting this appropriations bill for consideration, for debate and consideration, again, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Crawford.
Thank you.
And you are so permitted, Senator Crawford. You have moved closer to...
Yes.
So you are so permitted. I said you have moved closer to the head of the class.
Yeah, one person was in front of the class. I was still dancing, Mr. President. That's the newest dancehall hit That is out. So, President, let me get my gadgets, my gadgets out. Mr. President, let me first start by asking my good friend and Minister, Senator Hill, to review some of the statements that he has made. The fiscal policy paper indicates that revenue and grants in total was $897 billion, suggesting that there is still a shortfall within the $1 trillion budget that exists. So I would recommend that we review where tax revenues $824 billion, non-tax revenue $65 billion, bauxite levy $1.2 billion, capital revenue $168.3, and grants $6.5 billion. So in total, that's $897 billion. There needs therefore to be found another approximately $120 billion to balance this budget. So, sorry, was the revenue figure? All right, but I mean, outside we will have a conversation on yes, yeah. outside we'll have a conversation. I also must congratulate the minister because the Bureau of Standards, as I said to you directly and I'm saying publicly, is doing an excellent job facilitating businesses, and the speed in which they are responding is of great encouragement to persons who normally are worried about the Bureau's visit. I must congratulate them, and I congratulate you for your role of being in charge of them. I ask you to pass that on to the Bureau on behalf of businesses. Now, now, Mr. President, I stand this morning, this afternoon, I'm sorry, with the intent, I stand this afternoon to expose the intent of this Jamaica Labour Party government to give the indication that their way is the only way, buttressed by some media practitioners who throw around willy-nilly the term fiscal discipline or fiscal indiscipline without truly processing what that means. The aim of this presentation, therefore, is to mash down the lie that any counter-proposal is a base of fiscal indiscipline. Indeed, the budget debate is where the government presents to the nation how they intend on getting maximum benefits out of the limited resources. And so, therefore, there can always be conversations around the resources that are present and the benefits that are expected based on the policies, the programs, and the fundamental principles upon which the government proposed. We, I believe, are not getting maximum benefits from the available funds, and no deviation from fiscal discipline as a conversation context as the context within this conversation is going to be positive. So all the ratios that are present are accepted to be standard, and by extension, we also remind the Parliament and the public that these ratios were established under the People's National Party when we did the IMF negotiation, an issue for which I will come back. So to set this platform, I will then go through some of the numbers, as did Senator Arbin Hill go through some of the numbers. So the total budget is $1,012 billion. So it's really 1.012 trillion, but so as to not confuse these numbers with 1 trillion and then 100 billion, I will stay at the billion. So it's 1,012 billion Well, well, all right. Let me tell you what I'm confused by. Because the $1 trillion budget is the cost of the services that the government is about to send. It's no different than when I go downtown for a shoes and the man want me to celebrate that the shoes is now more expensive than it was before. I don't understand why we're celebrating the fact that you're now $1 trillion. You're spending $1 trillion for which you have claimed the majority I have to pay. So normally when I go to a restaurant and he says the food has increased, I don't happy about that. So I don't know what the $1 trillion is about. Yeah, it's coming out of my pocket. So the cost of goods, Matthew looked confused. But okay, we'll come back. All right, so we'll go back again. Because a lot of the public is also celebrating this new shoes pricing. So we have to now make it clear. The government is about to spend on the services the public is about to receive $1 trillion. The public, in turn, must pay in the form of taxes that $1 trillion. Whether it is by some debt, which eventually must be paid, so it's delayed payment, or it is by current payment, which is just current taxes. Fine, we will get to that. We'll get to that. So since the public will have to pay for these services that the government facilitates, then this $1 trillion is a cost to the public, and the public, therefore, should not be overly celebratory, in my opinion, but I understand that you must celebrate something. So the budget is $1,012 billion, and this budget is divided between debt, wages, and other programs. So, Mr. President, you're going to have debt, wages, and other programs. It's very important for us to acknowledge this structure of importance, because the first importance within the budget, that is even within our Constitution, my good Senator, is the debt. So the first duty is to ensure that that which we owe is paid under the debt aspect. So the first priority is the debt. The second priority is the wages that we are supposed to pay for the persons who carry out the efforts that the delivery of the service can be done. So that the teachers, for example, so that education can be delivered. Or the doctors and nurses, so that health can be delivered. It is this second structure that we have to remember later down, because when the Minister of Finance was saying we would have to sacrifice capital budget, which is really in the programs, so as to pay the teacher, it suggests that he had inverse the structure of importance, because the capital budget should be after understanding how much you have left having paid your wages, and reasonable and livable wages. The other thing, so we have the debt, the wages, the programs. Within this current $1 trillion budget is the debt, $280 billion will be paid. So this $280 billion includes the interest portion, $155 billion, and the pay down of debt, $125 billion. Now, again, you have to understand, the debt have a cost to it. And so therefore, the cost of the debt, what you call the interest rate, the interest rate is a price of borrowing. So the cost of the cost of the debt is going to be $155 billion. And in an effort to remove or reduce the debt, you're going to pay down some of the actual principal of the debt. So we're coming there. So therefore, you have that portion. The wages is $367 billion, and that includes some of the government's duties like the pension and stuff like that. And then we have the programs, which is another $365 billion, and that is divided into the capital, 75, and the recurring, 290. Now, this is very important for us to understand, because the 365 is really what is discretionary. That is the only portion that different governments really have a say about how they're going to do or what they're going to do. That's the only portion that would be different under anybody at all. So when I see Nigel Clark, oh, we're paying the debt. everybody would have had to pay the debt. In fact, Nigel Clark has taken on what Peter Phillips also said, oh, we're paying the debt, because that is within the Constitution, a necessity that has to be paid. And it was signed by the People's National Party under IMF. I'll get to that soon, so don't be too hasteful. Now, then you have the capital, the 75, the recurring, right? So that is the discretionary. Now, maintaining the government figures means that this conversation has nothing to do, as I said, with the current fiscal targets. We're really focusing on the 365 and how it should be used. Now, the other thing I want us to also understand is when they say, oh, like for example, education get the most, a lot of time is like in tennis, you have unforced errors. So what you want to really understand is what portion have they chosen to put to education, because they also in that big number include all the teachers that they have to pay. So if you have all the teachers that you have to pay, that portion of education would automatically be done by anybody who is in government. So and the fact that they're underpaid, right, would mean that an increase in their salary, which will only increase motivation and not infrastructure and all the other things, can also meet a big jump in education. So what we're saying, Senator Leslie, is that we really should be focusing on the amount from what government have discretion over, and how I would spend it on this side, and how you have chosen to spend it on that side. That's the only debate. So when I say give 10 million to the puppy, it don't mean that I'm being fiscally indisciplined. It might really mean that I'm saying transfer it from the post. That is what we are discussing at this particular point in time. So, sorry? We will. We don't mean the 2-foot ones that have been taking the 4-foot ones that compete as a pet. Now my eyesight is failing me, so I'm going to also be. So young, eh? Yeah. I'm only young in the context of politics because the others are much older. You understand? I see people still saying yeah. I am over the hill now. But let us look at what will happen now. So the revenue portion, as I said, revenue and grants, 897, of which taxes is 824. All in line with what Senator Hill says. But now I want to take a look at the whole shout about the no new taxes, because in no way it means no more taxes. So no new taxes may mean no new tax category or no new tax rate, but it doesn't mean no more taxes. And we be careful. I've seen many upsets in sports. We don't expect one next week when Kingston College walk away with a victory, but I've seen many upsets. So therefore, what we have before us in the last 5 years, as per the fiscal paper, is that there has been in the amalgamation, in the total, a collection of more taxes. Right? So therefore, in this collection of more taxes, other than in 2020, when clearly there was a lack of economic activity, there was a total sum of 579 billion in 2019, 505 billion in 2020, 616 billion in 2021, 776 billion in 2022, and now projected 824 billion in 2023. Now, Minister Clark, in his explanation, I'm pressing 1. In his explanation showed that tax revenue, he suggests, is equal to tax rate times level of prices times number of transactions. And that is a fact. So the tax revenue is dependent on the rate, the level of prices, and the number or the quantity of transactions. So in this case, mathematically speaking, he's saying revenue can increase as long as one or a combination of the three, and the three that we're talking about here is rate, level of prices, and number of transactions. So the only way that the total can increase is if one or two, or all three, or a combination of those increase greater than the reduction in one or a combination of the other three. So that is what the minister goes on. But the people are not concerned, Senator Bunting, about tax revenues. The people are concerned about tax paid. So the essence of it is the tax impact, because the tax paid is what is the tax impact. How much more am I paying? Now, the same calculation is actually true, but at a different level. In this case, Senator Grant is at the micro level, the person, and not at the macro level, the total, the government. Now, the government rightly is in glee whenever there is a higher tax revenue. I mean, they have more to spend. But the person is not in glee if they have to pay more. So the leader of the opposition was suggesting that the tax paid was higher per person, and that was one of the contributors to the tax revenue being collected. So the tax paid is also equal, Senator Scott Motley, to the tax rate times the level of prices times the number of transactions. And I'm going to now do some of my own mathematics. So let us look at this now. In this case of salaries, the tax paid will increase if the tax rate remains the same, and that we haven't had a change in that tax rate. Your salary increase, however, and you have one work same way. So the number of transactions have not changed. So, no, you have to give me a chance. I said at the macro level. So at the micro level. So at the micro level, you can't come to about 100,000 more people. At the micro level, person A is going to pay more taxes if the rate 25% remains the same, which it has. Yes. His salary increase, let's say person A is a teacher, which it has, and him still only have one work. Yes. So therefore, this person, as the teachers have identified, yes, that they're not as better off as the growth suggests, because this increase in the taxes that they must pay make them carry home pay be no more than 20,000 more than they used to get. So even though Minister Clark continues to speak to the gross, the person who is now being able to afford living can only afford living on the net. He's concerned at the micro. So at the micro, an increase in your salary would lead to an increase in tax paid. Correct. Correct.
New or otherwise.
Yeah, new or otherwise. Whether it's new tax or no new tax. So people have been paying more. Now, we're going to come down to where... All right. No. So, yes. Because sometimes, but I love Senator Hill, because Senator Hill always set up my next point. He's always paid attention, and then he carries me straight into the next point. So he says they can spend more because they get more salary. But not all people get more salary. So I'm going to now use another bracket of taxes, the biggest one, GCT, and I'm going to use food. No, I can predict the students. So I'm going to use food. Now, the tax paid on food will increase if the tax rate decreases, but less than the increase in the price of food. And the number of transactions remain the same. So you eat the same amount of food, but you now have an increase in the price of food, right? But the rate has decreased. Senator Minister Clark continued to speak to decrease from 2020, by the way, but still. So I'm going to now do some calculations, because mathematics was not reserved for Minister Clark. So I'm going to do some calculation myself. Yeah, the algorithms were not reserved for Minister Clark. I'm going to use facts. So February 2022, let us say you spent $40,000 worth of taxable groceries untaxable groceries in 2022. Now, I make sure I put taxable groceries because I had to prepare for Senator Samuda, because he will say there is some food item that don't have taxes. So I'm saying this 40,000 is on food items that have taxes. Good? Good. The tax rate, Senator Bunting, is 15%. And the tax paid per month on this $40,000, therefore, is $6,000. Total tax paid for the year would be $72,000. Now let us look at what that same reality is February 2023. Food inflation. Now we can't use total inflation because I made it clear that this was on food. Right. And remember, about 3 years ago, I warned that there were some within certain income brackets that the entire basket didn't apply to because they only almost eat food. So sometime when the general inflation is at 9 or 6 or 5, the food inflation is they can't feed themselves. So the food inflation was actually based on starting at this point now in February, 11, and I use February because the budget come in March, 11.3%. So what happens now, the cost of the grocery before taxes is now $44,520. The tax rate remains the same, 15%. And so now this person pays $6,678. The total tax paid on food for the year is now $80,136, an increase in taxes paid of 11.3%. So while there is no new taxes, there is additional taxes, and the person at the micro is paying more taxes, therefore is feeling a greater pressure, especially if this person has not received a salary increase. Or the teacher. Right.
The garbage collector.
Right. But the person also at the micro is a child.
Yes.
And the child don't earn income. But still their consumption is taxed. So therefore, when you say that the general increase can be based on multiple things, that is true. One of the things is that each individual, based on inflationary pressures, is being asked to pay more taxes at the micro. And that is the point that the leader of opposition was making. It's important that we understand that, because in any other entity or industry or business, if you pay more, you should expect and demand more. So therefore, the people, therefore, must be told and made to understand that they are paying more and therefore should demand more and should expect more. So if I go to a restaurant, last week is $3,000 and this week is $5,000, I want something else. Is it a better service or better food or better environment? There must be something within the space that there must be something in the space that I am getting more for what I am paying. And that's why I'm happy that you established from the start that what this is the people's cost for the government services. And the people's cost has increased. Now, there has been more activity, and that's one portion of the increase. There has not been no rate increase, so therefore that's why I can't say no new taxes. But there has been more taxes. So you should say, it is true, it is true. So you bowl the ball that you bowl, no new taxes. But you can never say no more taxes, because more taxes have come onto the people. So, yeah. And the people are paying more. And the basis of that differentiation is that the payer should demand more for what he is paying. And they should demand more too, because the business is a micro entity just like the person. So the business, like some business where don't have access to sewage and have to be paying people for draw the sewage as a factory, should be demanding sewage if they're paying more. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I don't know what every business does operate the same. So the conversation then really lies in government's proposed policies. No one can deny that these targets and approaches started under the People's National Party government with the renewed IMF program after it was wrecked by the Jamaica Labour Party in between the 2007 and 2011. let us not forget that the JLP was unwilling to even take the test. And when the PMP came into power, is that we had difficulty as a country, because IMF don't care about John Brown and Mary Jane. The country, or JLP and PMP, the country had difficulty in renegotiating, and that is why I refuse to make history die. Because why is it that we refuse to give the Right Honorable Portia Simpson her props for what she has changed? No, that is true. You have always been willing, and I accept you, Senator Hill. But there are a majority of people that even within our spaces transfer it to only the finance aspect, and externally there are many now seeking to bridle Prime Minister Holness and Minister Clark as the architects and the masters and the heroes of this policy. But I was there when we couldn't get a road as an MP. I was there that they were saying that we were austerity government and we can't balance people's lives. But I'm going to go further. The Gaines being appointed to Holness, I was there in 2015 when Prime Minister Holness. Give me a chance. Prime Minister Holness, that is now acting as if he is the chief defender of these targets and the greatest believer. He said in 2015, we don't have to accept this deal being proposed. He was speaking about the British prison by the British government, and I'm quoting, in the same way that we didn't have to accept the IMF program, that the PMP negotiated and accepted, which is now wreaking havoc on the lives of the Jamaican people. These are the same targets. None of these targets have been changed. None of these targets have been changed. No, we go further. He said, hold on, they can't come to the fight about. He said, what is the trend emerging, and I quote, from all of this signing of secret memorandum, signing secret treaty, and selling us out to the IMF? The same targets. Really? That they are now claiming we are the ones willing. He said it was a sellout. No, this is a quote. This is a direct quote, an absolute quote. He says, this government, continue to quote, will sell you out. This government is not looking for your best interests. They are not looking to protect your rights. They are not looking to protect taxpayers of this country. This government is a spineless government that will sell you out. And now we are robbing Portia Simpson of history by claiming that these are the people that are the true protectors of the fiscal discipline that we had. Yeah, I can't see. No worry yourself.
There is a culmination of events because it's just about 1:20 or it's 1:20 somewhere, and Senator Crawford time is about to expire. So if you do give me a dual question.
Mr. President, given that the Speaker's time has expired and we're now at 1:20 approximately, asking that his time be extended for him to complete and that we extend the business of the Senate beyond 1:30.
I'm entertaining no divide. Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Thank you. Senator Crawford.
Thank you, and thank you very much for being so kind. As Senator Rodriguez was about to divide it, it's one of my favorite senators. You know. She knew I was coming today, so she looked like me now. I love the hairstyle. So, but the JLP is known for what the young people now call gaslighting, because they have a habit of just claiming things as theirs. I mean, I was watching the most recent speech by Minister Clark. And Minister Clark says, we are not following the PMP. And instead, we are responding with subsidized electricity bills as a program. Really? You mean this subsidized electricity bill proposed by the PMP? That was in our manifesto, not in your manifesto, but it's yours, and you're not following us, because if you followed us, it would have wrecked. When we were clear that this was our response to the suffering the people were making in an election called in the middle of a COVID thing. So all of a sudden, he says he will not follow us. But we did this. That was better than what they would have done. When is our thing he did? So I am there confused now, because how do you disagree with your thing? No wonder the people say in the opposition not opposing. the people say the opposition is not opposing. But it's not new, it's not new, it's not new. I can't really see these things so well, but employment of youth, you have taken the proposal for hard to be STEM, right? And we have to claim these things because we are the first people to say hard should be extended to STEM education. This is in our manifesto as well. And so we congratulate the Prime Minister, who we know have a copy on his bedside table, to do that. We are the first people as well that said that there should be a single person mortgage at NHT. We first proposed that, and now it's a big proposal 3 years later, like nothing never come out of it. I was reading the paper one time and I said, the Prime Minister Holiness proposed rent to buy. I said, I said, am I Prime Minister Holiness? Well, we're not even going to go through that. We come here have enough things. Come now. Yeah, but take it out of the 2020. Say, you change your mind. You change your mind. But let me go to areas of agreement. Let me go to areas of agreement. First of all, I congratulate Prime Minister Holiness on being brave enough to make an appreciable increase in minimum wage. The leader of the opposition called for 12 last year, and he came to 30. But I still congratulate him because I know the resistance that these changes in minimum wage would happen. So while there might have been agreement, you still the man uneasy is the head that wear the crown. I'm going to really congratulate him a lot. It takes people if it start to hate him for him do something when we agree with. So therefore, but no, I am saying I stand on the ground that bravery, and I'm speaking as a businessman, a businessman who's concerned about every single cost. We're concerned about increasing the cost of energy. We're concerned about increasing the cost of inputs. We're concerned about increasing the cost of security. And indeed, we're concerned about increasing the cost of labor. So therefore, once there is an increase in cost, there's consternation in the person that is seeking to maximize profit. However, as a citizen as well, I am also concerned about a person's living standard who's willing to put effort in our economic activity. There should be a minimum living standard for an individual willing to exert effort.
Yes, agreed.
And business people who are of good intent are constrained by the market when there's a low minimum wage. Because you can't willingly go and then pay a high minimum wage, especially when wage is a high percent of your total cost, because you will then not be able to compete with price. Right. So therefore, it almost is dependent on the government. Sometimes I hear some people say, you can choose to pay. You can choose. How if you choose to pay when you're competing with other people selling? You think nobody going to the supermarket say, this is a high minimum wage egg? Nobody's doing that. So sometimes I just, but sometimes people come with just uninformed thing. It is dependent on the government, and this government did it, and I am grateful, and I am proud, and I'm saying, and you did it before, yeah, you did it before, but I'm saying that I'm in agreement with that. I'm in agreement. No problem, no problem. We're gonna come to that. You always appreciate me, right? No, yeah, no. However, I believe that we need to get to a point that we have a more logical and a more objective way to set the minimum wage. and one that isn't dependent on the polls showing that you are not favorable to the people, right? So therefore, I did some research, and the research showed that there are many countries, like Germany, for example, that use a percent of the mean wage. So therefore, Germany will say 50% of the mean wage is the minimum wage, the average wage is the minimum wage. And so, I assumed the normal distribution where the mean is the mode is the median. All right? Cool. Yeah. No, I was going to say, no, I take a deep breath, you will never know how to make Matthew understand. You understand? That's what I did. But what I'm trying to say is that we should have a system where it is an objective measure that every 3 years it simply go to that objective measure. Because it shouldn't be up to people to say, okay, what them should get on whims and fancy. It should be, I think, a mean wage. Now, that percent of the mean or the average, in this case, is going to be based on if your priority is welfare maximization or if your priority is employment maximization. So therefore, maybe captured somewhere in the Constitution even, there should be the range that the government can't go too far throughout the range. But all I'm saying is that there should be a set understanding so that every 2 years it just do itself and we move on. Right? All right, fine. Me don't want to go too far, but you accept the point that I'm making, that there should be this kind of objective calculation. Right? Huh? Yeah, man, Germany do it. Currently. Now, yes. Right. It captures inflation too, because the mean wage, I don't know. Exactly. Right. So two people can benefit from Yeah, talk about it. I am now assigning Covenant. All right. Now, there also, I believe, should have been conversation about a special minimum wage. I'm coming now to the people down in the West and the hotels, etc. The hospitality worker, the call center worker, but let me just focus now on the hospitality worker, which I understand more. We have a special minimum wage for security guard. But the hospitality worker cannot be guaranteed to work a 40-hour work week. He cannot be guaranteed, Senator Sinclair, because in the if I'm a waitress and you're having a ball and you're enjoying yourself, can I say, yo, my time up, I'm gonna leave? No. He cannot do that. He must serve till you're ready to leave. So if it's right. So there are gonna be many a time, Senator Scott Motley, that his work week is really 48 and 52, and them not have no true method of overtime for him. Yeah. So because of that reality, paired with the reality that the industry is booming, as said by Sir Hill, then the participants within the industry should then get special consideration. And it is employing so much people that a government should be concerned and considerate. So therefore, while I applaud, may I say, over this side, there is a different way, and that different way may be accepted to be a better way, because we think that you should have a special one for the hotels, and the call center should be considered, but you also should have an objective way, so that the polls don't decide what happens each time. Now, Senator Hill gone, I'm not here for the class, but they were trying to give the impression that this is a big increase, the biggest increase. Well, of the 5 largest increase in minimum wage, the PMP have 4.
Ooh, really? Tell us more.
Let's look. 1994, that was 67%. 98% inflation. No, I one thing I don't like.
You're mixing up the year.
No, I'm not just the year. You're mixing up the concepts. I said minimum wage increase. Now the man start talking about all different kind of things. In 1994, the PMP gave a minimum wage increase considering all factors of 67%. In 1996, 60%. In 1999, 50%. And in 2002, 50%. So while the JLP wants to celebrate and forget that history of the 5 increases, which 30, I think this one is what, 44% it is? 44%. Right. We have mashed down that lie because they have claimed that they are the party for labor. Now they have proven the party for labor rights, but the party for workers have consistently been the People's National Party. Indeed, the concept of minimum wage was raised, I mean, the setting of the minimum, the first setting of the minimum wage was done, I think it's 74, Michael Manley and the People's National Party. Now, Mr. President, we need to be careful how we allow for people to be used as props, especially within the Parliament. We need to resist the belief that the Prime Minister seemed to have that resources of the nation can be used as he so pleases as gifts to individuals without policies. I give, for example, peanut dread. Radam, I know somebody went to the Prime Minister in his effort to be cool. I know you don't know peanut dread. He's not that cool. And maybe he didn't know that peanut dread said that he had an injury through an accident that he could not afford to get fixed at the hospital. I said to myself, how peanut dread can't afford health care when health care is free? So maybe peanut dread knows that it is a lie being sold, that health care is free because you almost have to pay for every single thing when you actually get there. So the policy that, oh, we have free health care, when there is no health care, that should have been fixed when peanut dread came here, because that are the things. There are others like him who might not make the Prime Minister popular, but who are in same circumstance. So the People's National Party wants to tell peanut dread and others like him that we have proposed from our last manifesto that there should be a national health insurance. And when I spoke to the current leader, the man said, go and go shoot it, man, because we still believe in the national health insurance. We got from a large insurance company a costing, a calculation of what that will cost. And they stated some of the benefits of this national health insurance. And one of what it costs, I know, I mean, you like this one here, Senator Grant. Office.
Senator who? Senator who?
Grant, maybe. Don't disturb me when you see me in our floor. Just accept anything but office visits. At least it's only the names losing him, but follow the concepts. Office visits. You can go on 4 office visits for just a co-pay of $800. Right? You have 10 visits per disability. You have things like 10 visits per disability, gynecologist visits. You have 80% of your medicine. All of that was for approximately $18 billion in their calculation. You even have dental in it. What is taking this government so long to have a proposal for discussion, for us to say that we can do this for our people? The best thing for out of the $1 trillion, because I don't want you to say we are now moving towards fiscal indiscipline. I talk about within the $395 billion that you had, we would have taken $18 billion out of it. Indeed, the People's National Party, as proved here, had it in our manifesto. The young lady that was carried as well and being paraded, I think the Bible says that when you give with your left, your right hand shouldn't know, or when you give with your right, your left hand shouldn't know. But the Prime Minister now have this young lady making advertisements when she was a victim of the Prime Minister's decision. The Prime Minister decided to act as he acted.
On a point of order, Mr. President. That is misleading the Senate. She was a victim of fraud by a gang selling land illegally attached to the Klansman gang. She was not a victim of the Prime Minister. That must be withdrawn. It is not appropriate.
With respect, the Prime Minister came to this Parliament and said he had given instructions
to tear down an illegally built structure on stolen land by a gang that was attached to your side.
He was the one
He was not an abuser, and you cannot do that. The statement must be withdrawn, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
the statement must be withdrawn.
He said no.
The statement must be withdrawn. The statement must be withdrawn. The statement must be withdrawn. You can't tell me anything. The statement is inaccurate and it is a lie. And it must be pulled back, Mr. President.
What's your ruling, sir?
The minister, I'm sorry. The minister, Samuda, pointed out that the Prime Minister did not give any instructions as suggested by...
To demolish her house?
To demolish her house.
To demolish her house?
Let me finish now. I don't think that, I think that Senator Crawford's proposition is such that any right-thinking person listening to it would not in any way be misled. So he can continue.
You know what, Mr. President? You know what, Senator Lambert?
You want another presiding officer,
Nobody gonna stop my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no. I got to keep. No, all I'm saying is that the house that was demolished was based on decisions made. All the realities that should have been considered remain the same. So nothing has changed in the decisions that were in her circumstance. At that time, she was a victim of fraud. At that time, all the other things that are still the same wasn't considered in an alternative thing than licking down her house. So therefore, I don't understand. That is why they call him the demolition man. Now, let's go to some of the things that we don't necessarily agree with. I'm coming to completion. Heart Trust. The separation of Heart from the Ministry of Education is indeed baffling. And now Heart is in the Prime Minister's office, and there has been constant failings, including some of the unrest that we're seeing in the media today. But I indeed am a true supporter of Heart. The photo you're seeing here is 28th of November 2009. As president of the PMPYO, we awarded Mr. Siaga an award for his input and his concept of, that's me as a younger Rasta of Heart. But more so, if you look at some of these photos, that is me going to Heart. As a member of Parliament, I attended Heart, and I know, you visited that site. And I have a certification in steel bending. I can make stirrup, I can make mutton, I can make all these things. No, I was taking the young men of East Rural, so therefore I went to encourage them to go. We have to work. No, I'm telling you, I can go to Canada anytime. So I am encouraging the young people to take up Heart because they were excellent teachers. Excellent teachers. And they came to the community and were willing to do projects in the community while they were training. So I must say. However, grand announcements re Heart tuition and admin fees being removed is fool's gold. Fool's gold. Everybody's excited about it, but so is everybody excited about fool's gold. Hanover is an example. The Prime Minister announced that up to level 4, tuition fees and admin fees will be removed. That's great. Let's see now. We need to go no further than pronouncements made in today's Observer. What does the pronouncement say in today's Observer? Managing Director of Heart Trust, NSTA, Dr. Tanisha Ingleton, in the article titled Heart Ready to Grow, Ingleton told the Jamaica Observer that based on the announcements, the entity will be expecting a loss of $58.7 million. So $58.7 million reduction in institutional income. She went further to state that the target pre-announcement was 117,000 enrollments. Quick calculation shows that $58 million in losses is $502 per person. $502 per person. The Prime Minister came with $1 trillion budget. Made a big song and dance when the vast majority of people were paying nothing in the first place. There were only admin fees for level 2 and 3. And if you pay one time, you don't pay again. And then at level 4, only some courses had a fee of 20,000, maximum 60,000. The ones that have the largest fee, level 5, is not up to level 4. But it is celebrated because we all want something to happen for these young people. What value is this grand announcement? 58 million in $1 trillion budget? Yes. Because what it's doing now is set us up to castigate the youths that them worthless when nothing has changed for them. Nothing has changed. Now, there is a waiting list currently. Let us look at one of them that train for the major industry that we have. That is hotel and tourism, Runaway Bay. They have a waiting list of approximately 2,000 people currently. Before the excitement and the this and the that, they have a waiting list. No, with all the new hotels that we build, there should be a second heart like Runaway Bay to expand that training. There's second. Let me give you my plan for heart as a art man. As a art graduate. I don't think the Prime Minister can say he's a art graduate. You have approximately 170 high schools in Jamaica, secondary schools, approximately 170. I said that we should do 50 per year. We give them $100 million to build out their TVET program. Because you know that the heart of $15 billion each year. It gets 15 billion coming to it each year. So you just said that. So we are in agreement. So therefore, instead of 58 million, let us really change this country by putting within the secondary schools 5 billion a year. In 4 years, every secondary school will gone. And they will then build out their TVET infrastructure. They call it their TVET laboratory. Because technical subjects need some form of these skills. Let us build out their TVET laboratories. Now, these schools will then open at 5 p.m. to accept adults for evening school. Again, there's a good model that exists with the St. Andrew Technical High School that have their full adult evening school after 5, like 5 to 9. Now, what that will also do is to increase accessibility, because if the Prime Minister thinks that $3,000 was a deterrent for 1 year, you imagine that a person have to find a way to get there. And congratulations to Heart give you lunch. So therefore, we're saying, let us take the next 4 years and build out the TVET infrastructure within the secondary schools. Because you know what, Senator Mayor? The infrastructure of schools is one of the most inefficient infrastructure investments in this country. The infrastructure of school is used basically from 8 to 4, 8 months, Monday to Friday. And all of that investment then lay until either a political meeting a keep or somebody want to use it. It's an underutilized infrastructure. So if we should now extend the utility of the infrastructure by putting in the TVET laboratories, imagine how accessible 200 new entities that is what announcement is, not $502. No. Additionally, we should take the 11 billions being bamboozled from the NHT over the next 4 years to build dormitories in these schools that will allow our students from wherever to attend one of the schools with the TVET specialization that they're interested in. Because you can't put every TVET in every school. So you have to really know, make this one, these 10 is that, and these 10 is that, and these 10 is that. So a person of this interest now, he then now goes and become a resident. I asked a contractor to tell me how much $200 million can do. He says, basically, a dormitory, $1 million per student, is reasonable, a reasonable expectation. So if you put 200 million in our school, you can put a dormitory for 200 children. Now you imagine how we can change this country when we can separate some of our at-risk youths from the influence of these communities and put them. We had that plan in the 70s when they used to go up to some of these areas and stay. That is how we change nations. Transformative. That's how we change nations. So therefore, I am not in celebratory mode because we are removing $58 million out of a $1 trillion budget, averaging $502 per person. That is in itself ridiculous. And I think I will have support from the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister said, and I'm not being unkind to the Prime Minister, I'm just using his words. Oh, I'll go on, I'll see my something chip out there too. Yeah, sabotage. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, for heart, my heart plan, yes. Oh, before I go to the Prime Minister, I'm going to go to Minister Clark after that. I'm suggesting you go to Minister Clark and ask him for $30 billion to facilitate monthly stipends of $25,000 to every youth in heart that maintains attendance records and a grade point average. Not new money, not fiscal indiscipline, but from the $395 billion. If you think that's too much, allow me to quote from the Heart Trust NSTA 2022-2026 strategic plan. The strategic plan, it says, a ranking of 135th, was attained for organized crime and 148th for homicide rates per 100,000 people, population. Violence has resulted in a chaotic existence for many families and businesses and has stifled economic and social development. Data from the Inter-American Bank 2014 indicates that crime costs Jamaica approximately 3.99% of GDP. A coordinated multidimensional approach is needed to tackle the scourge of crime and violence in Jamaica, and HEART's role in developing the labor force through globally competitive training and employment of the crime strategy. So if we can induce participation, and a person who have to go hustle, how am I going to go hard? A person who have a look at youth and have to send something, how am I going to go hard? So therefore, I believe that if we could give them a $25,000 per month, it will take that thing. But the Prime Minister should agree. Mr. President, there is absolutely no reason, no excuse for the government with the circumstances we currently face to still be taking $11 billion per year from NHT. Senator Bunting, I want your local attention for this one. I see they say, in X time, Minister Davis said no new taxes, but he wasn't taking $11 billion from NHT. What we have now is a continuation of taking $11 billion from the NHT to buttress the budget. So when we jump and say no new taxes, we should remind the people that the benefits that they could get from NHT is not being possible to the equal extent, because over the period of the Jamaica Labour Party, they must have gone $80 billion by now. You say we started. Yeah, man, but he once again, he opens the door. When we started it, the Prime Minister, when we started it, he threatened to go to court, claiming it was unconstitutional. But then in 2017, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "It should be clear to the entire Jamaica that is not the intention of government to use up the NHT money to do things other than build housing." This is 2017, I quote. I quote, to do anything other than houses. He then says, I don't mind if you win a political battle that well, he broke his promise, or well, he can't be just, or whatever. You want to win in a political battle, that's fine, go ahead, win it. This is the person that said his philosophy is that NHT money should not be spent other than for houses. And now we continue even without the need to take and take and take and take under the claim that we can say no new taxes. Then if the NHT money doesn't remain in the trust, then the NHT money, that portion is now a tax. That is a tax. It was a trust first. That is why the trust used to set up on the benefit, and now it just got to the consolidated fund. We have to be careful what we do. Yeah, he did say that. Now, if you look throughout the promises that they assume that they have proposed, the thread is the same. After exorbitant increase in traffic fines targeted affecting mainly the transport operators, they're going to propose a benefit of approximately $4,000 a year. And they assume that did it. But no, that didn't did it. And that didn't do it. In the charge of a tint is $500,000. Additionally, they would like
that's not so. I don't think it's $500,000 for. I saw that, but I checked it and I don't think it's right.
All right, I'll accept I doesn't have all the numbers.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The fee.
I know you're not sure, sir.
That thin thing, it had come out in the social media and say it was 500, and then
so you have corrected,
no,
and I will accept.
I'm just saying that you need to check.
No, that you challenge it, I will check.
No, not challenge it. I just.
But I'm going to confirm to you that the point remains the same. That the exorbitant increases in fees will not did it for the taximen when it is wiped away. He didn't did it. They would like the youths that they seek favor and connection with the yang culture by claiming they're giving away helmets without reminding them that it's illegal still to buy a bike without helmets. Now that I'm sure of, because I pointed that out. That how can it be illegal to buy a bike without at the same time buy a helmet? So if the Prime Minister gives youth A helmet and he goes to buy a second bike, youth A haven't benefited from the Prime Minister's helmet. No. He now have to go buy a new bike. So I expect you come to change this now with this new proposal that you're going to be giving helmets away. We will pay dearly, I put it to you, for the way we negotiated with our teachers. Mr. President, in 2020-2021, resignation 723 teachers. In 2021-2022, resignation 1,310 teachers, almost double. The impact isn't reflected in the numbers because one teacher is responsible in the secondary entities for up to 160 children. A teacher teaching 4 classes, which is the norm, 2 10th grade, 2 11th grade, is going to have in each class 40 students. So every time you have a teacher missing, that is going to be 160 students. What do we have now? We have today's date, about 2 months from CXC, that schools are still in the Sunday paper advertising 6 spaces and 7 spaces. And what we have done is to make Jamaica uncompetitive for the services of our teachers, and also that we have increased the intent in the way that the negotiations were handled for our teachers to migrate. This have been captured. Mr. President, this is a poll budget that was aimed to take advantage of the lack of information, a poll budget in the public. But if you think that did it, you made a sad mistake. I asked the taximen, and they respond 4 grand after taking 400 grand. No, it didn't did it. I asked the youth who have given up on the prosperity plan, do you think it did it? They say, no, it didn't did it. I asked the grand announcements, did it? If they said making what's already free, it didn't do it for me. I asked the teachers, Did it. They told me to ask their travel agents because it did it. I asked the children getting 1 lunch per week, did it. They say no, it didn't it. I asked the entertainment practitioners who can't get a permit due to daily states of emergency, did it. No, it didn't it. I asked the single mothers. And Mr. President, I asked the posters. And the unfortunate answers will be no, Mr. H, no, Mr. C. This budget did it for me. Respect and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Crawford. This Honourable Senate will now rise for approximately 3/4 of an hour to allow members to refresh themselves. Every Jamaican has the right to know what is happening in Parliament, to know when new laws are being passed, and to give their opinions on legislation before either house.
Every Jamaican has the right to see their representatives in action, making laws, holding the executive to account, representing the people, working for the benefit of all Jamaicans.
It is your right to observe first-hand meetings of the Senate, meetings of the House of Representatives, and the meetings of parliamentary committees. You may also take a tour of your parliament.
To find out more about the Houses of Parliament, please call 876-922-0200, follow us on Instagram and Facebook, or visit our website at www.japarliament.gov.jm.
It's Friday, March 24. In the headlines, a constitutional reform committee has been named, and we highlight a young mathematician making her mark in her community. In business news, JP Group acquires Belgian company. Regionally, Guyana is pushing a solar alliance. Internationally, TikTok CEO faces off with U.S. legislators in hearing. And in sports, Jamaica to face Puerto Rico in ice hockey match. This is the news on PBC Jamaica. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The Constitutional Reform Committee was named on Wednesday. It's the latest move by the government as it prepares to make changes to Jamaica's constitution as the country begins its journey to become a republic. Prime Minister Andrew Holness made the announcement at the office of the Prime Minister, noting that the committee will be chaired by Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Mrs. Marlene Malahoo Fort.
Ambassador Rocky Mead, CD, will act as co-chair, and Ambassador Mead works out of the Office of the Prime Minister. Dr. Derek McCoy, CD, JP, KC, Attorney General of Jamaica. Senator the Honorable Tom Tavares Finson, OJ, CD, KC. Senator Ransford Braham, CD, KC, Government Senator.
The other members include Members of Parliament Donna Scott Motley and Anthony Hilton, International Constitutional Law expert Professor Richard Albert, National Constitutional expert Dr. Lloyd Barnett, Attorney at Law Hugh Small, representing faith-based groups Dr. David Henry. Representing civil society, Dr. Nadine Spence. Lalita Davis Mattis of the National Reparations Committee, and Youth Advisor Sujay Boswell. Prime Minister Holness also noted the job of the Reform Committee.
Review the work that has already been taken place in this regard, to pull from that body of work what is relevant to today's circumstances, to give advice, and to guide the overall process.
He says Jamaica's journey to become a constitutional republic is not a straightforward one.
There may be the view that it is a straightforward and simple task of just changing the name of the country from that of a constitutional monarch to a republic. That is not the case. There are many legal steps that we have to go through, and there is the matter of a referendum, the outcome of which no one can.
Jamaica is a constitutional monarchy with a parliamentary system of government where the king is technically head of state, represented by the Governor General. Before Jamaica makes a switch to republic governance, such a change would require a referendum currently scheduled for 2025. Before that time, the Constitutional Reform Committee must produce its recommendation in a timely fashion to allow the government to mobilize public opinion in advance of the referendum. Predial larceny continues to be a problem for farmers in St. Thomas. Our news team spoke to one farmer who says he is frustrated by the constant theft. We have the details in this report. This farmer is located at East Albion, St. Thomas. He's appealing to Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Pernell Charles Jr., to do more to help farmers combat the scourge of predial larceny.
Because just recently, I bought some chemical. And as quick as me do that, then come and steal it. They steal my fertilizer and all those that, and then we've been doing these things over the years. Yeah? And they have not been caught, and if them do get caught, they have no serious consequences to bear, so them come back on the street. Because when farmers spend $300,000 and $400,000 for putting anything, and then somebody come and take it away, yeah, it's a downfall, and it breaks them up in a way. It's not every farmer can stand up in it. Some can stand and some can't stand. So what may I say to the Minister of Agriculture, we have the power to help us.
He says he has lost thousands of dollars due to thieves making off with crops and fertilizers.
The estimate of what I really lose is about just a little over $300,000. Okay? I buy $120-something thousand worth of fertilizer, and may have to replace the chemical when I buy over $100,000. I may have to still replace it after they steal it, and then still come back and thief again.
According to a 2016 Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture study, predial larceny results in loss of up to $321 million annually, or an estimated 17.9% of Caribbean agricultural output. Jamaican farmers suffer losses of up to $5 billion per annum due to that criminal activity. Minister Charles says the ministry, through the Predial Larceny Prevention Unit, has been pursuing several strategies to combat the illegal activity. For the news on PBCJ, I'm Simone Absalom Gale. A hero is a person who is admired for their courage, outstanding achievement, or noble qualities. This month's community hero is one such person. Her charity started in the home and spread throughout her hometown, Linstead, and beyond. The role of a teacher is to inspire, motivate, encourage, and educate learners. That describes this community hero, Amoy Page, and her subject of choice is mathematics.
went to Holy Child High School, did sixth form at Dintil Technical High School, where I was the deputy head girl. So after Dintil, I went to UWI, and again, I studied math. I studied actuarial science. It's pretty much risk management, but a lot of math. And I realized that that kind of concreted my passion that I had for math. When I realized that, okay, I'm going to take this to a different level, CXC. I did Cape Maths also, and the teacher was pretty young. So it was 6 of us in the class, and technically the teacher made 7 students because she was young and new to the whole Cape Math thing, so we were all learning together. So it was a lot of research, having to figure out things together, and that kind of concrete my love for math. I realized that, okay, I really like this thing.
And her grades in Cape?
Ones. All ones.
When did your love of math begin?
From I was in grade 4, my parents decided to send me to math class. So I was doing math Saturday class for GSAT from grade 4 in Linstead. And then when I passed GSAT, started to go to high school, my father started sending me to CXC math classes from grade 9. So I was pretty much ready to do CXC math from grade 9, but my father decided not to allow me to do the exam. So I did the exam in grade 11. So I did 3 years of CXC math. And then I just realized that I love math from ever since. It was pretty much interesting to solve. So you know that when you solve a math problem, if it's hard, so for instance, circle theorem, it's hard to kind of like find X because it's a lot of angles and things. So when I realized that I actually find it, that joy that I find inside, it was just, okay, I need to continue doing this because the joy that I get afterwards was just so satisfying. So I realized that, you know, there was this love for math from ever since, and just solving the problems, it just was peaceful. There are times when I'm bored and I actually go do a math question. So, yeah. I have a little tagline that math is beautiful. If you love math, it will love you. So just be kind and gentle to math, and you'll realize that it starts to look different. When you look at it through a different lens, I promise you, you'll realize that it's easy. It's actually easy. It's just simple steps to it's just simple steps to solving something that seems complicated. So if you know that 1 + 1 is 2, you just want the basics. 1 + 1 is 2. So if them give you 2 + 1, you already know that you just need to add 1 more. It's building blocks. It's like building blocks. Let me just put it that way.
How did the teaching come into play?
So from ever since, I always teach. So I would teach the furniture, I would teach the teddy bears, I would teach my little sister. My little sister is 8 years younger than me. So sometimes I'd go to her and I'd say, okay, this is how you do this. As much as she won't understand, because it's a good gap between the both of us, I'd always teach her. I'd always just, and again, from a talk to the furniture, you must know that it's serious. So they're not responding. I don't know if they understand. But my thing is, once I can explain it to you, then I understand it. So I would teach. And then when my sister now got to grade 10, she would always come to me asking me to help her with some little tricks. How do I remember this? It's been so long. How do you even remember it? What do you do? Right? And I said, okay, and I started teaching her and telling her how to do things and some little tricks that I had. And then she started telling her friends, and then her friends then want me to tell them the tricks as well, and then that was how this whole Mathamoy tricks birthing, teaching persons how to do math came about.
Give us an example.
I have a little song. So there's this little song to row, row, row your boat. It says, same sign, add and keep, different sign, subtract. Keep the sign of the larger number, that will be exact. So if you're doing direct numbers, if you have a negative 2 minus 1, how do I remember that that's -3? If the signs are the same, -2 and -1, the signs are the same. So you add the numbers and then keep the sign. Right? If the signs are different, so if it was -5 + 2, you would subtract the numbers and then keep the sign at a larger number, and that would be exact. So there are little things, little tricks that would help you to remember how to go about doing it.
We encourage Ms. Page to continue her good works. It's time now for the Business Report with Danita Rodney.
Jamaica Producers Group, JP, has completed another acquisition of a beverage manufacturer in Europe. In a release on the Jamaica Stock Exchange this week, the company announced 100% acquisition of Belgium-based Juicy Group NV and HPP Belgium NV. This move positions the company to become a market leader in the fresh juice industry in Europe, operating in the Netherlands, Belgium, and Spain. With each location having its own unique target market and brand, JP will continue to provide a wide range of cold-pressed fresh juices and smoothies across the continent, taking advantage of high-pressure processing at each state-of-the-art production facility. Now for your market updates. In foreign exchange trading for Thursday, March 23, the US dollar sold for an average of $152.36. The Canadian dollar ended trading at $110.75. The pound sterling traded for $183.91, and the euro sold for an average of $161.18. In JSE trading, the JSE index declined by 2,550 points. The junior market index declined by 48 points. The combined market index declined by 2,830 points, and the All Jamaican Composite Index declined by 3,601 points. Overall market activity resulted from trading in 125 stocks, of which 32 advanced, 57 declined, and 36 traded firm. Stocks advanced for 138 Student Living Jamaica Limited, Barita Investments Limited, and Honeybun 1982 Limited. Stocks declined for AMG Packaging and Paper Company Limited, Blue Power Group Limited, and Cargo Handlers Limited. Trading firm were Derrimon Trading Company Limited, Dolphin Cove Limited, and Elite Diagnostics Limited. The overall volume leaders were First Rock Real Estate Investments Limited, USD, with over 19 million units, Future Energy Source Company Limited ordinary shares with over 7 million units, and Dollar Financial Services Limited with over 3 million units. In regional stocks, in Trinidad and Tobago, zero securities traded. On the Barbados Stock Exchange, zero securities traded. In regional business, the International Solar Alliance ISA is extending its hand to all member countries, including Trinidad and Tobago, to assist in deploying solar energy technology in respective countries. TTT's Sunil Lala reports.
Chief of Operations at the International Solar Alliance wants TNT to be an active member, noting that the possibilities are endless to help sustain the country's solar energy needs.
Yeah, the first thing I'd love to do, be able to see, is explore the opportunity of being able to have a solar roadmap for the country, and the roadmap would define the milestones, the objectives, and the pathways to being able to achieve those.
Speaking to TTT News in India, Mr. Wycliffe noted that Trinidad and Tobago, like the rest of the world, have been attempting to make strides in the Solar Energy Trust, and said the ISA can help in this regard. He added specific plans to approach TNT soon.
Welcome. During our meetings, during regional meetings, we offer the opportunity to partner with, we involve and we invite. With Trinidad and Tobago, we would like to have a special session, a bilateral meeting, later during this year. We'll come for the regional meeting, and we'd like to take things forward and progress.
Mr. Wycliffe also spoke about providing support to Trinidad and Tobago with some of its future solar projects.
If they're happy to engage with us, we would more than welcome to look at how we can mobilize and support them with the resources. Being able to work in various areas in the agricultural area, in the fishing business, fishing industry, in the marine industry. See some of the areas that solar can really make a lot of impact in terms of cold storage for our farmers and fish export producing. So we'd love to work with Trinidad and Tobago in these areas.
The International Solar Alliance was jointly launched by India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with others in 2015, and was done to drive the energy transition. 114 countries have signed the framework agreement of the ISA, of which 92 countries have since ratified it. Sonolala, TTT News.
In international business, Wall Street closed higher as market participants were soothed by reassurances that measures will be taken to keep American banks' deposits safe.
Wall Street seesawed to close higher on Thursday. The Dow ticked up 0.2%, the S&P 500 0.3%, and the Nasdaq a full percent. The session followed Wednesday's slide that came after the Fed's quarter-point rate hike, Chair Jerome Powell's subsequent Q&A session, and Yellen's testimony before Congress in which she ruled out blanket protection for all deposits.
Well, I think the market volatility that we are seeing today is just a reflection of the challenges that the Federal Reserve created by raising interest rates 9 consecutive times.
While interest rate hikes by central banks around the world have stressed the banking sector, most notably with the recent failures of SVB Financial and Signature Bank, Tim Pagliara, chairman and chief investment officer of Cap Wealth, believes markets have been notably resilient.
For example, SVB Bank, it's the first collapse of a bank in history that wasn't credit related. And so this whole concept of the dangers of the bond market, duration, whether or not deposits were insured, I think the market has taken all of this in stride very well.
In market data for oil prices fell sharply amid declining European banking shares and after claims that refilling U.S. strategic petroleum reserve may take several years, dampening demand prospects. Brent crude fell $2.50 to $73.41 a barrel, while West Texas Intermediate crude futures dived $2.47 to $67.49 a barrel. And that was the business report on PBCJ. I'm Denita Rodney.
In regional news, we start with news out of Trinidad and Tobago. CARICOM must look more urgently at its land issues. This from Minister of Planning and Development Penelope Beckles. Speaking at the 5th High-Level Forum of the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management on Thursday, the minister noted climate change trends indicate that spells of drought are going to become more frequent and severe.
Minister of Planning and Development Penelope Beckles said beyond more frequent and severe spells of drought, climate change trends can also have a negative impact on food security.
Now, it could be argued that these problems may be bridged with engineering and economic solutions, where food is imported, retaining reinforcing structures are built, and water is desalinated. However, what this does is that it creates a reliance on technologies that necessitate high capital and recurrent expenditure, as well as being prone to periodic and unexpected downtime.
The minister said Caribbean economies would be made more robust and resilient if the decision to adopt more nature-based solutions is chosen.
Since they not only optimize the provision of ecosystem goods and services, but they also minimize those aforementioned costs, providing in the bargain, economic flexibility to deploy revenue for other purposes.
The 5th High-Level Forum is a biennial summit of the leaders of the region's land management ministries. Ministers from across the Caribbean community are meeting to review the implementation of PISM's sustainable land and soil management projects currently impacting 10 nations: Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Belize, Commonwealth of Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, St. Lucia, and Trinidad and Tobago.
The International Solar Alliance has developed a new funding scheme to help vulnerable countries upgrade their energy infrastructure to use more solar energy, which is believed to be better for the environment. This new facility was developed after Guyana's President Dr. Ifran Ali called for more funding to help Caribbean countries at an ISA regional meeting held in Guyana in August.
We have now developed a finance facility that will take care of the fears and the nervousness of lenders and developers who want to go in. One is called a payment guarantee. So suppose there's a debt or there's a credit people borrow from the bank. We provide a payment guarantee for a hand-holding period, a period of hand-holding, where if the returns are not in there, we are able to compensate them more. Second is, we also have an insurance premium support where we provide support for payment of insurance premium. So if there's a loss due to certain things like calamity, crisis, political issues, we're able to step in and the insurance premium will sort them out. We also have investment support. So this is a unique product. We are about to raise, we are in the process of raising $250 million for Africa alone to be able to provide this facility. We would also like to now expand it to the other regions, including the Asia Pacific and the Latin American countries and Caribbean countries. Since we had the meeting the last time in Guyana, the teams come up and put together the basic model of how SolarX has. It has evolved over the last 6 to 7 months. So the first of that model is being launched in Africa. Like I said, 80% of the energy resources required sits within the continent. That does not mean to say we're ignoring the rest of the world. So the model has been kind of worked through the last 6 months to be able to come across through both Caribbean and the Asian.
The United States is reaffirming its commitment to the continued development of a regional security system. More from SKN Newsline.
Her Excellency Linda Tagliatella reaffirmed the commitment of the United States government to the continued development of the Regional Security System, RSS, when the RSS Council of Ministers met on 22nd March in Grenada. The meeting was attended by St. Kitts and Nevis Prime Minister Dr. Terence Drew, who is also the Minister of National Security. Recognizing the complexity of threats facing the region, from natural hazards, climate change to narcotics and human trafficking and the illegal trade in firearms, Tagliatella said the United States will continue to collaborate with the RSS in fighting transnational crime.
Eastern Caribbean countries created the RSS out of a need for a collective response to security threats. Over the years, these threats have become only more complex and multidimensional. From cyber threats to climate change to illicit trafficking and money laundering, the institution continues to grow and adapt so that it can better equip its member states to confront these challenges. As it does so, the United States will continue to stand by the RSS and invest in this partnership that we have developed over time. In particular, the RSS has a unique perspective on the threats that the Eastern Caribbean faces from transnational organized crime. To meet its core goal of providing immediate and threat-appropriate responses to all situations, the RSS must be forward-thinking and adaptable. Under the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, or CBSI, the United States continues to collaborate with the RSS on efforts to tackle the transnational criminal threat. Some examples of how countries benefit directly from the CBSI programs, both through the RSS and bilateral, include: first, technical assistance and equipment to improve maritime interdiction capabilities, including interceptor boats and logistics and maintenance support. Second, we provide advisory support to financial investigation units across the region that work diligently to deny criminals the proceeds of their offenses. Third, we support programs to modernize the criminal justice sector. And finally, we continue to invest in expanding digital forensic capabilities in the region.
As close partners of the RSS, representatives of the United States, the European Union, and the Caribbean Development Bank participated in the RSS Council of Ministers meeting that was also attended by St. Kitts and Nevis' Prime Minister. Glenn Batt reporting for SK Newsline.
In news further afield, head of the world's fastest growing social media app has faced 5 hours of questioning by a United States House committee. TikTok's CEO, Xu Zhiqiu, was grilled about teenage safety and data security. Al Jazeera's Mike Hanna reports.
It was a rare moment of bipartisanship in a divided Congress.
Welcome to the most bipartisan committee in Congress. We may not always agree on how to get there, but we care about our national security.
At issue here are free speech rights, federal control of social media, and national security issues. In recent days, Xu Zhiqiu and his team have been lobbying in Washington, including meeting with each member of this committee. The charm offensive carried on TikTok itself.
I'm super excited to announce that more than 150 million Americans are on TikTok. That's almost half of the US.
But congressional critics were not deterred.
TikTok is a grave threat of foreign influence in American life.
It's been said it's like allowing the Soviet Union the power to produce Saturday morning cartoons during the Cold War, but much more powerful and much more dangerous.
And shown to the committee disturbing TikTok content that was found on the feed of a 16-year-old who killed himself by jumping in front of a train. It's alleged the content contributed to his suicide.
We must save our children from big tech companies like yours.
Number one, we will keep safety, particularly for teenagers, as a top priority for us.
Xu insisted TikTok didn't share information with the Chinese government, saying the company would take steps to ensure independent monitoring of data use.
All protected U.S. data will be under the protection of U.S. law and under the control of the U.S.-led security team.
A few Liberal members of the House have opposed the move to shut down TikTok, the primary fear that this would be against the First Amendment, the freedom of speech clause in the Constitution. But it appeared the majority support either shutting the app down or forcing a sale to a U.S. company. The FBI director has told Congress that TikTok represents a national security threat. The federal government has ordered that it be removed from all federal devices. The previous administration attempted to shut TikTok down, but the move was stopped by the courts. And whatever emerges from these hearings, there's likely at some stage to be a protracted legal argument based on First Amendment grounds. Mike Hanna, Al Jazeera, Washington.
In sports, we head into the rink with hockey. Jamaica is set to head to New York City in June for a 3-match series against Puerto Rico. In a release, the Jamaica Ice Hockey Federation says discussions have been underway for some time now in an effort to find dates and rinks to hold the event. It says the dates have now been set for June 8th to the 11th, with matches scheduled to be played each evening of the 8th, 9th, and 10th. The tournament venue will be announced by the end of this week. And that's it for the news on PBCJ. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. Remember, you can follow us on our social media platforms at PBC Jamaica. And remember, we are the People's Station.
Friend who will not tell me if I've done yo, you did something wrong and you must change. Don't what you've done is wrong and you must apologize, or you must something, you know, acknowledge the fact that you have done something wrong. I want my friends to always tell me if I've made a mistake. That's friendship. Bad company, on the other hand, will not tell you that. Bad company will never take the blame for something they did. So if you and your friends were out and your friend threw a stone and it hit somebody's car, and the person came and said, "Who hit my car? Who hit my car?" And your friend said, "It's not me, it's that person." Are those persons really your friend? You see, look at my eye. Are those persons really your friend? Or are those persons bad company? Remember, we do not want to have bad company. We want to have good friends and good friendship. Now, what makes good friendship? Let's go. Shared interest. Now, I have an example here. James and John loves to play Fortnite on their Xbox One S. Anybody play Fortnite? Anybody? Oh my God, you play Fortnite or Among Us? You play Among Us? I was just going to tell you that. Let's go play Among Us now, but we'll play Among Us later. But if you and your friends like to play Among Us or Fortnite or Roblox or Minecraft, that's shared interest, right? Or shared values. Sarah and Emily loves and value education. They like to learn, they like to read, and they share that together. Trust. Patrick and Peter Gate trust each other enough to share their feelings, to tell them, "Oh, hey, I feel so sad today because X, Y, and Z." That must be a level of trust. There must be a level of trust right there. Honesty. So honesty. James was honest enough to tell Jerry that he did not like the shirt he was wearing. You know, Jerry might say, "You like my shirt?" By the way, boys and girls, you like my shirt? It looks nice. Looks nice. All right. If you said yes and you're honest about it, I appreciate it. If you said yes, but you weren't honest about it, I mean, I appreciate you. You're not being honest. Yeah. But honesty is if somebody asks you a question and you give them your genuine response, you're not afraid to tell them the truth, then you're honest with them. Respect. This is what makes a great friendship. Amelia respects the privacy of Shania. Therefore, she, which is Amelia, tries not to search through Shania's school bag because she respects Shania's privacy. Forgiveness is the next one that I want us to understand. That if you're building good friendship, you must be able to forgive. Ronaldo threw a ball, that should be through, not throw. He threw a ball. Ignore that. He threw a ball at God. You see what happened? He threw a ball and it hit his friend. Now I'm gonna make this correction because man, tell the truth, boys and girls. If I don't make this correction, it's gonna affect me. So let's go. He threw a ball. All right, that's it. That's what I want. Bam, bam, bam. Let's go. All right. So Ronaldo threw a ball and it hit his friend Tajay. Now instead of arguing, Ronaldo apologized to Tajay and Tajay forgave him. That is what makes a really good friendship. The next one is support. Susie entered the school pageant and her friend Jessica cheered her on throughout the entire show. Jessica did what? Supported Susie by going to all the pageants and by cheering Susie on. Now, how to make good friends or how to make friends? Go to the places where people are. For example, if we were face to face at school, you'd go to the football field during the playtime and meet persons who are interested in the things you are interested in. So, for example, if you're interested in football, you would typically go to the football field to find other persons. Be friend to yourself. Be a friend to yourself. That means love yourself and think highly of yourself, and that will attract people to become your friend. Yeah. Be cheerful. No one likes a negative and sad person. Smile. It's like I'm smiling. See, smiling. Smile and do not always wait on the other person to speak first. And this one is important, boys and girls. Be yourself. No one is perfect. Be yourself. People love you for who you really are. Let people know that you are interested in being their friends. That's the next one too. Go over and say, "Hey, I would love to be your friend. Do you want to be my friend? This is what I like to do. What do you like to do?" And build that friendship. No, this one is important, especially for my grade 1, my grade 2, and my grade 3. Do not expect perfection in the other person. Don't expect the other person to be so great that they don't make mistakes. Remember that all human beings make mistakes, and we're all human beings, so we can make mistakes. Now, I want to share with you my videos that I have on friendship. Yeah, I have a few videos on friendship, and I want to share with you all of them. So let me see if I can find all of them now. Alrighty, let's see if this is one.
Hi, Inky. What's up?
Hi, Captain McFinn. I'm bored.
Why don't you play a game?
By myself?
Well, you could go play with Greta Grouper.
Okay. She didn't want to play with me.
That's okay, Inky. If other fish don't want you to join in, swim off and find another fish to play with. Look, those fish are playing blocks and boats. Why don't you go play with them?
But I don't know them.
That's okay. It's good to make new friends. Go and say hi. Inky,
Yes, Captain McFinn?
would you like some help making friends?
Yes, please.
The best way to make a friend is to be a friend. Three Tooth is an expert at making friends. I'll bet he'll help you. Three Tooth!
Oh, hi, Captain McFinn. Didn't see you there. Just 1 second. Hey, Captain McFinn. What's up?
Can you take Inky over to those fish and help him make friends?
I love making new friends. When making new friends, it is very important to smile. Fish will know you're friendly if you smile. You got it, Inky. Great job. Now make sure you look at their eyes. Don't stare at the floor or the ceiling. People like it when you, ooh, a nickel. They like it when you look at their eyes. Nice. Now tell them about yourself. Hi guys, I'm Three Tooth and I love long walks on the beach and I love to build things with blocks. I love getting caught in the rain. I'm not really that into yoga. There's a little bit about me.
Hi, Three Tooth.
Go ahead, Inky. Your turn.
Hi guys. I'm Inky, and I love to play blocks and read books. Do you like to read books?
We love books too. I like books about boats.
Now they know you're friendly and that you like books. Go ahead. Ask them if we can play.
Can we play blocks with you?
Yay!
Hey! We're all playing with boats. I guess we could call this a real friendship. Get it? Friendship? Ship like boats? And we're all friends? Friendship!
All right, boys and girls, I hope that you enjoyed that one. Let me go ahead and stop this. I hope that you enjoyed that one about friendship. I have a few more, but we might be out of time. Let me see if I can go ahead and play this one. This one is a wonderful song about friendship from let me make sure it's there. Yeah, wonderful song about friendship from Barney. So let me go ahead. This was when I was growing up. Let's hear what to say.
Friends are special, so important, they make the world go round. We like helping one another in school or on the playground. Friends are there to help each other when one is feeling sad. Being friends is very special. Be a friend and you'll be glad. Friends are special, so important.
They make the world go round.
We like helping one another
In school or on the playground.
Friends are there to help each other when one is feeling sad. very special. Be a friend and you'll be glad. Being friends is very special. Be a friend and you'll be glad. Oh boy.
All right, great. So that was Barney telling us that we must be friends, because being friends is really special. And if we are friends, then we will be happy. So I have one more video before we go. One last video about friendship that I want to share with you, boys and girls. Let me go ahead and see if I can find it. All right, so in the meantime, while I go ahead and search for that video, this video that I'm going to share with us is one from my friends called VeggieTales, and they're going to be sharing a song that says, I can be your friend, which is very important because it helps us to appreciate friendship and who people really are. So I'm going to share that video with you right now. I wish I could have shared the other video I had, but we are coming to the point where we may not have any more time. Well, let's go with this one from our friends of VeggieTales, telling us all about how they can be our friends.
Hit it, boys! Have you ever seen a boy with funny clothes? A girl with braces on her teeth or freckles on her nose? Some kids call them oddballs. Some kids call them weird.
Is it my imagination, or does Aunt Ruth have a beard?
God makes lots of people in all colors, shapes, and sizes. He loves them very much, and what we need to realize is that calling people names because they're different is wrong. Instead, we need to look on them in love and sing this song. I can be your friend. I can be your friend. Any day in any weather, we can be friends and play together. Yeah, we're all pretty different. Some are skinny, some are stout.
But the inside is the part that we're supposed to care about.
Aye, that's where we got feelings that are very much the same.
And so instead of weirdo, I think friend's a better name.
I can be your friend.
La, la, la.
I can be your friend.
La, la, la.
If your hair is red or yellow, we can have lunch.
I'll share my denim.
I can be your friend. I can be your friend. It's okay if we are different. We can still play, 'cause I can be your friend.
Love that, and I hope that you love that also. That was our friends of VeggieTales telling us about how they can be our friends. Boys and girls, we are out of time. Oh my God. I had one more thing that I wanted to share with you, one more video that I wanted to share with you, but hopefully we can do this another time. It would have been a video from way back when, video from way back when about how Dong was, that is all from Saga, how he became friend with someone. Very interesting. Remember, guys, that you can be someone's friend and someone can be your friend. All you need to do is smile, as Three Tooth says, smile, give eye contact, and tell others about yourself, and you can be your friend, and you can be their friend, and they can be your friend. Until we meet again, boys and girls, my name is Mr. Budan, your guidance counselor. Have a great rest of the day and a great rest of the online learning. Until we meet again, love and blessings always. And remember, friends are special. Even if you're different, you are special. And you are somebody's friend. That means you are special. Have a great rest of the day, boys and girls. Bye.
This is one of my favorite Jamaican proverbs. In fact, me grew up with it. Want it, can't get it. Get it, no want it. In other words, the person who has the most need can't get what they want, But the person who has in abundance doesn't want what they have. Want it, can't get it. Get it, no want it.
We remain resilient in our fight against known and unknown threats to our country. We are never daunted.
We are committed to continuously deliver effective and efficient service when we save lives and protect property.
And we continue to reassure with courtesy, integrity, and respect for the rights of all.
We are building
forward
together.
Hi, I'm Eliana Charles, and I'm here with my father, Pernell Charles, and today we will be planting a guava tree.
And that's our favorite fruit, and we got this tree from the forestry department. So let's get it done. Some of the tools you need when planting a tree: a fork, you'll need a shovel, a good old machete.
And you need a watering can.
The first thing we're going to do is we dig a hole and make sure that it is deep enough, wide enough to fit the tree. And we're going to keep, of course, our soil so we can backfill the hole. We have planted our guava tree, and we invite the entire Jamaica to plant a tree. Plant a tree,
protect Jamaica,
and preserve the planet.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome over there. Welcome, welcome, boys and girls. Welcome. Look at that brightness. Wow, boys and girls. It's another session in integrated studies. Get ready to learn something new. Now get up. You've been sitting there for so long. And you need to get up and move, boys and girls. Let's go. Get up from your seat. Let's move.
Now it's time to get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth. Let's go to work. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 2 hops this time. 2 hops this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Hands on your knees, hands on your knees. Get funky with it. Oh, yeah. Come on. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 5 hops this time. Right foot, let's stump. Left foot, let's stump. Right foot again. Left foot again. Right foot, let's stump. Left foot, let's stump. Freeze! Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all. Check it out, y'all. How low can you go? Can you go down low? All the way to the floor? How low can you go? Can you bring it to the top? Like you never, never stop? Can you bring it to the top? 1 hop. Right foot now. Left foot now, y'all. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 1 hop this time. 1 hop this time. Reverse. Reverse. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse. Cha-cha now, y'all.
Wow, wasn't that very good, boys and girls? Feels so relaxing. Yes, man. At the end of the lesson, students should be able to give at least 1 reason why rest is important. Answer questions from video and conversations. Explain why leisure activities are important after discussion. Make comparisons between past and present activities. work cooperatively in groups to complete given tasks. So let's get to work, boys and girls. But you know what? Before you get going, aren't there words that we need to learn? Recreation, relax, fun, activities, leisure, games, internet, radio. Get familiar with these words, boys and girls. Use up your dictionary. Ask Siri, ask Alexis, and get to know them because you need to know these words wherever you see them. Now, what are they doing? Look at them. Hmm. Can you give me one word for all those four pictures that you see? One word, four pick one word. Yes. Ooh, what did you say? If you said sleeping, yes, they are all resting. Boys and girls, you heard that? Sleeping, resting, they are the same. They are doing the same thing. So don't be fooled. Synonyms coming out there, boys and girls. Let's go. Is what they are doing important? Why or why not? What do you think? Is it important to rest, to sleep? Wow, boys and girls. Do we need to? Why or why not? Let us see what's going on. Let's watch this little one.
Stories of the Bible. Jesus calms the storm. This is Jesus. Heyo! Who is the Son of God and the Savior of the world. While Jesus was on earth, he taught everyone about God's love and healed people from their sickness. He did many miracles like walking on water. Oh, hey guys. And even raised people from the dead. Wahoo! One day after preaching to a crowd of people, Jesus said to his disciples, "Let's cross to the other side of the lake." You got it. So they got into a boat and started out. Other boats followed him too. And as they sailed across, Jesus fell asleep. Uh-oh. But soon a fierce storm came down on the lake. The boat was filling with water and they were in real danger. The disciples went and woke Jesus up, shouting, "Hey, wake up! Save us! We are going to drown! Don't you care if we drown?" Jesus responded, "Why are you afraid? You have so little faith." Then he got up and rebuked the wind and waves, saying, "Silence, be still." Suddenly the wind stopped and there was a great calm. Then he asked them, "Where is your faith?" The disciples were terrified and amazed. "Who is this man?" they asked each other. When he gives a command, even the wind and waves obey him.
Boys and girls, did you notice what happened while they were on that boat? Jesus fell asleep, boys and girls. So then, if Jesus, who is the sovereign Lord, will sleep, then is it important to sleep? Why or why not?
Stories of the Bible.
Let's talk. What did Jesus do that made him tired? How do you think resting helped Jesus? So he probably was doing a lot of work. Yes, beautiful. And so he got tired. Yes, after doing so much work, you got tired. So how do you think resting helped him? Right. It made him rejuvenate and get back a little strength to be able to go on. Beautiful, boys and girls. Wow. We need to rest. Why do we need sleep?
so sorry. I'm kind of tired today because I didn't get enough sleep last night. Aw, thanks, Squeaks, but I think I'll be all right. You probably already know that sleep is really important and that we need to get plenty of it. Doctors think that most kids need to get about 10 to 12 hours of sleep every day. But sometimes it's hard to go to bed when you're supposed to, especially if you don't feel tired. That's why it helps to know what's going on while you're snoozing away at night and why sleep is so important. Think about all the things you do during the day. You probably spend a lot of your day playing, or maybe going places like to school or to the store. All those activities and anything else you do take energy. Your body still uses energy when you sleep, but it uses less of it. Since your body uses less energy when you sleep, it has a chance to save some of that energy for later. So you feel good when you wake up the next morning and you're ready to take on another day. Sleep also gives your body a chance to focus energy on things that keep you healthy. For example, your body uses energy to heal and to grow while you sleep. Sleep also gives your body a chance to use energy to fight off the germs that can make you sick. So sleep is really important for your whole body. But there's one special part of your body that really needs sleep. Your brain. Sleep not only gives your body a rest, it gives your brain a rest too. Your brain is super busy during the day. It works really hard to make sense of all the things you see, smell, and hear. It makes sure that all the parts of your body are working together. It helps you make decisions, and it helps you learn new things. And those are just some of your brain's jobs. Your brain doesn't stop working when you sleep, but it does have a chance to slow down for a bit and to kind of figure things out. While you sleep, your brain organizes the things you learned about during the day to help you remember them for later. Your brain also sorts out your feelings while you sleep. Scientists have also found out that your brain needs sleep to help you concentrate so you can be better at solving problems at home and at school. Wow, there is a lot going on while you sleep, even if you don't remember it when you wake up. There is so much going on, in fact, that your body usually makes you feel pretty terrible when you don't get enough sleep. Too little sleep can make you feel tired, and it can make it harder for you to concentrate and solve problems. And since your brain helps sort out your feelings while you're sleeping, you can also feel cranky or crabby when you don't get enough sleep. So what can we do to make sure we get enough sleep? First, doctors and other sleep experts say you should have a sleep routine. That means we should try and do the same things every night before we go to bed. A sleep routine helps your body realize that it's time to go to sleep. A good routine might include reading a story, having a bath, or maybe listening to some soft music. It should also mean going to bed at about the same time every night and getting up about the same time every morning. That's one of the reasons it's important to have a bedtime. One thing that shouldn't be part of your sleep routine is watching TV or using a tablet or phone. That's because the special light from their screens can send a signal to your body that it's daytime, even when it's really time for bed. So now you know why it's so important to get a good night's sleep. I think I'm gonna go take a nap. Thanks for joining us on SciShow Kids. If you'd like to keep learning and having fun with Squeaks and me, hit the red subscribe button, and we'll see you next time here at the Fort.
So boys and girls, you see why we need to sleep and we should not play with our sleep. Some of us do not like to go to bed on time. Some of us do not like to put the devices down, and we need to have some no device time, boys and girls, so you can put the body to rest. The brain needs to rest so that the body can function and heal. And you know something, boys and girls? I want to share a little secret with you. In this time when we're fighting a pandemic, COVID-19, if you eat right, take care of your body, build your immune and rest, your body will have a better chance to fight. Boys and girls, pay attention. Sleep and rest is important.
Every Jamaican has the right to know what is happening in Parliament.
Mr. President,
My budget presentation this afternoon in this debate on the Appropriations Act 2023, for me, is an interesting one. Last year I presented, it was quite early in my new assignment at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I'm, however, now way more settled and have a much better grasp of the magnitude of the particular portfolio assignment.
All right, Mr. Samuda.
Sure.
I neglected early on to welcome some visitors from G2K, which is for the benefit of Senator Brown. There are some friends of Mr. Samuda. So, welcome.
That one will cost an extra 10 minutes. The last year, Mr. President, has been a truly fulfilling experience, as I've had the opportunity to work with the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, and indeed PS Audrey Sewell on a significant part of the nation's development agenda. We are supported by a strong team of dedicated, motivated civil servants who I use this opportunity to acknowledge and thank. It is also important to note the teams from the agencies assigned to MEGJEC, including their management teams and indeed their respective boards of directors. I'm happy, Mr. President, to see members of G2K with us in the gallery this afternoon, and it is no secret, Mr. President, that this organization facilitated my entry into politics and early political tutelage. But, Mr. President, Jamaica is incredibly blessed. Mr. President, we have staged a remarkable economic recovery to a series of global disasters, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the hostilities in Ukraine, which both led to global supply chain disruptions and energy price instability. All of this has led to a world far less settled, far less predictable, with far greater challenges than previously contemplated by developing nations such as Jamaica. The scourge of climate change still hangs over our heads with a disproportionate threat to lives and livelihoods to SIDS like Jamaica. The Appropriations Act cannot be contemplated without considering the general state of our economy. Though the facts are readily available to all citizens, including everyone in this chamber, I think it entirely necessary to reiterate, in this age of alternative facts and misinformation, sometimes fact distortion, and the occasional desperate member of the opposition, it is important to briefly remind the nation of our challenges and show the clear trajectory of our country to achieve the targets outlined in Vision 2030. Mr. President, any suggestions of new programs or calls for allocations to any area of national life must be accompanied by the clear explanation of where the funds would come from within the context of the total sum to be applied to the consolidated fund. For example, Mr. President, would the opposition be prepared to reduce the debt repayment targets by reducing the primary surplus? Or would the opposition rather reduce the increases for civil servants in the reclassification exercise? Or would the opposition intend to, as history suggests, introduce new taxes? Because additional suggestions for new programs come with changing fiscal arrangements. For instance, which government program currently underway does the opposition feel is not necessary to the interest and well-being of the Jamaican people? Whose interest, I come into that too, whose interest we are all sworn to serve? Mr. President, any lofty suggestions, regardless of sector that they impact, require this information from the opposition. Because ultimately, if the opposition was to ever return to leadership, the country would suffer the misfortunes that it has suffered in the past based on weak fiscal principles. Mr. President, where is Jamaica today? How is this blessed island navigating the global headwinds? I think this is a good place to start the discussion this afternoon and the debate. showing the current economic output for Jamaica relative to the last 14 or so years. Now, as would have been explained in the Minister of Finance's presentation, it took virtually 10 years for the government of Jamaica and the people of Jamaica's economy to recover to the impact of the global financial meltdown of 2007-2008. That is clearly shown in the graph. Now, if you fast forward with the significant reforms that we've had, we were able to recover in just under 3 years, and you see the V-shaped recovery. Now, this is a snapshot of a remarkable macroeconomic recovery. It's V-shaped, and the V stands, Mr. President, to my mind, for victory for the Jamaican people. Our economy has demonstrated the resilience paid for by fiscal reforms started in 2010 with the Fiscal Responsibility Framework by Minister Shaw, accelerated by Dr. Peter Phillips when he was Minister of Finance, and consolidated by Minister Shaw when he came in 2016. But, Mr. President, we must acknowledge that Minister Clark is building on this foundation at an unprecedented rate. The speed of reforms are globally celebrated. The graph, however, doesn't quite tell the full story, colleagues. It is the Jamaican people who faced nearly $60 billion of annual increases in tax measures during the PNP's last term, or their knock at the wicket. It is the hard-working men and women of the civil service who held strain and paid the bill for this recovery. It is the private sector that participated in 2 successful debt exchanges across administrations. It is a Jamaican victory, Mr. President. The people of Jamaica have invested heavily and wisely. We must not squander their investment with the reckless calls of unpopular populists. Mr. President, what does the macro stability translate to for the people of Jamaica? As the next table will show, it has resulted in the greatest number of Jamaicans being employed, with a historically low unemployment rate, benefiting women and youth who are traditionally less engaged in our workforce. Mr. President, this administration has presided over more than 150,000 jobs being created or restored, driving unemployment rate to a historical low of approximately 6.6% at our last estimated figure of July 2022. You mentioned, the G2K and YO politics that we both have come through in the space. I recall in my last political speech as G2K president ahead of the 2016 general elections that I made the point that 1 in 3 youth, Mr. President, was unemployed. Well, Mr. President, at last available data, we have cut that in half to 16.7%, Mr. President. The 12-month currency movement, and this is an issue that has been a pain point for years, is showing an appreciation of the Jamaican dollar of 1.5%. Mr. President, we now have reserves up from 2.3 billion to 3.9 billion. And the one that matters, Mr. President, is particularly important, is the debt to GDP, which is 120 to 80%. This is on track, Mr. President, to be the lowest in 50 years by 2025. This has earned us international recognition and moved Fitch's revised rating outlook from positive from stable, enduring the worst global health and economic crisis in a century without triggering a debt, balance of payments, or currency crisis. But, Mr. President, if you're looking at the table, the most important statistic at last available data and shows that the policy prescription, certainly that we had pre-COVID, was working, and as we go through the presentation, we will show that it is again working. At the last available data, we had cut the poverty prevalence rate from 21% to 11%, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's been a pain point for many, certainly for the length of my life, the annual devaluation rate. Mr. President, the above points to the stability of our exchange rate. We can see that post-COVID, it's lower than it has been since 1998. If you look, it's on a downward trajectory. Our dollar is far more stable and it is an important victory in the context of the global fallout that we would have had, especially from COVID-19 in closing our borders. Mr. President, it is important to note that your exchange rate also affects your inflation rate. So this shows that the policy prescription of the government is actually slowing the potential imported inflation rate. Now, Mr. President, the discussion that has, quite surprisingly, because I never thought we'd get to this point, that has dominated the discourse is, tax measures. But let me show you something first, Mr. President. I think this is important. What is the policy prescription that the government has put in place for the most vulnerable? Well, during COVID, the government allocated and distributed in excess of 40 billion Jamaican dollars in social support. It was dubbed the We Care program, the largest social support package in Jamaica's history. The table shows that in 2016, the Andrew Holness-led government had increased allocation, since the 2016 Andrew Holness-led government increased allocations to the school feeding program by 103%. Allocations to poor relief were increased by 90.4%. Allocations for social assistance programs have increased by 328%. But, Mr. President, the overall aggregate of increases in GOJ through social programs across MLSS, MOE, MLGRD, and MOH has increased by a cumulative 80%. The argument will be raised about the impact of inflation during this period. The cumulative inflation for the period was approximately 50%, meaning the government has increased, in real terms, allocations to every category of social support to the most vulnerable in our society, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is only half the program in which the government has engaged to help fight the impacts of inflation and to improve the lives of Jamaica. It is to be recalled that this Andrew Holness-led government also reduced GCT from 16.5 to 15%, increased the tax threshold for working Jamaicans from 596,000 to 1.5 million Jamaicans, Mr. President, when our nation was told by the opposition that it could not be done, increased from 3 million to 10 million the threshold for GCT declarations for small businesses, Mr. President. And as the Prime Minister said, more to come. Despite some of the ridiculous utterances from who I have dubbed the unpopular populists, there are no new tax measures once again within this budget. And any obfuscation, conflation, or contortion of that fact should be rejected as intellectually dishonest and, quite frankly, trickery. If it happens, that's not where I was going, but here we are. Surely, Mr. President, the members on that side understand the difference between increased revenue and no new taxes. I know they do. They did when, I'm not sure who that is out there, but they did when then Minister Omar Davies said the same thing in 1997, in 2001, in 2004, and 2007. Now, interestingly, Mr. President, in those 4 years, there was also accompanying revenue increases. Now, I bring members' attention to the Caprice study of July 2011, Tax Reform for Growth. We're not increasing tax measures and improving on collection and allowing for economic growth results in increased tax revenue. Any analysis of the increased revenue that doesn't take into consideration the added 150,000 persons to the workforce who are now earning, who would not have been earning before at the rate of unemployment under the previous government, is a flawed assessment. Mr. President, we have not stopped there. As announced by the Prime Minister in his contribution in the lower house, the government has announced an increase in the minimum wage of 44%, the largest in a single year in 20 years. The government has increased the weekly pension for our eligible seniors between 25% and 70%, depending on their band, along with the increases in other increases in NIS benefits. A raft of reductions in various interest rates and government loan facilities and fees reduced at several institutions. Mr. President, I bring your attention to the national minimum wage charts as it relates to both the flat minimum wage and the figures for security guards. Now that shows you a long trend line. It takes into consideration all the changes that Senator Crawford would have mentioned, but you can clearly see where the difference was made, and that is under this administration. Now this one is particularly important, and I saw this one from Dr. Damian King, and I interrogated it, and we checked it also at Finance. This is the relative purchase power of the minimum wage from 1980 to now. You'll notice something. The strongest purchase power of those earning minimum wage since 1980 is under this administration come June 1. In summary, Mr. President, maybe June 1, we'll do that. In summary, Mr. President, the policy prescriptions and government spend and investment proves that we on this side are standing on the side of the poor and growing the middle class in Jamaica. Mr. President, the economy is moving in the right direction and the government support to the poor is moving in the right direction. The minimum wage, Mr. President, is moving in the right direction. Now, Mr. President, I did take some notes on my phone as I took the earlier lesson in Crawford economics. That's not what I'd call it. But Mr. President, since our first presentation in this chamber and in the other place since 2016, every policy prescription has met with objections on the finance space, starting with 1.5. That's right. You can't claim credit for it now. You opposed us when the Minister of Finance abolished stamp duties, which has led to the construction boom that we now see. You opposed when we increased the tax threshold to 1.5, told us it couldn't be done. You opposed us when we said hold to the fiscal responsibility, and you wanted us during COVID to spend before we had the funds. You called for us in last year's budget to slow down debt payments, which would have breached the fiscal rules. You cannot now claim where we are. It was called for in the leader of the opposition's presentation and the finance spokesperson's presentation to slow down debt payments. You cannot claim the successes now because you had a suggestion here or there. You wouldn't have had the money to pay for them, Mr. President. Crawford economics, and I will go into it more, is flawed. But your side has. No, but your side has. Mr. President, as I transition from this side of my presentation, I also feel the need to remind the Chamber, and indeed all Jamaicans, that contrary to the utterances of the opposition, it is this government which has done the most to modernize the anti-corruption and money laundering legislative and policy frameworks. We should recall that it is this administration which established the Integrity Commission and grounded it in law. It is this administration which has taken MOCA from being a project and to being an independent institution, again supported by legislation. Significant reforms and institutional strengthening have taken place both with the FID and customs, all underpinned by significant allocations annually from the national budget, as evidenced below. Now, my colleague and friend will tell you he didn't get a road when he was MP. Now, that's a stretch. He got a couple, but he certainly didn't get the sorts of allocations that you would have wanted to do what you would have wanted to do in your constituency. But this government has allocated $1.2 billion to the Integrity Commission, $1.19 billion to the FID, $1.9 billion to MOCA. The Auditor General gets $1.2 billion. Now that is a $5.5 billion Jamaican dollar investment in the anti-corruption efforts of this country. Now, you know what $5.5 billion would do in road work, in water work, in general programs that MPs like. But this shows our commitment to the anti-corruption fight, Mr. President, and it shows that we're also headed in the right direction, and I'll show you why. The measure that we use to evaluate corruption in Jamaica, the one that's certainly most discussed, whether it's the right one or not is not my argument here today, but certainly the one that's most used is the Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index. When that side lost in 2016, the index score was 39 over 100, a global ranking of 83. Mr. President, though there is a far, far way to go, Jamaica is headed in the right direction and should and will accelerate new legislative measures, increase institutional reforms, and continue to invest at unprecedented rates in the agencies charged with this effort. Jamaica's current score is 44 out of 100, leading to a global ranking of 69, which is better than where we got it, Mr. President. A far way to go, but we are headed in the right direction. Mr. President, allow me to spend some time on my ministerial assignment. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, or MEGJEC for short, is an amalgamation of significant subject areas critical to Jamaica's development agenda. These subject areas include housing, land, GIS spatial management, works, logistics, urban renewal, and my personal assignments of water, environment, climate change, and the blue and green economy strategy development. Mr. President, it is a mammoth task to move the development of agenda in the right direction through such a vast number of subject areas. However, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, all of these areas are headed in the right direction. With a central ministry allocation of $11.8 billion, Mr. President, allow me to take you through some of the highlights of the programs that will ensure we continue to move in the right direction. Mr. President, two of the highlights that jumped out at me from the recently concluded debates in the lower house are in the housing and land areas. And this one is particularly important when one considers the comments of my colleague and friend related to the NHT. Mr. President, a highlight of the housing agenda has included the reduction in interest rates at the NHT in recent years, and the increase in borrowing limits this year and certainly in years prior. These are very important steps, and it speaks to the economic buoyancy of the NHT. The important steps to increase access to financing for purchases of homes are being made, Mr. President. You can borrow more money at cheaper rates, and more people are borrowing, Mr. President. The access to financing for housing through the NHT is moving in the right direction at the pace that the country can develop housing. Mr. President, the country should also be reminded of the significant increases in housing starts under this Andrew Holness-led administration, certainly more than ever before under any PNP administration. The table shows the projections of housing solutions to come. Now, this carries you to our target of 73,000 total starts. Now, why I touched on the subject areas that are a part of MEGJEC is because it is important, because all of them have had to be working in a joined-up, synchronized way to ensure the land is available. The environmental studies are done. The geospatial analysis is done. The works plans match with where the communities are to go. The water plans match with where the communities are to go, Mr. President. So we have organized the ministry in such a way to ensure that we will meet our 73,000 or 70,000 housing target. Now, all of this is moving housing in the right direction. Now, I did feel it was a little disingenuous in the context of when the NHT drawdown was started at the $11 billion, because you didn't finish a sentence with what I said in the very early space. If you disagree with it, you have to finish a sentence with, we will stop it and find money elsewhere. You have to finish a sentence with that for any of the suggestions to be taken, because if you're changing something, where is it going to come from? And no, I'm not telling that it shouldn't come from somewhere else, any measure that you have, or you shouldn't cut spending on something else. But if you're going to say we're going to discontinue drawing down of $11 billion, what program are you going to cut? Are we going to pay less debt? Or are you going to finance it through some other measure? No, but we're speaking to the character of the person who just spoke, because you're not acknowledging that you will have to reallocate or change programs or increase taxes to do that. Mr. President, housing in Jamaica is moving in the right direction. Land, Mr. President. When the opposition formed the government, In their 4 years between 2012 and 2016, February, they issued in total 3,805 titles. With the comprehensive reform that this government has done, and Minister Hill would have worked extensively on this, and I pause to acknowledge you because I know how much work he did on this particular initiative. Last year, we issued 4,225 titles under our new systemic registration program, and an additional 1,723 under programs of the NLA. That is a total of 5,948 titles issued last year. So in 1 year, we issued more titles than the PNP issued in 4. Mr. President, up to February at the end of this financial year, over the last 2 years, we have surpassed 10,000 titles in 2 years, when the PNP did 3,805. So we're not going in a different direction on land, because Jamaica is moving in the right direction as it relates to land, and we will continue. But Mr. President, I took strong objection to something my colleague and friend said as it related to the Bernard Lodge matter. I do not believe that when people are scammed and robbed of their money by a criminal organization selling land, that we should come and play politics with here. We should stand with one voice, because that, Mr. President, is dangerous to the stability of the state, and the actions taken were appropriate, Mr. President. Well, and I've put my opinion and I've put my position on the table. Now, Mr. President, there is no greater family asset than having that title in hand. And it is why this government is particularly proud that it is giving people that asset in hand, that generational wealth that they have failed to get under previous administrations, Mr. President. Now, I would like to spend some time on my areas within my direct oversight, and admittedly, the time will be substantial. That was the run-up. Mr. President, for developing nations like Jamaica, the issue of climate change is particularly relevant. We are the ones most at risk and bearing the brunt of the crisis. The fact that 70% of Jamaica's population lives within 5 kilometers of the sea highlights the great risk we face from sea level rise. The current drought and exponential increase in fires should make it abundantly clear that we are already experiencing the impacts of climate change. Though we are always at risk from catastrophic weather events such as hurricanes, we are already seeing the impact of slow onset events such as saltwater intrusion in our wells, deteriorating soil quality, and lower pollination rates. Well, Mr. President, Jamaica is not sitting idly by. We are strategically addressing our inherent vulnerability with the appropriate focus on building resilience while honoring our moral obligations to reduce emissions. On the topic of mitigation, Mr. President, Jamaica's relatively low energy usage, albeit high-priced, is why Jamaica is characterized in the energy conversation as a dark country. Despite this, Jamaica is committed to reducing its emissions by 40% by 2030. This is in line with our submitted NDCs to the UNFCCC. This requires energy and fleet conversion. In 2022, Mr. President, the electric vehicle strategic framework as well as the governing fiscal policy was approved by Cabinet, and the order governing importation of electric vehicles was issued. The tax structure has also been revised to make it more competitive. However, it restricted importation to cars and SUVs. The government will be reducing that restriction to include a wider range, including electric motorbikes. Several government entities are also in the process of procuring electric vehicles to convert their fleet, and this includes the NWC. Mr. President, our commitment also spans support to the public transport sector. And I want to pause here to reiterate the comments of the Prime Minister and use the opportunity to thank the German federal government for its International Climate Initiative, or as we call it, ICI, which provides a grant approximately of €4 million to support e-mobility in Jamaica. The project will seek to introduce new and disruptive technologies as well as the strategies that bring about long-term emissions reductions, accompanied with the appropriate capacity building measures. Well, Mr. President, Another area that Jamaica is moving in the right direction relates to its renewable energy. 2015, that figure was 3%. That figure has increased in terms of the amount of energy produced from renewable sources fourfold, Mr. President, since 2016. And Mr. President, the government is targeting an energy mix of 50% renewables by 2030. This government has said no new fossil fuel plants will be contemplated under the Integrated Resource Plan 2, Mr. President. As it relates to adaptation, which is really the big issue that Jamaica and other developing nations face, the next phase of Jamaica's development must be designed through the climate lens and must include a macroeconomic strategy that builds resilience in all facets of national life if Jamaica is to adapt to this existential threat. Jamaica, in partnership with the Coalition of Climate Resilient Investment and the Green Climate Fund, and indeed the UK FCDO, using the skill sets of the Oxford University, has designed an analytic predictive tool to assist in decision-making around climate-resilient infrastructure investments. In fact, Jamaica is the first, and the rest of the developing world is now asking us to assist in this regard. We call it JSTRAT. It is called a Jamaica Systemic Risk Assessment Tool. It genuinely calculates the strength and risk levels to infrastructure as it relates to climatic events. Colleagues will recall that in my State of the Nation, I introduced it, and the screens don't do it justice, but I'm happy to email it to colleagues and share with you the dashboard. In essence, it takes thousands of data points and ensures that you're able to evaluate the climate risk. Now, it's not that you don't build a road, but you may know that the road needs to be thicker. It may need wider drainage because you're looking at everything through the climate lens. It's not that you don't build a school, but you know that it may need to be elevated to deal with low-lying flood risks. Those are the sorts of things that it tells you, so it helps you to ensure that when you spend public funds, whether public funds from taxes or from grants or from loans, it is spent in the best way possible, understanding the risk that we face. Mr. President, we also throughout the last fiscal year announced the development of a bushfire warning index and management system to monitor areas prone to wildfires. This digital platform will provide necessary information to update communities and emergency responders to the threats of fire. The use of a common alerting protocol and continuous public education are vital elements in this fight. In the current space that we exist, and again, the system isn't doing it justice, but this helps the fire brigade to position its resources according to the greatest area of threat. And we've been refining the tool, and every 2 weeks, because this is a fire prediction, we map where the fires actually were to see just how accurate it is. In February, we had accuracy above 92%. So it is helping the fire brigade and the JDF to plan when and where they will likely need to have equipment positioned, etc. And it has reduced our response time. The issue you've had with the drought being as bad as it is that it's just too many wildfires all at once for the current infrastructure that we have. But this is a tool that allows us to plan properly and also explore other technologies to reduce the impact of bushfires. But Mr. President, the government continues to put itself in a position to access climate-related financing. Recently, the Minister of Finance announced, and Minister Hill would have mentioned it earlier, that the IMF had approved, and this as a subset of the total program, US $764 million to the newly created Resilience and Sustainability Facility to strengthen physical and fiscal resilience to climate change, advance decarbonization of the economy, and to manage transition risks in addition to the component which functions as risk mitigation to external shocks. The Senate will recall that Jamaica was the first in the Caribbean region and the first of any small island state to independently have a catastrophe bond sponsored, which gave us protection of up to US $185 million against losses of named Atlantic tropical cyclones up to the end of this year. We expect to renew at the end of that period. In addition to these facilities, Jamaica has already mobilized significant climate finance, including US $68 million of projects currently deployed, and the BOJ has received technical support from the French Development Agency to further strengthen Jamaica's financial sector as it relates to climate change. Mr. President, The JSIF is now available to receive additional funding to implement climate-related projects with its recent designation as an accredited entity with the Green Climate Fund, the first and only accredited GCF entity in the country. Soon to follow will be PIOJ and indeed DBJ. Mr. President, we are headed in the right direction in tackling the issue of climate change. You'll be here a long time.
The question is that the speaker's time be extended.
Mr. President.
Well, to allow him to complete. Those in favor?
Oh.
I guess.
Mr. President, we are headed in the right direction in tackling the issue of climate change. A lot has been made in the other place about Jamaica's prospects for green and blue bonds and debt for nature swaps. And in the interest of time, I'll not dive too deeply into this today, and at the appropriate time, I will, in a ministerial statement, bring the country up to date on the significant progress being made in this area. We're engaging all entities, both NGOs and brokerages, to make this a reality. However, the Shadow Minister of Finance did betray, admittedly, his lack of knowledge as it relates to Jamaica's debt profile in making comparisons to other Caribbean nations. And be useful for him to spend a little more time with the medium-term debt strategy. Jamaica's toxic high-interest debt has been significantly reduced over the last decade. And beyond that, only 5% of Jamaica's debt is held by foreign nations, and about 15 or so, I believe, from multilaterals. Total of 28 points higher. I can't look at the exact figure. Mr. President, Jamaica has less debt, and within that debt, even less debt that qualifies for that sort of debt for nature swap. Most of our debt is held by Jamaicans and Jamaican institutions. Colleagues, our interest rate is still high at 6.7%, but the toxic high interest debt that generally attracts these sorts of swaps just isn't there. Now, there is some prospect for it, which is why I mentioned that we are exploring it and we will go down this road. But it is not a panacea, it is not a silver bullet. The other countries in the region which are doing it have much higher debt profiles and in many ways have much greater landmass and sea area uninhabited. So it is a little different, Mr. President. Allow me to also update this Senate on the gains made in modernizing the country's environmental policy and legislative framework, as it has always been this administration's position, that the thematic areas of sustainability, protection, and restoration must be mainstreamed in our policy construct. And generally, our environmental management is heading in the right direction, unlike Senator Brown, who is heading in the wrong direction out the door, but I'm sure he'll be back. Mr. President, we have completed work on an unprecedented number of policies in this area in this financial year, and at the appropriate time, as would have been evidenced by their tabling last week in the Senate, we will go through these. Firstly, we have the Green Investment Business Strategy, completed this year. The Watersheds Policy Green Paper, completed. The updated Climate Change Policy Framework and the new Emissions Policy Framework, completed and tabled in this very House last week. We also completed the policy and technical work on ecologically sensitive areas designations. Last year in the Prime Minister's budget speech, and certainly in my State of the Nation, we were at length to explain that there had to be a new approach to how we manage these ecologically sensitive areas, that legislated and created a policy framework that forced all agencies to work together in maintaining these ecological assets. Last week, Mr. President, we would have declared 15, or rather designated 15 new ESAs. They're on the map there, and again, the audio visuals give me a hard time, but hopefully it's coming through well on PBC. These 15 areas include Industrial Cove in Hanover, Bogue in St. James. Now, obviously, it's not the whole of these areas, and we'll bring the maps in a separate ministerial statement. But Montpelier in St. James, Windsor and Oyster Bay in Trelawney, Bengal in St. Ann, Duns River St. Ann, Fern Gully St. Ann, Holland Bay St. Thomas, Long Mountain in St. Andrew, Palisadoes, Port Royal Protected Area and Conservation Zones, sections of Shooters Hill in St. Catherine, Helsha Hills and Goat Islands in St. Catherine, Canoe Valley in Manchester into Clarendon, and Great Bay, St. Elizabeth. And not last but not least, in the Grill, Great Morass on the Hanover-Westmoreland boundary. Mr. President, this policy work is designed to ensure that our ecological assets are protected for generations to come. At the core of these and other initiatives is the call for protection of 30% of our land and marine areas by 2030. I am pleased to report that the global target has been concretized with the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in Montreal last December. These commitments are important but must be supported with action. To date, Jamaica has protected under law more than 25% of its landmass and 15% of its EEZ. However, Mr. President, I wish to update this Senate that Jamaica will complete protection of 30% of its landmass 5 years earlier than the 2030 target by 2025. Mr. President, you would recall the Prime Minister making a further commitment to make the Pedro Keys and surrounding waters a protected area. Mr. President, I'm happy to announce, and those who would have watched the Prime Minister's excellent budget speech would have seen that he held up the Gazette. The Pedro Keys and surrounding waters are now a protected area, Mr. President. This designation gave due consideration to fishing, and this policy creates the boundaries that will give the fisher folk of the Pedro Keys a firm path toward greater prosperity. Mr. President, we have consulted and worked with all stakeholders in this designation and have a lot more work to do on the management plan, but we're very happy with where this is now, Mr. President. In the new financial year, the government will be finalizing the overarching protected areas policy as well as the new protected area regulations under the NRCA Act. We can also commit that within the new financial year, very early, we will table, certainly in the lower house, and hopefully get through quickly and get it here, the amendments to the Forestry Act, the NRCA Act, and the Wildlife Protection Act, which will, among other things, allow us to finally, after decades, Mr. President, ratify the SPA Protocol. Mr. President, this government is moving in the right direction with environmental protection, Mr. President. Ecosystem restoration is a clear area that requires our attention. The government has announced in 2019 its intention to plant 3 million trees. Now, COVID would have created some disruption in that period, as you wouldn't have been able to get social clubs together in the way that we have in recent times to mobilize heavily. But we have completed the planting and distribution of over 2.5 million trees thus far, Mr. President, and expect to complete the 3 million tree target by sometime in summer, Mr. President. Now, at lunch, colleague and friend, Janice, Senator Allen, asked me about the issue of plastics. Colleagues should recall that Jamaica took major steps in 2019 to attack the scourge of plastic pollution. We didn't wait until UNIA 5.2 last year in Kenya. We were ahead of the curve, and we must remain so. Mr. President, Jamaica this year will expand its ban on single-use packaging items. At the end of 2023, manufacture, importation, or distribution of lunch boxes, food containers made from PET or other plastics, and personal care products using plastic microbeads will be banned. Mr. President, we are not ignoring the elephant in the room. Plastic bottles are the biggest part of our plastic pollution problem. Though we have moved and are heading in the right direction to 20% of monthly production entering the recycling process, we must do better. The government will work with manufacturers to increase the amount of plastics separated and recycled with a target of 70% of monthly production within 2 years. This will be accomplished through a more rigid regulatory framework and a stronger partnership with the private sector among other stakeholders. Mr. President, we are headed in the right direction in increasing environmental protection. Mr. President, the discussions related to water cannot commence without an assessment of the current drought. Despite the rains last week, the situation has not eased. Jamaica experienced reduced rainfall from as early as October last year. The reduction has worsened since. In November, for instance, President, we had 62% of our 30-year average rainfall. In December, it declined to 47% of our average rainfall. In January, it declined further to 32% of our 30-year average rainfall. In February 2023, it declined to 27% of our 30-year rainfall. And as the graph will tell you, orange is a bad thing. That's what will happen. Not unless you get a new leader. Mr. President, against this backdrop, the Drought Management Committee proactively convened in December and briefed Cabinet in January of the worsening situation. Initial conservation steps were taken at the NWC and NIC facilities, and the trucking of water commenced through the NWC and municipal authorities. The condition has persisted, and an initial allocation of $150 million has been made, of which $30 million is for the Ministry of Local Government to assist municipal authorities, $20 million for the purchase of household water tanks to make the trucking of water easier, and $100 million for NWC to work within the utility footprint and just outside. Mr. President, though the impact is being experienced nationally, the parishes of Clarendon, St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, and Westmoreland have been worst affected. Mr. President, the process has started, and the primary areas of focus are in line with the worst affected communities, especially in rural constituencies. And they've been allocated an initial $1 million for emergency response, a lot of which is going through very quickly, and we'll have to examine to start, because we were doing it up to the end of the financial year. So if we look at the end of March and see what the numbers are looking like. The drought is having a devastating impact on our farmers, and the National Irrigation Commission is coordinating that response. Throughout the fiscal year, the NIC had invested approximately $90 million in drought mitigation efforts. It has, however, allocated a further $110 million to mobilize emergency support to our farmers, which I know is welcome. This represents the initial emergency response of the government coming to the end of the fiscal year. If the need... They man grow chicken. Not yam. Not lettuce. Anyway. The initial emergency response of the government coming to the end, this represents rather the initial response of the government coming to the end of the fiscal year. If the need for a stronger response arises, the country can be assured it will be dealt with in the new fiscal year. Mr. President, the Cabinet will review reports of the Drought Management Committee and will soon determine if conservation orders should be issued. Until then, I join with the Prime Minister, and I've heard the Leader of the Opposition make these statements, that we're calling on citizens to conserve water. And I ask both sides to join in me in calling for citizens to conserve. We need you to fix leaks, report leaks, reduce washing cars and watering lawns, and for God's sake, do not leave the faucet running. At this stage of the drought, communities outside the NWC's utility supply are most affected. These areas are mostly served by local water supply systems, catchments, and 2 Mensar springs, and would be immediately affected when there is an interruption in rainfall. The communities themselves may not be able to afford proper household storage, and this is why we have increased the tank allocation even as a part of the drought response. But Mr. President, we have realized this as a gap. Through the Drought Management Committee meeting over the course of the last year, even when it's not drought, looking at the responses, we have realized that this is a gap in our water resilience. This year, Mr. President, the government will make available 10,000 polyethylene water tanks or black tanks to needs-assessed households across Jamaica, starting with a focus on the areas most affected by the drought that fit into the characteristics that I would have just mentioned. This allocation is a first allocation. We expect to provide 50,000 tanks, Mr. President, over the next 3 years to needy households. Early in the new fiscal year, we will table a ministry paper which is titled Guidelines for Rainwater Harvesting, which will support town planning efforts as we mainstream and eventually move to make mandatory the practice of rainwater harvesting in driving water resilience. This will be augmented by support for the activity by training persons to implement these systems at heart while providing guttering necessary to the households qualifying for the above-mentioned tanks. Mr. President, I recall a line of questioning in the Standing Finance Committee related to the financial health of the utility. I explained the current state of the balance sheet and how this improvement would have benefit Jamaicans. Mr. President, this administration is simply better at managing the utility. In the last financial year, NWC's financial performance has shown a worthy turnaround from a net loss of $2.13 billion to a net year-to-date profit of $2.7 billion as at the end of January. This performance means that the NWC is now much less of a fiscal risk to the government and by extension the people of Jamaica. It also gives you the room to turn on the pipes every week to ensure that we're investing in increased water supply for our people. Mr. President, over the last fiscal year, there has been a marked increase in system coverage, reliability, and the level of service, with several projects being completed and commissioned into service in this fiscal year from the NWC's resources. That is why it's important that it is run well. Mr. President, these projects have increased the capacity of NWC to deliver water by upwards of 5 million gallons per day and will positively impact 200,000 people, Mr. President. These projects have included the Barron Hill to Samuel Prospect pipeline in Trelawney, the new distribution network to serve the new building areas of Nain as a part of the Essex Valley to Junction water supply system, replacement of aged pipeline servicing the Black River area coming in from the Sandy Ground space, extension of pipelines to the community of Mile Gully in Christiana, a new full supply scheme including development of a new source of pipelines and storage tank in the Mason River, Bullhead Mountain, Douglas Castle communities, which straddle the border of Clarendon and St. Anne. Extension of the Negril water supply system to serve Non-Pariel, Mount Airy, Retirement, Orange Hill, and Negril spots in Westmoreland. Several secondary storage tanks to improve reliability and reduce energy consumption were installed at Fraser's Hill in St. Thomas, Liberty in St. Anne, Westgate in Montego Bay, and Yorktown in Clarendon, Mr. President. These are in addition to the previously mentioned $6 billion capacity upgrade in Kingston and St. Andrew with the installation of new major transmission mains along the Mandela Highway, 6 miles, Spanish Town Road, Beeston Street, South Camp Road, and connecting along the Palisadoes into Port Royal. Mr. President, that project has completed phase 1. In addition to the replacement of the secondary transmission distribution lines along Waltham Park Road and within Whitfield Town, was also completed. Another major pipeline will include the ferry to Rock Pond, Forest Hills area via Plantation Heights. Mr. President, the projects to improve the quality and reliability of potable water supply have been implemented across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Now, this is a much nicer map. It shows the green pegs and geotags. Now, this represents, Mr. President, completed water projects throughout the last fiscal year, Mr. President. The ones with the yellow and the star are just the ones I was able to have a little ribbon cutting for. But to give citizens an understanding, if we were to try and keep ceremonies for every single one, I wouldn't be in office because we have projects right across the length and breadth of this country. Now, Mr. President, the next graphic on the screen represents projects which are underway or in procurement. This represents more than $7 billion of capital investment that this government will make into the infrastructure of the National Water Commission to ensure that our people get water. The NWC is moving in the right direction. The government is moving in the right direction with water. Now, this project list includes projects that I know Minister Hill would have had occasion to. I have no idea what it is. Essex Hall, this would include projects that I know Minister Hill would be familiar with from his time at MEGJEC. Now, you'll recall these, Minister Hill. Essex Hall in St. Andrew, Black River to Treasure Beach, the Hounslow Water Supply in St. Elizabeth, the Dornoch Water Supply in Trelawney, the Jericho Well #1 in Ewaton Transmission in St. Catherine, the Juno Crescent Well electromechanical and pipeline works desperately needed in Clarendon, the Jordan Well to Agwater Vale in Highgate St. Mary, the Magatita Newton Water Supply, which has been outstanding for I don't know how long, Minister Hill, but I know he has a St. Elizabeth Min a long time. The Minards Well to Brownstown Pipeline in St. Anne. The Morant Bay to Springwell Station in St. Thomas. Mount Royal Booster Station in St. Catherine. The Rock River Water Supply and Dam in Clarendon. The Rosemount to Discovery Bay Water Supply in St. Anne. Savannah Lamar General Upgrades. The Santa Cruz Bypass Pipeline in St. Elizabeth. Wakefield to Bunkers Hill in Trelawney. The Western Spanish Town to St. John's Road in St. Catherine. And this is just a few because I don't have all evening, Mr. President. But these projects will include new pipelines, installation of storage tanks, and replacement of aged pumps. Mr. President, we have been turning on the pipes in long-suffering communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica. There is no more fulfilling a feeling than seeing the faces of citizens when these projects are complete. It has been a joy to see the impact it has on their lives. I have directed the NWC to pursue 45 small projects to install new systems or to incorporate existing small local systems to extend the coverage to communities which are presently inadequately underserved. It is very frustrating when you go into a community and somebody pulls you one side and say, oh, Mr. Samuda, the pipe is right there now, you can't connect with. Now, once the studies are done, obviously it can't be done without doing the engineering assessments. But we've put aside some $200 million to do these small works to ensure that we positively impact, Mr. President, the lives and well-being of close to 40,000 people on these small projects, Mr. President. The government is investing in improved delivery of potable water, but there is acknowledgement that we also must invest in our interaction with the public. Several strategic initiatives are being pursued by the NWC which have had a meaningful impact on the efficiency of its operations as well as customer service satisfaction, which you'll be happy to know we measure. So we're already seeing the improvement. Long way to go, but a long way we have come, colleagues. Mr. President, non-revenue water reduction and control programs recently completed in Kingston have positively impacted the utility. The level of physical leaks and consumer waste of water have been reduced from 26.4 to 15.4 million gallons daily, a 42% reduction between 2015 and now. In Portmore, the project is now in its second year and has already achieved savings of 1.6 million gallons daily, as well as a 30% reduction in energy consumption. We must translate the success we've had in KSA and Portmore to the rest of the island. Mr. President, as announced by the PM, the World Bank-sponsored Foundation for Competitiveness and Growth program is financing the services of a consultant to prepare the design of the proposed non-revenue water performance-based contract. The project is estimated to cost US $303 million and will span a 15-year period, but will commence this fiscal year. Mr. President, energy usage is a challenge. In the coming fiscal year, in addition to the previously announced project for the 45-megawatt floating solar system at the Mona Reservoir, the government will invest in excess of $900 million to ensure more efficient pumping operations, while also deploying renewable energy for use within our operations. We have some pumps which are 60 and 70 years old, which are simply not efficient in their use of energy, driving up our costs. Mr. President, the issue of wastewater. I know the mayor is here, and the issue affects communities island-wide, but none more than downtown Kingston. In the interest of time today, and considering the significant detail, just warm it up. The significant detail provided by the Prime Minister, I will save further updates for a soon-to-be-delivered ministerial statement. But Mr. President, I have 4, so we can span out. Yeah, man, and we can interrogate them as the Parliament deserves to do. The reality, Mr. President, is that solving this problem will take billions of dollars because we have chronic underinvestment in our management of sewage and wastewater. Important to note also, Mr. President, and colleagues should recall that in the Prime Minister's budget speech, he also announced that KPMG had been awarded the contract to develop the transaction related to privatization of Soapberry. That is increasing in pace in terms of deployment, and we expect to have that transaction design completed and go out to tender later this year. Mr. President, Anyone who's ever been to Mandeville knows Mandeville have water problems. The Greater Mandeville Water Supply Improvement is a major capital project aimed at effecting substantial improvements to the service levels in communities extending from... Sure. Mr. President, anyone who's been to Mandeville knows that Mandeville has water problems. The Greater Mandeville Water Supply Improvement is a major capital project aimed at effecting substantial improvements to the service levels in communities extending from Pepper in St. Elizabeth to the full limits of the town of Mandeville. Mr. President, I want to be abundantly clear that the communities along this pipeline are benefiting from it. We're not moving their water to someone else without them benefiting. All of the communities from Pepper and along that pipeline will benefit from this upgraded water system. Mr. President, the works being implemented include source development, new transmission mains, electromechanical pumping equipment, and associated storage tanks. Implementation is scheduled for completion in 2024. Total capital deployed to date is in excess of 680 million. Upon completion, the project would have cost some 3 billion Jamaican dollars. But Mr. President, the long-awaited Rio Cobre water treatment plant at Content St. Catherine, which was proposed in 2009 to provide water to the corporate area from the Rio Cobre, has finally been settled commercially under a PPP framework. The water purchase agreement was signed in November 2022 for the establishment of a treatment plant to provide 15 million imperial gallons per day to the corporate area. Construction is expected to begin in June 2023 and will last less than 24 months, Mr. President. This arrangement will fundamentally improve the supply stability to Kingston and St. Andrew and Portmore and support growing housing and commercial developments. Mr. President, last year, the PM advised the country that the government is considering a major integrated water and energy project, utilizing the well-established pump hydro storage and hydroelectricity concepts. This would both solve water and energy challenges and make us truly a green country. One of the elements of the project is not new and has been studied several times over with many detailed reports. This is the Mahogany Vale Dam. This was first proposed in a 1967 report and as a possible solution for augmenting the potable water supply for the city of Kingston. The project was later abandoned in the 70s in favor of a less capital-intensive but lower-yielding Rio Cobre water supply scheme. In 1983, the Yallahs Pipeline project was started as the first phase of the Blue Mountain water supply project, which would have included the building of a tunnel and a dam and hydroelectric station. Mr. President, I also wish to thank former head of Public Works, Mr. John Algrove, and certainly Mr. Campbell, who would have brought this project to my personal attention. And it will be to the benefit of this system. The Yallahs Pipeline was completed in 1986 and brings water from the Yallahs and Negro rivers in St. Thomas to the Mona Reservoir to meet the needs of Kingston and St. Andrew. In 2010, this project was resurrected and attempts were made through JAMPRO to attract investors. For this project, Mr. President, we will work with multilateral partners on the transaction design while technical work will progress this year. Mr. President, the PM has indicated that the government intends to pursue the development of the Mahogany Vale project as a national development project. Mr. President, this administration will transform access to irrigation water for our farmers. Our farmers are the providers of sustenance to our nation, and recognizing their significant contribution to growth and nation building, we have commenced the biggest investment in Jamaica's history on irrigation, one I know again Minister Hill would have spent tireless hours working on. Well, two projects rather, that come to $250 million US. These projects are the Essex Valley Irrigation Scheme and the Pedro Plains Irrigation Project. Again, another set of water projects that have been discussed for 50 years being made a reality by this government. For decades, farmers have been clamoring for these systems. Climate change has made the need more urgent Mr. President. These projects are a national priority to improve food security. Our farmers, despite not having access to this irrigation system, have proven to be amongst the best in the world, Mr. President. In his budget presentation, the Most Honorable Prime Minister announced that the government will be moving ahead with the projects and designating the Pedro Plains irrigation project, a national development project. We will be bringing water to several hundreds of farmers from communities including Flaggerman, including Greenfield, including Southfield, including Top Hill. Mr. President, the Prime Minister is focused on building true water resilience in Jamaica. The need for the suite of projects announced is beyond question and impatient of debate. But what is also impatient of debate, Mr. President, is that this government, your government, our government, even the opposition's government, is moving the supply of water to all Jamaicans in the right direction. Traveled to attain fiscal stability has at times been painful. The government has shown that it is listening and that it understands the strain of the poorest in society and what they have faced, are facing. And we have acted, and we continue to act. Increasing social protection, as my graphs would have shown, increasing social investment, and indeed, Mr. President, increasing the minimum wage. This government is showing with its investments that the development agenda is in good hands and being pursued in a strategic manner. Mr. President, Jamaica is headed in the right direction, and I thank you. I shorten it.
Thank you, Minister Samuda. Senator Lambert Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No
podium.
No sliding for you. No visual aids. No.
Just watch me and you will see the better than the slides there. Mr. President, this is an annual exercise of looking at the budget. It's not the first budget, and it won't be the last budget. There's no need today in the Senate for a long speech read the budget. And I'll tell you why. We as senators can't change a money bill. We just have to work with it. It is the people out there in the streets who has the capacity to say if it did it. And it is on those people in the street who I will leave the decision to as to whether this budget did it. Mr. President, when I listen to the government side, it reminds me of a government in India where there was great growth, Senator Rani, in the economy. And they went to an election with the slogan, India is smiling again. And they got a political backsliding. So I've learned over the years, to be wary of numbers. In 2016, we had good numbers too. But the people took the decisions. So it's on that basis that I'd like to address my friend Senator Samuda, praising, self-praise. Because I did learn somewhere that self-praise is no recommendation. I wait for the people to give you the recommendation rather than the self-praise. Because you see, Senator Samuda, all those projects you announced, some of them were announced years before. Last year, $6 billion of projects announced wasn't carried out. Last year, under your government, Andrew Holness-led government, Nigel Clark as Minister of Finance, $6 billion of announced projects got nowhere. We were told last year that in Portmore, the Grange Lane road was going to be widened. Well, the only thing makes it look wide, Senator Campbell, is when the beryllium van comes to KFC. And everybody run. Come to KFC, not KC. And everybody run. And the road look wide. And the road look wide. So, I'm used to promises being made by this government and not fulfilled. Senator Bunting, you'll recall that a couple of years ago, there was a big announcement about a new corporate area police headquarters to be situated in no man's land in South St. Andrew.
No, that means no man, no man.
Yeah. Where is that? Where is that? We were told a couple of years ago that there's going to be a prison in Trelawney. Where is that? And now we are told that there's going to be a private, public prison with somehow no profit. That the private sector is going to come and say, we build a prison, but we don't want any profit. But in the water projects, we want profit. In everything else, they want profit, except the prison. So I've gotten used to these promises. So I will, in fact, they promised a couple of years ago a 6-story building at UWI, which Fenton Ferguson himself announced a couple of years before. Nothing on that. So there was an American ambassador, I think it was Gary Cooper, who said Jamaica has a propensity to applaud announcements. And I'm old enough to recognize that he was speaking the truth. So I'm not caught by this announcement. Because the truth be told, Mr. President, these announcements, at the end of these announcements, the question was asked, did I do it? Did I do it? And it was clear to me that
Senator
this
Brown.
budget,
Senator
you worried
Crawford.
about the English?
No, man. Senator Crawford can play with the language and get away with it, you know. I don't suspect that you can.
No. You know, it's interesting, no? It's interesting, no, Mr. President. Well, let me skip that part and go. Because I want it to be clear that it did it. It didn't did it. And so, Mr. President, we were told before the budget that the government was going to, in 2 weeks, bring a law to deal with the seat belt for children in public vehicles, public passenger vehicles. Much more than 2 weeks have passed since that announcement, and the Parliament hasn't seen such a bill. And it's clear to me that this budget was a response to the devastating poll results that have come. And so, Minister Samoda, let me make it clear to you. The demolition of houses, and by the way, media reports said they were ordered by the Prime Minister. Media reports. Media reports said. Good. So we are agreeing that the Prime Minister ordered these demolitions. And so the demolition man, yeah. This is Mr. Samula, President Chuyu, there's a matter in court. There's a matter in court now. So I'm not going to go there. But suffice it. So there's a matter in court involving somebody arrested. So I'm not going to go there. But if you're saying that person working in the Prime Minister's office is a Klansman, then you know more than I. So, Mr. President, demolition of poor people's house is not going in the right direction. We need a new direction. Time come. Mr. President, $1 trillion budget. $1 trillion budget. But for 5 years, poor people who goes to the care page do not have an MRI imaging facility. For the last 5 years. For the last 5 years, poor people at care page have no no CAT scan facility. They have no CAT scan facility. One would expect, if you're going in the right direction, there would have been an announcement that that's going to be corrected. I see a widow is planning to sue the Cornwall Regional Hospital because of the absence of the necessary imaging machinery, and her husband died. Fix those and come and tell me you went in the right direction. Until then, we need a new direction. Time come for a change. Mr. President, I hear talk about paying down the debt. And let us be clear, we set the 60% of GDP, debt to GDP. We set knowledge, and he hasn't learned it. We set the 60%. When COVID came, the Parliament changed it. I cannot see why we should be rushing to pay off the debt earlier than needed by the law. When the Trelawney Parish Court office, the roof collapsed. Can you imagine my friend Senator Sinclair practicing in the West, being in that courthouse, and the day the roof collapsed? Can you think of the policemen, the judges, the lawyers, the citizens who visit and use that court, being there when the roof collapsed? How many more courthouses may find that while Senator Braham is on his feet, the roof collapsed. God forbid. He has to go in those directions at times. But the reality is, we need to fix the things that affect the people now. So the Trelawney Courthouse collapsing reminds me, Mr. President, of the bridge up in Troy on the border of northwest Manchester and Trelawney that break away. And you tell me leaving those citizens to travel miles is going in the right direction? Oh no, that cannot be in the right direction. Shutting down the Blue Lagoon in Portland, denying the citizens of Portland access to it, can't be going in the right direction. We need a new direction. Time come for that change. Mr. President, the issue of crime. And they're going to tell me, oh, relative to last year, which was a very bad year, there's some improvement this year. What about the years when Bunting was security minister? Bunting was security minister. And the level of crime, murder, was significantly reduced than now. It's certainly for crime not going in the right direction. And as I outlined earlier, Senator Crawford, people are living in fear. One would have thought, President, that a money collecting agency, like what Brinks used to be, Guardsman, Beryllium, whatever the name, that when that comes on the scene, people feel safe. No, people are scared to go to an ATM, and the banks have already shut them out. That's not going in the right direction. And as I say, right now, I see even Mobile, Senator Sinclair, the police are saying, we're planning to deal with these potential. So can you imagine the citizens when they see these units? That tell us the extent of fear in the country. Senator Samuda, what happened at SSL? What happened at SSL is not going in the right direction.
No, not.
You cannot have some people taking out their money and leaving people, including Usain Bolt, in a precarious position. Some people took out their money. Some people did it. Some people did it. So what about SSL is not going in the right direction. Unless for you the right direction is the wrong way. Mr. President, the conflict of interest allegations involving Westcon Company and the Prime Minister is not going in the right direction. Not going in the right direction. And Mr. President, the threat being issued by some in the society to the Integrity Commission is not going in the right direction. I heard the former President of the Court of Appeal and Chairman of the Integrity Commission speaking about death threats to members of staff of the Commission. that cannot be going in the right direction. And I really want to say that those of us who have issued statements calling for the removal of people doing their work in accordance with the laws we pass in this parliament ought to be ashamed of yourself. That's not going in the right direction. The postponement of local government election on the basis of an uncertainty in the economy
But none of these statements
fly in the face
of what they said.
of the greatness and the patting on the back by Senator Samuda and Senator Hill thus far. The two are not consistent. Democracy requires that the people be allowed to vote. And so, the postponement of the local government election is not going in the right direction relative to democracy. Mr. President, the fiasco that was the implementation of the Road Traffic Act, not going in the right direction. Not going in the right direction. And Senator Hill, the importation of substandard rice by people politically connected, not going in the right direction. Mr. President, the importation of ganja from Canada is not going in the right direction. Even the Honorable Prime Minister had to throw a minister under the bus.
So didn't he carry to cabinet? He did it.
The minister is responsible. The minister will fix it. Watch that space. We have a plan.
You are going to fix it because it went in the wrong direction. And so, Mr. President, the polls are revealing where the people are. The Dan Anderson poll, the Blue Dot poll, they raise the question of trust. And so, I am not fazed by the patting of the self on the back. It's clear to me from my experience and knowledge that you're not going in the right direction relative to where the people want you to go. Mr. President, while I sat here this morning, I'm getting reports about the teachers in the country, deeply concerned about the outcome of the compensation review. That compensation review is a result of a 2015 agreement between the government of Portia Simpson Miller, Peter Phillips at Finance, and the trade unions. I signed on that agreement. A key part of that review was to be comparability. It was to really improve the public sector workers. And I must say, President, that I am disappointed with the outcome. I know you'd fall for that, you know. I know you'd fall for that. But I made a commitment to the president, to the minister. Yeah. It's not your eyes. It's you didn't see what was signed. But I have a commitment to the minister not to discuss publicly what I signed. But I know what I signed, and I look forward to further talks with the minister. Am I disappointed that I signed? I am disappointed with the review the outcome of the review because you don't know what to sign. So leave it alone. You don't know what to sign. And I gave the minister my word I wouldn't discuss what I signed publicly. I will. I will share it with you. I will send it to you if you want. So, let us be clear. The teachers weren't treated fairly. The police officers weren't treated fairly. The correction officers, the firefighters, and a large group in the middle were not treated fairly. And I, as spokesperson public service for the opposition, give the commitment that when we return to power, we're going to fix the problem in that review. We're going to have regard for comparability. We're going to have regard for comparability and to treat those workers properly. We give that commitment. Mr. President, we expect that the government, having agreed with the union suggestion to extend the amount of payment for maternity leave to the public sector, having agreed to introduce paternity leave to the public sector, that they would quickly do the same for the general public. So when you come with the minimum wage in June, fix those at that time. Give everybody 60 days with pay, maternity leave. Introduce paternity leave for everybody who is eligible. And of course, Senator Gill, I am as disappointed as you are. You don't understand it, so I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you. Senator Gill, the Occupation Health and Safety Act seems to have been condemned once again to the dumb people of the ministry. You and I need to call for the Occupational Health and Safety Act to be part of this budget process, to be funded, because that would be going in the right direction. I grieve, like all of us in this chamber grieve, with the families of the security guards who have been killed and those injured. That's part of occupational health and safety. They go on the job and they can't go home to their family. That's not going in the right direction. So, President, there are a lot to be fixed. And Senator Hill, downtown, I was on UDC board. I know the length of the plans. And Senator Ransford, still chairman, we know how difficult it is, but necessary. We have hope that we'll have had a new prison and we could utilize the land at Tower Street for greater development. We want to see the country move forward too. We want to see a better direction. We are for fiscal responsibility. A fiscal responsibility which rewards those who made the sacrifice. The workers, the people at KPH, the patients at Cornwall Regional who need those imaging for better health care. We need those. I didn't feel that in the budget. And like Senator Crawford, I didn't think the budget did it. Time come, a new direction is needed. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Gale, are you going to do it?
President, you know, I rise at... Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
It's okay. President, you know, I rise at this time to make my contribution to the Appropriations Bill presentation. And, you know, President, the world has gone through some major challenges. And that's due to the pandemic and various global shocks. And Jamaica is not immune to some of these challenges. I've heard mention about a new direction. I think where we are, we have a robust economy. Growth is being experienced. Job creation is a feature of this economy. Where we are today is not by accident. It's based on careful planning and a direction by the Andrew Michael Holness-led administration. We are moving in the right direction. The government, in my mind, has prepared an effective budget that is intended to meet the needs of the population. We have identified some key priority areas of expenditure in healthcare, infrastructure, security, and education. We have also analyzed where the resources is going to come from. We have also sought to look at, to address the impact of the pandemic. And we're pursuing a budget on a mandate that promotes and encourages economic growth. The budget includes measures to promote social welfare, such as increased spending on education, healthcare, housing, and social protection programs. Minister Matthew Samuda spoke about a particular key area in addressing environmental concerns. Mr. President, the budget is also ensuring that we foster transparency and accountability in the management of public financing. And this will be achieved with a well-publicized outcome where the citizens have access to information about the government spending. And so they, at the most appropriate time, can evaluate. Mr. President, you know, our colleague, Senator Crawford, spoke about the Heart Trust. Well, I won't use those terms. They will not come from my mouth. I won't do it. But today, the recent decision by the National Training Agency in Jamaica to remove all tuition and administrative fees for its program. Mr. President, this move, firstly, will provide a significant opportunity for individuals who could not previously afford to pursue higher education due to financial constraints. And so by eliminating the barriers, more individuals, Mr. President, will have access to education, leading to a more qualified and skilled labor force. Mr. President, as a result of this plan, it can attract potential investors, both local and foreign, to invest in the country, leading, sir, to more jobs on top of the more jobs that we have already provided. Mr. President, this decision also can contribute to reducing the unemployment rates in Jamaica. With a more educated and skilled labor force, individuals will have a better job prospects and be more competitive to the job market. That is what we are pursuing. Mr. President, this can also lead to a decrease in the number of unemployed individuals in the country and can contribute to the growth of the economy. So it was by design that this initiative can lead to a shift in the focus of the labor market. With more individuals pursuing higher education, this will place greater emphasis on fields that require higher levels of education and skill. Mr. President, this can lead to the development of industries that require more advanced technical and analytical skills, leading to a more diversified and competitive economy. We are moving in the right direction. And so, when somebody describes the plan to remove the fees as fool's gold, I consider it a foolish thought. Mr. President, this is a major move geared towards our national development. And I want to encourage and urge individuals to take up the training opportunities to acquire certification and make themselves employable. Mr. President, you know, I saw a particular post on social media, and the view expressed that, in quote, the real policies in Jamaica are not about development at all. They're about wage repressions and the state of emergency. This expressed view, you're looking at me? You should have looked down there, so. The expressed view spoke about low wages in the BPO sector, low wages in the tourism sector, low wages in the public sector, and low incomes in the informal sector. Mr. President, the policy, principle, and philosophy of this government is squarely around development for all. And so, Mr. President, the author left the room at the inappropriate time. I was referring to your quote in a social media statement. And, you know, it's unfortunate because the real intent is to move wages and salaries in Jamaica on behalf of the working class so that they can be in a better place. And so where we have started as a government is to increase the minimum wage. And once you increase the minimum wage, it propels the other sectors in industry to do likewise. And so, Mr. President, the increase in the national minimum wage will improve the standard of living for minimum wage earners. With a higher income, individuals will have the ability to afford basic necessities such as food, shelter, health care. And this can lead to a decrease in poverty, Mr. President, and an improvement in the overall well-being of the working class in Jamaica. Mr. President, the move can also contribute to reducing income inequality in the country. You know, with a higher minimum wage, individuals will have a more equal distribution of income, leading to a more equitable society. And this can help to reduce the wealth gap and contribute to the overall social and economic stability in the country. It is a good thing for the working class. A number of workers were looking forward to an increase in the minimum wage to improve their standard of living. This government has delivered on that commitment. Mr. President, this decision can lead to an increase in productivity and job satisfaction. When individuals are paid a fair wage, they are more likely to be motivated to work harder and more efficiently. And this can only lead to a more productive workforce and decrease in labor turnovers. The commitment to pay workers more can create the stability in the employment and the labor force. This is what this government is intended to do as part of its growth promotion. Senator Crawford, there's one thing that you said. That is true. No, that I will consider to agree with. And you spoke of a particular sector to which I have some closeness to in terms of representation. The tourism workers. Because we do have a challenge in that they are seeking alternative options to go overseas where it's more lucrative. And we have a brand that as a country we need to protect, and we need to do as best and as practicable as possible to acquire the skill sets and to retain it. And I believe that there should be a specific minimum standard for the tourism workers. But I want to go a little further than that. I believe we should put in place incentive plans to retain the tourism workers as part of this industry. Mr. President, when you leave the question of wages and you go as part of social protection, I want to talk a little bit about protecting the poor and vulnerable. Minister Hill spoke about the amount, about 8.8 billion geared towards the PATH program. The introduction of the program of advancement through health and education, called PATH, was introduced by the government in 2000 as a conditional transfer program aimed at alleviating poverty, breaking the intergenerational cycle of poverty, increasing educational attainment, and improving health outcomes for the poor. Mr. President, the program has been successful in achieving its objective, but I am of the view that it requires an overall review to ensure that it meets the changes needs of the population in a dynamic environment. We may have a program that has been working, but it doesn't stop us, Mr. President, from examining that program to do an overall review of it to ensure that it's aligned with the environment to which we're meeting. Mr. President, the world itself is changing at a rapid pace. Jamaica is not immune to these changes. The country is facing new challenges, such as Minister Samuda spoke about climate change, the aging population. These challenges have a significant impact on the poor and the vulnerable in society. And so, a review of the program would consider the following features: the adequacy of benefits. The program benefits should be reviewed to ensure that they are adequate to meet the needs of the target population, Mr. President. The review should take into consideration the cost of living, inflation, and the continuous change in the economy. We also have to look at the target mechanism. The program's targeting mechanism should be reviewed to ensure that it is effective in identifying and reaching the poorest and most vulnerable households in society. The review should take into account and consider changes in also the poverty profile. of the country. Mr. President, we also need to change the whole approach of targeting. Rather than waiting for application to come to the ministry, the representatives of the people should be going out there to identify those who are vulnerable in the most circumstances and make the application on their behalf. Let's don't wait for them to come. Go to them and seek to meet their needs. Mr. President, it also, we have to deal with the conditionality of the transfers. The program's conditionality should be reviewed to ensure that it is appropriate and effective in achieving the program's objective. And we may also, Mr. President, in view of that, want to consider the integration of other programs. Mr. President, this government has been known to provide support and improve allocation in social support and assistance under programs through the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health. Mr. President, it is the intention of this government to continue to improve on those programs. My colleague, trade unionist, who I saw in a picture with the Minister of Finance, in a picture, in a photograph, with the Minister of Finance signing an agreement on behalf of a group of workers that he has always committed to represent. And despite how deliberate he can be, there's one thing about him. He will stay to the course eventually. He remains true to it. Mr. President, the new compensation system that the government of Jamaica has implemented in the public sector. This new system has been introduced to address the current and emerging issues relating to the structure of compensation and to create a more equitable and defensible pay and job evaluation. I want to commend and congratulate the Transformation Unit and the team of the Ministry of Finance who worked assiduously to ensuring that this project meets its objective. They must be congratulated. Mr. President, the new system will simplify the classification and structure that currently exists. It will make it easier for employees to understand their compensation package. The new system will also ensure that compensation is transparent and consistent across jobs in all positions. Mr. President, the new compensation system, in the final analysis, will move to an agenda, an objective of not only applying new rates, but later on lead to rewarding performance. Well, look, the reward of performance for workers who have contributed to providing service can be a benefit to the working class. And I'm not afraid, and I've said it before, that I believe that workers must be rewarded for their performance. And when there's a commitment by a government to reward workers for their performance, we must hold them to that commitment. Mr. President, the government has paid a great deal in ensuring the protection and well-being of our public sector workers. Yes. Let's understand something. There are other territories within the region that was going through a pandemic, laid off their public sector workers. We never laid off one single solitary public sector worker. And so, you see, I'm not going down the misrepresentation. Mr. President, in the heights of the pandemic, in 2021, the public sector workers got a 4% adjustment. I want to commend the public sector workers for their loyalty and commitment and sticking to the task in delivering the service on behalf of the government. And so, based on the outcome, the government is repaying the public sector workers by putting them in a better place today. No doubt. Look, we know for a fact that any engagement, any negotiation around improved compensation can be a hard battle. We know it can be a very laborious exercise. It can be a very intense exercise because the trade unions and staff associations want to deliver in the best interest of their workers. But let us examine how the collective bargaining process was fluid. There were groups that pressured the Ministry of Finance negotiating team. It resulted in more than one supplemental budgets to improve the status of those negotiations. It was done. He did it. And so, Senator Crawford, he did it. Listen, this was a mammoth exercise. It was an exercise that would have created the greatest degree of appetite and expectation and even anxiety on behalf of public sector workers. Yeah? It was not an easy exercise to do, and an exercise that was never done to the extent to which it has been done in the history of this country for public sector workers. And so, naturally, there would have been disquiet. Naturally, there would have been major concerns during the process, Mr. President. But look at it today. Once the workers have been paid, you're not hearing the sounds and clamoring that you were hearing previously.
No, a good Easter, not an Easter to come.
I'm not listening. I represent them. You must talk who misleading the workers. Talk who misleading the workers. Well,
you know better,
listen.
You know better.
Listen.
You know better.
I'm not ashamed of anything because we have done what is required for us to do in their interest. Mr. President, they are in a better place. The workers are in a better place.
Much better place.
Much better place. We have gone to the extent where, in the past, President, you would have had wage restraint, single-digit adjustment, and all type of excuse. A commitment and a promise was given. The commitment and promise was delivered. Mr. President, the final point I want to make is around a commitment made by, again, the Minister of Finance. And it's something that I would have spoken about in this Parliament. The question of how you treat the precarious nature of employment in terms of fixed-term contract. The plans to transition public sector workers to permanent employment will have several benefits for both the workers and the public sector in Jamaica. First of all, one of the most significant benefits of moving from the fixed-term contract to permanent employment is job security. Fixed-term contracts typically have a set end date, leaving employees unsure about their job prospects beyond that date. In contrast, permanent employees have greater job security as they are typically employed for an indefinite period, subject to satisfactory performance. Mr. President, permanent employees typically have access to better benefits, such as health insurance, pension, paid leave, and even job training opportunities. Contract workers, on the other hand, often do not have access to some of these benefits. Mr. President, by providing permanent positions, the public sector can reduce staff turnover. The high turnover can be costly for employers, as they have to spend time and resources recruiting and training new employees. Having a stable workforce can only lead to improved productivity and employee morale. One of the things, the public sector has always been accused of not performing. When you create this level of stability in the public sector by ensuring that the workers have a sense of security and the freedom of fear of losing their employment at the expiration of the contract, it can only mobilize, increase morale, and boost productivity in the public sector. This is what this government is seeking to do. And Mr. President, having a stable and well-trained workforce can only improve the quality of service delivery to the public. So when employees are, in the first instance, compensated well, and then by virtue of having some level of stability, we can only translate that into a more improved performance of our public sector. And so, this overall transitioning is important, is an important benefit, not only for the workers, but to the sector itself. And what we're seeking to do is to improve and to grow the economy. This government is pledging to do that by aiding and supporting the working class. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gale. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I must just a point of general information. We do not have a motion that allows us to sit on Saturday. We have an after 12 motion.
Don't worry, I'm not going to follow the example of Senator Samuda. Mr. President, as I rise to make my contribution to this appropriations bill, and I listened to the different sides, not just here today, but during the course of the lower house. I'm reminded of Charles Dickens's line in A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It really seems to be an age of radical opposites taking place at the same time. On the one hand, you hear the government congratulating itself on its trillion-dollar budget. But at the same time, we contrast that with an education system that's failing the majority of our students. Well documented in the Patterson report. We see a collapsing healthcare system.
Collapse. Children on the floor.
I had the occasion to visit the Mandeville Regional Hospital a couple of weeks ago. I was visiting a student, a US student from Manchester who had fallen ill, it seems, with gastroenteritis. Had come home and come home from UE and was at Mandeville Regional for about 4 days when I went to visit. And what struck me was when I spoke with her mother, and I said, what ward is she on? Trying to make it a little more efficient for me to visit her. The mother was struggling to explain to me what ward she was on. And when I finally went there and searched and asked and whatever, what I realized is that day 4, she had not made it past the waiting area for the accident. Day 4. And there were patients on the wooden benches that have been provided for persons to sit on while they wait to be admitted. There were patients with drips in their arms, lying on the wooden benches for days in that area. And we boast about a $1 trillion budget. We have public sector workers who have been pressured and bullied to agree to the terms of a public sector pay restructuring, which they didn't understand. That is just the truth. They did not understand.
Their union leaders said that.
Many of them, I know instances, I have friends, some of them quite senior personnel in the public sector, who got the calculation of their retroactive, believed the statement of the Minister of Finance that nothing, the allowances they had collected would not be taken out. Made promises and commitments on the basis of the calculated figure in their retroactive. Of course, when they got the actual amount, it was a tiny fraction of what they had calculated, and it left them completely embarrassed. Left them completely embarrassed right in the Christmas where the commitments had been made. Just today, we hear teachers, when they look at the pay slips, and there's considerable chaos and unrest out there as teachers are receiving their pay slips. One remark say, this come back and bite me in my algorithm. Every adult Jamaican, on average, if you work out the tax take of the government since 2015, 2016, it has increased on a per capita basis by 85%. Per each Jamaican. And the calculation was done just using the figures for those 15 and over. Even though, as you pointed out, even 5-year-olds end up paying taxes, GCT, on things which are purchased for them. But per capita, for using the
even for a laptop,
uses 15 and up, Jamaicans would be paying 85% more taxes, or $168,000 per 15 and up Jamaican. More than they were paying before. You can understand their confusion when they hear this no new taxes. So where did the And how did you extract the 168,000 extra? 85% more out of their pockets with no new taxes.
Not out of stone.
No new revenue measures. That may be true. But what is more important to the individual is if I was even paying new revenue measures, but less dollars, wouldn't I be happy? Wouldn't I be happier? Wouldn't I be happier than here no new revenue measures, but I am paying 85% more, 168,000 more than I was before. That I was, notwithstanding the whole ream of supposed tax measures that the Minister of Finance unfolded. Less measures collecting more taxes. And the truth of the matter is that most of these are indirect taxes. They are consumption taxes, they are import taxes, customs, GCT, SCT. The truth of the matter is these are the taxes that are borne most heavily by the poor and the low-income workers. Well, the truth of the matter is that if you are a business, increased costs are passed through because businesses try to maintain their margins and to sustain themselves. So ultimately, it is the consumer who ultimately pays. And, you know, I spoke about education, health, the public sector workers. And, you know, just in terms of the situation when it comes to national security, police and soldiers fighting each other in the streets. Bandits breaking into ATM machines. The corner shop and community bar are no longer safe places to hold the vibes. Not even the armed guards, heavily armed guards of the armored courier service companies are safe. In fact, you know, Jamaican people take serious thing, make joke. But there are so many videos I've seen on TikTok of persons basically saying going to the ATM machine to withdraw money. It was like Mission Impossible. And they have all these humorous clips of people, you know, looking like tactical security personnel approaching the ATM machine. And it, you know, as I said, Jamaican people are accustomed to dealing with these things and making light of it just to get through. But the reality is the other clip, which showed when the armored courier draw, everybody clear out. Everybody take with themselves. And it shows you the sense of insecurity that Jamaicans are living under. But I want to drill down further and look at one sector, one subsector of the security landscape. And that is the private security guards. Most persons may not appreciate that there are many more private security than there are police officers. There are more private security than police and soldiers put together. And we sometimes don't appreciate the role that they play in the whole security architecture. And some of us, myself included, have been advocating for a long time for better treatment. In fact, the conditions under which security guards often work can't be described as anything but exploitation. 72 hours just to make up minimum living. And so we especially welcomed the court ruling that finally put to bed that these are employees. And the impact of that, Mr. President, based on my discussions with the major security firms, security guard firms, They say that, and of course it will vary slightly depending on the firm, but about 42% increase is what many of them have now put through in terms of the April 1st implementation date. So just to ensure that guards get time and a half when they exceed 40 hours a week, they have sick leave, vacation leave, the things that most workers should have been receiving certainly since the 70s, will hopefully be the norm in the industry come April 1. Thanks to Justice Batts. Now, 60 days later, there will be another 33% increase in the minimum wage for security guards, which again, I welcome. However, we have to be aware of the potential impact on the industry, because you're talking about perhaps cumulative impact of 80 to 100% increase, which is going to be attempted by legitimate companies to be passed through to their customers, or illegitimate companies. Players will still try and beat it. And we have seen where new contracts that have gone out to bid, there are companies that are still bidding on the basis of the old system, where these guards were not considered employees. Now, the government is, in fact, as I understand it, the major employer of security guards, far and away the largest. One estimate I heard was providers of service generally. But I'm speaking specifically in the case of security guards. I think it's 60% of all security guards, with one figure I heard. 67, 68%? The last PSRA, 67, 68 were actually contracted to the government or to government agencies, ministries, departments, and agencies. So 2/3 of the entire industry is there. So why do I point that out? Because the government has enormous purchasing power and enormous influence on what is happening in the sector. And it is important that the government takes the lead, not just as customer, but as regulator, to ensure that the least disruption takes place in the industry by ensuring that come April, their contracts are adjusted to reflect the new costs. And come June again, their contracts are adjusted to reflect that. And from some people in government still haven't got the last minimum wage prior to this. So, you know, if the government doesn't lead from the front in terms of, one, funding their own service providers. I'm focusing on the security guards, but it just as easily applies to the portering contracts at the hospitals, the ancillary staff, the catering, etc. If the government doesn't lead from the front and ensure that those who play by the rules don't get shafted, then we could end up with a chaotic situation in the private security sector in particular, but it would affect all those providers of contract labor to ministries, departments, and agencies. Because government is the largest customer of these entities and is also the regulator to ensure. And, you know, the minister, I think Minister Clark, I'm trying to remember whether it was reported in the media or it was reported from his meeting with the security industry. And he said that the government would insist that all the companies comply. In fact, I think he used the expression, they would be named and shamed. Now, what the security companies have told me was that at their meeting, you know, the minister assured them that a mechanism, a machinery would be put in place to work through all, I think it's 600 contracts or something to that effect, just with security companies and ministries, departments, and agencies, to ensure that come April, all these now would reflect the new terms of employment. This will be in just over a week's time. Yet the industry has heard nothing further since those meetings.
Sounds like an FBI meeting.
The industry has heard nothing further. And we're just over a week away from the implementation. So I'm really calling on the government to ensure that they lead from the front, step up and meet their responsibilities, lead by example, and also ensure that the regulatory authorities, whether from the Ministry of Labor or the Private Security Regulatory Authority, follow up to ensure that we avoid chaos in the industry. And then people start blaming the fact that the workers are now finally going to be compensated at a fair and close to livable level. And I don't want it to end up backfiring on the workers, because the cash flow from the government and other employers of these firms will not allow the firms to transition to this new, more enlightened system of compensation. The reality is that there may be some amount of restructuring that has to take place in the sector, maybe more technology, etc. But that will have to take place over time. In the short term, we don't want to see a disruption to the sector. So, in concluding, Mr. President, let me just say to my colleagues on the other side, and I understand they have to put their best spin on it. Their best spin. Yes. And generally speaking, I always give credit where credit is due. My friend Matthew is a good spin meister. Right. Good spin meister. You're a good spin meister. We're not using a cricketing analogy. You're a spin meister. However, when we hear members of the government boasting about the $1 trillion budget and reducing the debt prematurely, it makes me think of a family where the parents would be boasting about how much income they're making and how their bank balance pretty, but the children are hungry and going barefoot to school. And that is how many people in Jamaica feel today. They are struggling to square the circle, so to speak, from what they're hearing from the government and what they're experiencing in just managing their day-to-day life and struggling to address the cost of living while at the same time fulfilling their responsibilities to their families. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Longmore.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. As I said, I'm aware it is late in the evening and we all would like to get on with our weekends, but I found it really very necessary to contribute. I was holding off until when I heard Senator Bunting address certain issues that relates to my field. And I think the elephant in the room is that we all recognize that our economy, I don't think anybody can question whether or not the economy is being managed in good hands. I think anybody who is objective and has a history of recognizing the management of Jamaica's economy since our independence can recognize what is being done now. So I won't go into the usual points that are being hurled to make a presentation. I'm going to address what Senator Bunting brought to the floor, and I think that we all recognize is impacting on us all. And that is my field of our mental health and our mental well-being. And I know persons may wonder, how am I going to relate this to the Prime Minister's presentation and the fact that it was a stellar presentation and we are being managed, our monies, our few pennies that we earn with great work is being managed by a very capable finance minister. The truth of the matter is, within that presentation, the Prime Minister indicated and recognized that mental health is impacting on our GDP. Data shows that by 2030, mental illness will contribute to 16 trillion US dollars globally by 2030, sorry. Our mental wealth and our mental health impacts on our productivity. The Prime Minister in his presentation, and since the beginning of the year, when he made effort to increase faith-based organizations in addressing mental health issues, an initiative that I recognize can be significantly helpful if it is brought into the whole management strategy. I think it could be very effective. But he indicated that it will be data-driven, and that a lot of the interventions that we are embarking on in climate change, in food security, managing the economy, it is being data-driven. And so what I decided to do was present the data that is being recognized in managing and significantly impacting on our mental health management. And you will see why I did this. I present here the IRI Classroom Toolbox. And this is a universal violence prevention teacher training program in Jamaican preschools. And this was a study that was done where it catered to 3 to 6-year-old children. And they tested what they call an IRI Classroom Toolbox. And it is a violence prevention tool for teachers to use. The result of it, how do we go to the next slide? And that's a summary of it. The interpretation speaks. In Jamaican preschools, the IRI Classroom Toolbox effectively reduced violence against children by teachers. The toolbox was designed for use with under-trained teachers working in low-resource settings and should be effective with early childhood practitioners in low and middle-income economies. It goes on to say, sorry, I'm trying to change the slide here. That's changing there. All right. I am trying to figure this out. No. I need some help here. I am sorry, but you will understand why I'm doing this. You see, I make effort for what I do, you know. No, you know, a lot of persons, and let me just say this. Sorry, I'm just trying to go to the one before that. Yes, this one. This one? Yeah, so it's those. Yeah, this one, okay? So this is the same, another study, Heckman reported on a study that was originally published in 2014, where an intervention was done in a group of students who are now at the average age. It started in 1986. It's a cohort, 1986. And this study basically did a Jamaica home visit presentation where they had intervention in these kids. And basically 30 years later, it was demonstrated that the program saw increased earning potential, less violence, and significant contribution to the economy from the intervention. I am going through now, and I will bring back this slide that I have brought here. This is the third time I'm presenting this. In terms of the staff quotient of our mental health services. And I go back to repetition, yes. I go back to indicating that this staff complement, that on average is less than 20% of the staff complement that is needed at the various services, relates to the Capri study that shows that only 8% of our children's mental health needs are being met. This resounded with me when that 9-year-old committed suicide 3 weeks ago. It resounded with me when I did that little intervention in Halfway Tree. And a lot of persons, thank you, a lot of persons actually, well, not a lot, someone said to me, Sapphire, did you do that for a PR stunt? I said, no. My first training is that I'm a psychiatrist, I'm a doctor. And when I got the call, I recognized that this was someone who was also a first responder. I recognized him as a first responder like myself, and he was in need of help. And God forbid something happened. Because oftentimes people do these acts to get attention, they are emotional, and an accident can happen. And the truth of the matter is that you also want to resolve it because you don't want someone else to copy the situation. And we saw a similar episode earlier this week. So I go back now to relating to why I am on the floor this evening at this late time of the hour. Because Senator Bunting got up and spoke about the stress in the society and the unease amongst our workers when our finance minister and the administration has worked so hard to address their needs. It truly doesn't help when people are making effort and there is another side that is trying to diminish that effort. It adds to the stress. We are going through global crises. We have gone through COVID. We are seeing the manifestations in our people. I think it is time for us to collectively recognize that we want to move Jamaica forward and we leave the politics behind and get with a policy and a program that is enabling the lives of people. So Senator Bunting, like I said, I was not going to, but when you started now to add to the stresses of the presentations to say that people are feeling this, what I'm presenting is the response that is being coordinated. President, Mr. President, remember.
Hello, Senator Bunting. Allow the presenter to complete in silence.
It seems.
And I do notice that you were allowed to complete your presentation without the usual interruption, So please allow our colleague to complete.
Thank you, sir. You know, I recognize that, like I said, it was late in the evening. A lot of persons want to go home, but you know, I found it relevant that I have to get up and say something, because at the end of the day, I will now go to the last, just the very last one here, and I will leave most of this for when we go into other debates. But this last slide, the $1 trillion link between mental health and economic productivity. And this is from the Forbes magazine. I'm sure you're familiar with that, Senator Bunting. But you know, I think he has particular interest possibly. On the upside, and there's a point that there's a couple lines that I highlighted. On the upside, every dollar invested in treating these disorders lead to the return of 4 in terms of the ability to work and contribute to the economy. So I just decided that I needed to get up and contribute in a way that I recognize the Prime Minister indicated that there is evidence-based intervention that is being pursued, that we are reeling from many, many stressors, and that Jamaica was coming out of the dark, so to speak. And we are at the point of emerging. And I have faith enough to know that there is intervention, just like how that tedious effort was made to get our civil servants satisfied and able to have a good Easter. I am hopeful that the budget that was presented is one that will address some of these needs and will propel Jamaica forward. I thank you, Mr. President.
I think Senator Bram said he had a lengthy contribution to make. Well, you have missed your opportunity.
Mr. President,
thank you, Senator Safar.
I don't need this.
Senator Hill.
Mr. President, I thank my colleagues for the various contributions. Clearly, those on this side were thorough, well prepared. And I say that, Mr. President, because I sat here and watched relatively young Senator Crawford. Mr. President, he tied. Mr. President, I sat here, Senator Samoud, I'm sure you're going to let me finish, with Senator Crawford. I sat here and watched him, Mr. President, having read the Prime Minister's outstanding budget presentation, and Senator and Minister Clark. Senator Crawford went around, twisting himself in every direction, used his locks to tie up his hands and feet, and gave us nothing. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. And Mr. President, I watched him try and tie himself to say that the $1 trillion, $20 billion budget is bad. I want him to go and tell the Jamaican people who will get all those benefits that were outlined that that budget is bad. You try that. So his effort to explain his effort to explain that the government expenditure and investment is bad is, to be charitable, deceptive, and really quite misleading. And did it. It just did it, Mr. Mr. President. So, I'm going to leave Senator Brown for the last, because I was most intrigued by Senator Bunting. I saw this man, who I know understands money and finance and numbers, literally sat there, and I could see the figment of his imagination, crafting $168,000 additional of taxes on each Jamaican, and didn't give one set of numbers in support. Just pull it from the air, and we must accept that it's additional 168,000. I don't know where he got that from. And Mr. President, Senator Bunting never even tried to give us any numerical support or justification of what appears to be simply a mere figment of his imagination. Senator Bunting's absence of any numbers to act as justification for his imagined but completely unsubstantiated additional tax on each Jamaica, I put down to his lack of Rasta locks. And so tied up himself in his imagination. Pure figment. Had he had locks, he may have had some numbers. You know? So nothing to justify. Nothing, because he has locks and you have none. You're right beside me. Leave me alone. Leave me out of this, okay? The real problem, Mr. President, and this really is the real problem across the aisle, he and they find it really hard to even imagine, not to mention accept, that there is no new taxes in 6 consecutive years. That is the truth. They can't swallow it. From Minister Shaw stand up here, sir, with a pink paper and say no new taxes. The Andrew Holness administration, 6 consecutive years. No new taxes. And you know, find it hard to accept. But you know, and we cut more taxes as well. Stamp tax, we cut GCT by another 1.5, that lovely number. So, Mr. President, listening to Senator Brown, I want him to understand that providing more new titles, over 10,000 in 2 years compared to less than 4,000 by them in 4 years, providing more titles, that's moving in the right direction. Providing new housing for Jamaicans who need them, that's moving in the right direction. Providing $365.54 million for scholarships to math teachers, that, Senator Crawford, is moving in the right direction. And you know maths, and you know it's good. Providing $380 million to path transportation support. You always love to talk about the people who are at the bottom. Well, we're providing this $380 million just to provide path support for the path transportation people. 1,000, you mathematician, listen, 1,000 UTech STEM scholarships are being offered for $2.4 billion. Per year? Yes. To give 1,000 teachers, students at UTech. None, the 2.4 we're giving in this budget. No. There's something else we're giving for 5 years. 1,250 STEM teachers at the Michael University for over 5 years. That's over 5 years. But all that, this Andrew Holness administration you notice? This, not with this, not with this. So this Andrew Holness administration, talking about STEM, talking about where we're going to go, moving our population from where they used to be to make sure they're digitally educated on the Global Digital Services Program. This government is spending money at UTech and MICO and elsewhere to make sure we train not only STEM students, but well. So, Mr. President, we look at 4,200 students and the Path household. Again, I'm looking to people, because you're going to tell me that we're doing macro numbers and we're making big millions and making big roads. So we're talking to ordinary people. 4,200 students from Path households and households with income of less than, that magic figure, 1.5 million, will receive grants of $60,000 each for Student Loan Bureau at a total of, remember, that's a grant. It's coming from the Student Loan Bureau, but it's a grant totaling $252 million for that special grant. This, Mr. President, is moving in the right direction. Senator Brown, that is the truth. The new $1 billion fund, the $1 billion fund for the film industry is a very strong statement and move in the right direction. And Mr. President, because that is in the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, I'm going to say to you, Mr. President, I move that we accept the appropriations budget. I will be pleased to speak about it. So, Mr. President,
Minister,
I conclude the debate and ask that the bill be read for a second time.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favour? Against? Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum Out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament. Read a second time.
Thank you, Madam. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you very much. In view of the peculiar nature of this bill, I'll put clauses 1, 2, and 3. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. I put the schedule, sections 2 and 3. Those in favour? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favour? Aye. Against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favour? Aye. Against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment.
Mr. President, you're going to ask for the bill to be read, right? It says President here. Mr. President, I now ask that the bill be read for a third time.
Those in favour? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum Out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament, read a third time and passed.
Thank you very much. Minister?
Mr. President, it is not intended to do any further business in the Senate for today, and I thank my colleagues for serving so long today, and we are therefore asking that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, the question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favour? Against? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Yeah, I remember. remember last year was contentious. I have had to read it.
Yeah, I think you do. You know what?
I know. I've done it. So listen to me, Lambert. A long time I take questions. You know. Me answer the one me want answer. Me not go down that road, eh?
Every Jamaican has the right to know what is happening in Parliament, to know when new laws are being passed, and to give their opinions on legislation before either house.
Every Jamaican has the right to see their representatives in action, making laws, holding the executive to account, representing the people, working for the benefit of all Jamaicans.
It is your right to observe first-hand meetings of the Senate, meetings of the House of Representatives, and the meetings of parliamentary committees. You may also take a tour of your parliament.
To find out more about the Houses of Parliament, please call 876-922-0200, follow us on Instagram and Facebook, or visit our website at www.japarliament.gov.jm.
Abuse of children. The magnitude of ongoing violence against women and children in our country is cause for alarm. We can end the violence. It requires all of us to end the violence. I call on all our men and women in Jamaica to take a stand. And men, especially, must get involved in this movement to create a better world for their daughters, their mothers, their sisters, their aunts, their uncles, their fathers, their sons, and for themselves. Let's protect and reassure. Let's unite to end gender violence.